I'm just gonna before.
Okay.
Ah, yes.
Liam,
Yes.
we're live.
On YouTube.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Escuches a Radio Glad.
Sibse ag éistecht le
Vous
Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
زوكي сообщество يوغا غلاسغو at Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى جلاد راديو.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Welcome to the All Day Podcast from Glad Radio. Here in the Deep End, in the south side of Glasgow. This is part of Govan Hill International Festival and Carnival. My name's Richard.
And my name is Liam.
Very professional beginning. It's just the two of us right now, but we're going to be here all day. We're going to be doing a marathon, the two of us, although across the course of the day there will be various other people dropping in. We've got a few things planned, and then we're hoping we'll get a few people dropping in.
From the public?
If that's you, if you're in the area, please feel free. We're at the Deep End, Nithsdale Street, Pollock Shields or Strathbungo. We're not quite sure where we are. Pollock Shields or Strathbungo. Drop in, come and have a chat. Glad Radio is a podcasting project, community charity, here to reflect the Southside area, give people here an opportunity. So today's your day to come and drop in, meet us, see what we do, and you just happen to go live on YouTube if you do drop in. But don't let that put you off. How are you this morning, Liam?
I'm tired after yesterday, but I'm feeling ready to go for today.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired too. I don't know if that's a good start.
No.
Considering how long we're going to be here.
I know.
Let me just move this camera along so you can see me a bit better. Not that you would want to. What are you expecting? What are you expecting
What
to
I'm
happen
expecting for today is have a fun experience and talking to loads of other people coming in from the public and getting to know them.
Good.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm like you say, I'm tired and I'm just looking forward to getting it done.
I
Just kidding. It's going to be fun.
Getting it done at 6 o'clock when we finish.
I'm just thinking about that moment where we can go, yes, we did it. But up until then, we're going to hopefully enjoy ourselves.
Yeah.
Getting to that point.
So, what guests have we got lined up for today?
I'm reluctant to say in case they don't turn up. I don't want to jinx it. So
Right.
let's leave that.
Leave that till when they arrive.
Leave that till they arrive. So it'll all be a big surprise. But various different people. We'll hopefully get some live music at some point. And just chat. Obviously, there's a festival going on in this part. Well, not quite this part of Glasgow, but this part of Glasgow. The Govan Hill International Festival. So there's a lot of activity going on. That's what we're part of.
I'm excited to be part of the Govan Hill International Festival today because I'm from Mary Hill and the West End.
Liam's a foreigner.
A foreigner.
He had to get his passport out, and he's been allowed into Southside.
Had to get a helicopter this morning.
Yeah, no expenses spared. We had to book a helicopter for Liam just to be sure that we could get him out of Maryhill in time to join the podcast at the beginning. How was the flight? Did you enjoy it?
Brilliant,
Was it Noel Edmonds? Was the pilot?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Or was it? Yeah.
He made me a cup of tea as well.
That's very good. Okay. I got a limousine in. Tell us about Glad Radio. Tell us what you do at Glad Radio, Liam.
Right,
And
well,
what it means to you.
Glad Radio means to give me experience in the radio industry. I can do my shows, like I also do interviews with. I've interviewed musicians. I do a music show where I play different music and I talk about the music. And I've interviewed musicians and other folk. So it gives me experience.
What do you like? What do you get out of talking to the musicians?
Finding what they do and how they create a song, or everything about their life as well.
And we've had some great moments, haven't we, where we've had people coming into the studio, bringing their an instrument with them and singing live.
Yeah.
Which, when you first invited somebody in, I can't remember who the first one was, and you said, "Oh yeah, they're going to sing a song live." I thought.
I think it was Katie Whittaker.
Yeah, and I was like, "Really? How are we going to do that?" Because as you can see, well, as you can kind of see on YouTube, we're a podcasting studio. We're a table with 4 microphones around it. They're for speech. You know, they're not really for recording music. But
We did it.
Katie Whittaker came. She sang a song. The fire alarm went off, I seem to remember, on that occasion, didn't it?
Yeah.
But we got through that. We recorded a couple of songs with her, maybe 3 songs, and it sounded great.
Yeah.
We just pointed microphones at her.
Yeah.
Sounded good.
Yeah.
You know, the basic, the important thing was we captured the performance.
Yeah.
We captured her singing live,
Yeah.
playing a guitar.
Yeah.
And it sounded great.
And I recently did an interview with Stuart Falconer,
Yeah.
who's
yeah.
a theatre producer.
That's right. Yeah.
And he told us about his whole life story as well.
Well, if we just listeners, just remember that name because he might be joining us today. I'm not giving anything away, but that might be somebody who's coming in to see us. But yeah, in terms of the live music, the next thing was you invited Kenneth Noah Blair.
Yeah, and Julian
and
Santa
he said,
Maria.
"Oh yes, I'm bringing Julian with me." And we were like, I was like, how are we gonna do that? Two people playing the guitar, but again, we just put them
on the spot.
Stood them up next to the recording desk here, pointed all our microphones at them, and again, it sounded great. In fact, we have got some audio of that which we might play out for you. Do you want to hear about that now?
Yeah.
Shall we listen?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take you. Let's see if this works. Do I need to turn anything else on, Rocaster? No, it all looks like it's going to go live. So a clip. This is from an episode, DJ Brown in the House, from a couple of months ago. This was when Kenneth Noah Blair and Julian Santa Maria dropped by. We've left in a bit of chat, so just a short excerpt, which we're going to play for you now.
So, Kenneth, could you introduce yourself and tell me about yourself?
Yeah, my name's Kenneth Noah Blair. I'm a songwriter from Glasgow. I'm a cancer. Yeah. What else would you like to know?
How did you get into the music industry?
I'm not sure if I am in the music industry. Maybe I'm music industry adjacent, but I got into writing songs young age. Got a £50 Argos guitar for my Christmas one year, and then the rest is history. So it's all my dad's fault for everything that you're hearing today. Yeah, and then just playing around Glasgow. That's how I met this beautiful man next to me, Julian, and he's been very...
Julian, can you introduce yourself and tell me about yourself, please?
I can indeed. I am Julian Santa Maria, and I have the privilege of getting to play with Kenneth and try hard to enhance his songs and not detract from the natural beauty that they already carry.
How did you get into the music industry?
That's an excellent question. I don't know if it was much like Kenneth. I don't know if it was ever something I'd seek to do actively, but I've done music from a young age. My parents were very encouraging from the early days and letting me go to looking for opportunities for me, like singing in choirs and playing in bands and orchestras and stuff. So they helped pave the way early on.
You also did your higher English, remember?
I do. Well, I don't really remember. I'll be honest and say that I don't remember doing my higher English, but I do remember studying for it with the assistance of your mother.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Julian was doing his higher English, and my mum tutored Julian.
Oh. Some extra
higher
tutoring?
English. Yeah, extra tutoring
Oh.
at my mum and dad's house.
Okay.
In my defence, it's my second language.
That's true.
So we're going to come to a live song now, and could you explain it, Kenneth?
Yeah.
please?
I think we're going to do it's called Part of Me. I think we're going to do that one first. And yeah, this one's about kind of looking back at everything you've done. Well, not everything. Some things you've done in your life and thinking, why on earth did I do that? And the duality inside your head. What one part of you wants to push forward, the other part of you kind of wants to stay in the same place. And I don't know if that's how everybody feels, but it's definitely how I feel. And I've tried to capture it in that song, so...
So here's the song now. Take it away.
1, 2, 3, 4. I keep dreaming of where I used to live. Back when I thought that I knew everything. The people I love and the places I've been. I give it all away to wake up there again. I can't explain all the things I've thrown away. It's like a part of me never wants to change, and it drives the other part of me insane. I was gonna move to Ontario, 'cause I had a friend there from years ago. We lost touch when he went home. Well, I guess I could have tried a little more, but I can't explain all the things I've thrown away. It's like a part of me never wants to change, and it drives the other part of me insane. I stayed behind to finish school, but I dropped out before I could. I only wanted that damn degree, so my dad would be proud of me. I can't explain all the things I've thrown away. It's like a part of
amazing. Brilliant song. I loved it.
Hey, thank you. Loved playing it for you.
Yeah. I've stopped.
That was Kenneth Nobler,
But,
Julian Maria, live on DJ Brown in the House
Yeah.
a few weeks ago. We've got a few of those little clips.
Richard, you'll need to take the image off.
Oh, thank you. As you can see, we know exactly what we're doing today. Image. It's gone.
Yeah, it's magically gone.
Somehow, while I was moving that image, I managed to make our background go small. So
Oh, no.
let me just put that background back. What you're hearing now is radio podcasting gold. You're listening to us redesigning our desktop.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that look okay?
Yeah, it does.
As it should. So,
So,
like I say, stay tuned in. We've got 8 hours of this.
so
8
Richard,
hours of listening to us redesigning our desktop.
so I'll start off asking Richard about his life
Oh.
story. So, can you tell me how you got into the radio industry?
Yeah. Well, I am. You wouldn't think it from this unprofessional performance so far today, but I am a professional radio producer. I have been since long time ago, 20-something years ago. I volunteered, worked for an independent production company that was producing music shows for BBC Radio Scotland, and I started off counting votes in a poll, and before long I was putting together the running orders, and then I was in the studio, and then I was kind of producing in the studio. So yeah, I kind of started producing. Like I say, music radio shows for BBC Radio Scotland. That would have been Brian Burnett and his and the country show as it was then, and a program called Original Masters with John Kavanagh. Those were the first ones I ever produced, going way back to the end of the 1990s. And then after that, I got a job at the BBC, so I was then producing with it in the BBC for 10 years, making all kinds of music shows for Radio 2, Radio 3. BBC Radio Scotland, went over to America a few times, went to Ireland, travelled around. Those were the days when radio shows had a little bit of budget. It was kind of the end of the days when radio shows had some budget, so it got, I benefited from that a little bit and got to travel around, making shows, interviewing interesting people, and then... Yeah, after a few years of that, I then moved into education for a while and taught. Didn't teach. I made programs for kids. I did a couple of years making education programs for children, for Scottish primary school children, making podcasts for them. Then I went freelance and ended up producing again for BBC Radio Scotland music shows. For years, I did the Roddy Hart Show, Ian Anderson Show. Both of which sadly came to an end at the end of last year, and since then I've just been doing my own thing, trying to get a few projects off the ground. Obviously, Glad Radio has been going for the last few years. This is a side project, a voluntary thing that we do. It's a community station that we set up just to try and give people an opportunity to learn radio, to learn some skills, to gain some confidence, to come in, have some fun, have a good experience here in the Glad Radio studio, and make stuff. Make the stuff that they want to make, the kind of audio programs that they want to make, podcasts, whatever that may be. Give them an opportunity to have their voice heard.
Yeah.
And that's where Liam comes in. Liam came in and he's been our most prolific, our most loyal, dare I say it, our best, most
reliable person.
Yeah, that's true, reliable. But that wasn't meaning reliable. You're just most enthusiastic and
Yeah.
and yeah, our most committed
Yeah.
volunteer.
How many shows have I done, Richard?
Well, this is a bit of a moot topic because the thing with about one of the issues with Glad Radio is we make programs. People come in, as I say, they have a good experience, they learn their skills, and then they go away, and we have to go, oh, now we've got to edit that. So this is what's so great about today, that we're doing something live. We're not going to have to edit it. Editing takes a lot longer than people imagine. So at the moment, we have a bit of a backlog of DJ Brown in the houses. I think we've published up to episode 68. Is that right?
Yeah.
We've also recorded 69, 70, and 71.
Yeah.
Something like that. So we've got 3 episodes that's
Behind.
So I think, yeah, to answer your question, Liam, you've done 71 shows. There are 68 on the website.
Yeah.
And I would recommend people go to glad.radio. You'll be on YouTube right now if you're listening to this or watching this. But obviously we have our own website. It's https glad.radio. And there you will find every one of those episodes of DJ Brown in the House. And they're all excellently produced and brilliantly, enthusiastically, lovingly presented by Liam, playing his favourite tunes, all kinds of music.
Yeah.
Liam, I'm going to ask you about that, what your favourite music is, because it's hard to know, because Liam plays all kinds of music, and you get all kinds of guests, and it's really good musicians, mostly from the Southside community, but you've had some really great musicians come in.
Yeah.
So yeah, tell me more about DJ Brown in the House and what you do on that show.
How I got into basically the radio industry myself was through my good friend Lynette Kearney, who I think she's listening in today, and also Tommy Scott.
They better be listening.
Tommy Scott's a musician. He's down south, stays down in south of England, and he's a well-known person. He's written 2 books, and I'm in one of his books. So basically, Lynette said to me, you should be on the radio. And she said, I'm going to take you over to Pulse Radio Glasgow when that existed in Barrhead.
I take it that wasn't a sort of insult. You should be on the radio.
No, it was real.
Okay, it wasn't meaning. Nobody wants to see you, Liam. Get onto the radio.
So she got me into Pulse, and I did a couple of shows on Pulse Radio Glasgow. It was brilliant. And then after COVID, it was about 2023, Molly from Gig Buddies told me about Glad Radio, and I contacted Richard, and see, long and behold, I'm here. I've been here since,
and
I think I'll be here till I'm 80 odds.
Well, I don't know if I'll still be here. Well, you might be on your own.
You're looking after Glad Radio.
I don't even know if I'll make it till 6 o'clock today, but we'll.
So yeah, I've been doing all my shows. I really enjoyed my first show when I started was just doing music and talk, and I've had loads of guests in from like I had Lynette Kearney and musicians like Kate.
Was Lynette your first guest?
Yeah,
yes, that was good.
And Katie Whittaker had another radio owner and the CEO of MKB Independent Radio, and loads of interesting musicians like Johnny Slater, Micah Searges, Pippa Blundell, Lainey Dempsey, and loads of others. You know, yeah, I really love being on the radio.
Yeah. I mean, Liam has really brought Glad Radio to life, and his show has been a great opportunity to just get all these interesting people into the studio, onto Glad Radio, onto our website, and yeah, it's been. What was your kind of favourite from your shows? What's your?
I'm also setting up.
That wasn't the question, but okay, carry on.
I'm also setting up my own radio station called Radio Southwest. We do have a website at the moment, but we will be on Facebook and Instagram next week.
Okay, what do you hope to achieve with that new project?
My new project.
The radio station.
Everything. Once we've got it up and live, we're going to have live bands and people doing stories about all the inviting guests, elderly folk into the station, talking about their life stories and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, all different
Is
shows.
you're working with somebody you're working with. Are you able to announce that, or is that
Well,
confidential? Because I know you've got a partner, but you
I'm
don't-
in
you
a
don't have to mention
partnership.
it, so you don't have to mention.
I'm
it.
in a partnership with Number One Befriending
Good,
Agency.
okay, we can talk about them. And
Yeah.
they're a charity
Yeah,
based in the city centre.
yeah.
Who
Uh,
tell us a bit about them.
They work with people who are lonely and isolated, and more older people in the community.
So radio will be a great kind of
Yeah,
there'll be a really nice way of working with
Yeah,
them. 'Cause that's
yeah.
also what radio does, doesn't it?
yeah,
So what that charity does,
yeah,
befriending people,
yeah.
giving them some company, giving
Yeah.
them some conversation. That's
Yeah.
what the radio station will
We're
also
also
be
going
doing.
to get DAB radios for the people that they support
Okay,
as well,
okay, that's
for
the plan.
them to listen to us as well.
Okay, well, we wish you lots of luck with that, Liam.
Thank
and
you.
I know, and we'll be watching and listening with great interest
Yeah,
as you move towards the new station.
yeah.
You know.
I will still be involved with Glad Radio as well.
Yeah. Oh no, we're not. You know, I believe you. I absolutely believe you, because Liam is a man of energy. Liam is a man of many parts.
Yeah.
There are many other charities that you and arts projects that you've worked with as well. Over
Is
the
Sonic Bothy?
Sonic Bothy.
Yeah.
Tell me who is Sonic Bothy.
Sonic Bothy is an inclusive and neurodiversity friendly music organisation. We do a lot of improvisational music. So we meet at the Tron Theatre on a Thursday, and there's different levels. There's you've got the open sessions, and then you've got the learning space programme, which I'm involved with, and then you've got the main ensemble, the band, who go out and performances. But we actually did a performance recently at the Citizen Theatre, and it was wonderful. It was amazing.
Tell us, what was your role in that performance?
I was playing the fiddle and different instruments. So,
That's a great, and that is without any training on the fiddle. You're not a
No,
fiddler.
I
You're not
was-
someone who's had lessons.
no, I was
That's
just improvisational.
That's the great thing about Sonic Bothy.
Yeah.
I've been to one of the performances, not that one, but I went to a previous one,
Yeah.
and it's just seeing people making interesting noises, isn't
Yeah.
it? Creating
Yeah.
really interesting collages of sound.
Yeah, I'm also involved with Glasgow Improvisers Orchestra dynamic section as well,
Which is similar. That's
Yeah.
also
run by Jared Reid.
that's also making music without necessarily having been taught music.
Yeah, yeah.
What have you done most recently with them?
Oh, I've just been going along to to the Glad Cafe, performing once a week, once a month, and we did perform at the CCA. We did an all-day event here at the CCA from like 10 in the morning till 10 at night, and
Wow.
it was brilliant.
And they just kept the musical improvisation going for
Yeah.
hour after hour.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes me feel a bit better about today. If Glasgow Improvisers Orchestra and Liam were able to create a 12-hour musical performance, then we should manage this. I mean, how are we doing now? Are we almost at the end? No, we're not. We've done 43 minutes.
Yeah. Also,
Also, we started late, so we didn't quite.
yeah, I'm also involved with All for Inclusion. It's a group
Okay.
for people who are lonely and isolated. But it was set up by a CEO and the founder is Scott Whitney. He stays down in Manchester. He's brilliant. He's amazing. And I think some of the members and the staff and the volunteers of All for Inclusion are tuning in to YouTube today.
Well, let's hope they're enjoying it. We're
Yeah.
looking forward to someone coming in the door. We're interested to find out who the first person to come in the door. We don't know. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say who we think. But like I say, the door, it's actually not open. It's closed. But if you do come down to the deep end, push it open. Come in. We do need somebody to make us a cup of tea.
Yeah.
How are we meant to have a cup of tea if we're talking on the radio?
I'll
A few
just
people lined up, but I don't know if we'll be able to ask them to make us a cup of tea.
Mum, if you're listening in, or Dad, can you drive over to the deep end and make us a cup of tea?
Just kidding. We will. We'll get some relief. We'll get some relief soon.
Yeah.
In fact, I thought we might listen to another clip.
Yes.
Another clip of DJ Brown in the House, because this hour is kind of about Liam. We've been talking about me as well as it, about Glad Radio, and about what we're doing.
And sometimes when Richard's in here, he has like pot noodles. Just to let you all know, he loves his pot noodles.
Okay, that's an interesting tidbit. A little fact for you there.
And he likes pasties as well.
Right. So what, Liam? We're going to listen to a bit of DJ Brown in the House. Like I say, we're kind of winging it today. We're just going to try and keep this conversation going. We're not quite sure, even until last couple of days, that we're going to be able to do it technologically.
Yeah.
We weren't quite sure whether we had all the bits in place, but thanks to a volunteer, Ben Aitchison, shout out to Ben, we were able to sort out the live stream, sort out the cameras, sort out the software required. So thanks to him, we're live.
Yeah, hopefully Ben will be in at some point today.
We like to think so. So, who wants a little bit of Mellow Party?
Yeah.
Do you want to hear Mellow Party?
Yeah.
This is just another example. We wanted to just find a few clips. What we're not allowed to do on the live stream is play you music, play you records, tracks, copyright music, which is what Liam does in his show. So we can't replicate Liam's show by playing music in that way, because that would break all kinds of copyright rules. But we've got another live performance which we're allowed to include. This is something that we recorded or we put out on Liam's DJ Brown in the House podcast on Glad Radio, and this was a little bit of Mellow Party, who are Colin Hunter and John McMustard, two great local musicians, local to the Glasgow and Glasgow area. And this is when they dropped into the studio and created chaos a few weeks ago. Do you remember? Anything more to say about them before?
Oh, they're so funny, Colin and John. They are amazing guys.
Okay, here they are.
We're going to go on to your next song.
Yeah.
Would one of you like to introduce it?
Well, if it's going to be Colonel Mustard and the Dijon 5 song, Freedom for the Children, it's not one we... Oh, no, is it no?
Stand in the moment.
Oh, Stand in the Moment. Well, you introduce it then, Colin.
This next song is called Stand in the Moment by the band Mellow Party.
What is it about?
Standing in the moment.
Again, there's a lot of similar themes where, to be serious, Liam, which we're not very often, but particularly the first album, it's about, again, it's another song I would say about hope and just try to kind of pull yourself up. And
well, you would the cover for the single artwork was Jim Monaghan, wasn't it?
Aye, so Jim Monaghan, a poet from round about here in the south side where we are today. Jim, when the Kenmure situation was happening, when they were trying to, basically the Home Office were trying to take a couple of Sikh men and take them away and, deport them or whatever, the local population quickly saw what was happening and all ran out, and there's a documentary movie out about it that some of our pals like Hendo are involved with now, and they stopped that from happening because these are local people. They're not kind of people that should be getting sent away.
So why don't you take it away and play it?
Aye, okay.
Are you ready, John?
You ready, Colin?
Count us in.
Right, 1,
it behind. Try not to worry, you've cried all your tears today. Live for today, stand in the moment, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Brace yourself for good news. Why do you automatically think you're gonna lose? Dust off those dancing shoes. To prepare for the worst. I thought I'd be pleasantly surprised, or a martyr for the cursed. But I just ended up bust. Farewell to arms as a rough hand to hold. I took it like a good boy and done what I'm told. Leave it behind, try not to worry, you've cried all your tears today. Live for today, stand in the moment, don't be afraid of making mistakes. We're akin to ourselves, everyone and no one. You miss a lot when you try to get your day in. Breathe out. A farewell to arms as a rough hand to hold. I took it like a good boy and done what I'm told. Leave it behind, try not to worry, you've cried all your tears today. Live for today, stand in the moment, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Life takes you funny roads, some roads I suppose are often travelled in the dark. Life takes you funny roads, some roads you'll never know. Wherever you go there, you are. Wherever you go there, you are. Leave it behind, try not to worry, you've cried all your tears today. Leave it behind, try not to worry, you've cried all your tears today. Leave it behind, try not to worry, you've cried all your tears today. Leave it behind, try not to worry, you've cried all your tears today. Live for today, stand in the moment, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Leave it behind, try not to worry, you've cried all your tears today. Live for today, stand in the moment, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Don't be afraid of making mistakes.
Glad Radio.
على الأثير الرقمي وحسب الطلب نحن Glad Radio.
В цифровом формате и по запросу мы Glad Radio.
Questa era una produzione Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast. To listen to more and to get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Take the image off.
Okay, that's us. We're back. We'll put our cameras back on as we're here. John and Colin, thank you very much for taking part. I'm now going to get rid of your picture. I'm going to reintroduce.
Oh,
We're back.
We're back.
We're back. Right, we had a quick jog around the block while that was playing. We've done our exercise for the day. I went all the way to around Queen's Park.
Oh,
Liam just ran as far as.
I went to a coffee shop.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Liam went to a coffee shop. Just had a donut and ran back. So, music. We were talking about music. It's a big part of DJ Brown in the House's show. That was Colin and John, Colin Hunter and John McMustard, Mellow Party, who you just heard, who visited the studio a month or so ago.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Time flies. So, have you seen them performing live?
Yeah, I have.
Where did you see them perform live?
I saw the Mellow Party performing live at Oranmore.
Okay.
It was organised by Bobby Motherwell.
Oh yes. I remember the event. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I remember it happening.
So it was brilliant. I loved it.
Who else was performing as part of that one? Do you remember? Who was good? You don't have to
the Countess of Fife were performing that day.
Who is a big favourite of yours, Liam, and you interviewed her on one occasion.
Yeah,
she's a big kind of supporter of what you do, and just as you're a supporter of what she does. So that's Faye Fife, who performs now as the Countess of Fife.
Yeah,
once of the Revillos and the Rosillos.
Yeah, and recently Brian McPhee passed away.
Very sad, yeah.
Yeah, he performed in the Countess of Fife.
Yeah, he was her guitarist.
Yeah, he was amazing. I really miss him.
Yeah. So that was that's somebody you've interviewed.
Yeah. That was the first when I first met Faye Fife was at the CCA. I went to see a gig there, and it was part of the Glasgow, the country festival, the Americana Festival.
Americana, yeah.
And Faye Fife, her band was performing that night, and I interviewed her in the dressing room at the CCA. That was fun. Yeah. And also I met Katie Whittaker that night.
Of course.
Yeah.
Who also, as we were saying, came on the show.
I also went up to Perth to see Katie Whittaker live.
Yeah.
Yeah. She invited me up there for a gig.
Was that good?
Yeah, it was brilliant.
So in terms of Glasgow, in terms of let's talk locally. So where have you been to concerts?
Glad Cafe.
South Side, Glad Cafe.
And the Rum Shack.
And the Rum Shack.
Yeah.
The Rum Shack is very close to where we are now.
Yeah. And also we have gigs in here.
We do.
In the Deep End in the hall.
Yep. And we've got one coming up.
Yeah.
Well, we do one every month. That's the plan. On the last Sunday of every month.
Yeah.
In the event space here at the Deep End, we have the Thrown in at the Deep End sessions. We've done 4 of them.
Yeah, I think we've got the 5th one coming up.
Liam is the host. Liam is the hostess with the mostess.
Oh.
That's not right, is it?
No,
the host.
I'm the MC.
The host with the most.
Yeah.
That's it. Liam is the MC. So we did one just
recently,
coming up to 2 weeks ago, which was Zoe Bestel and Paul Tasker.
Yeah, they were amazing.
That was brilliant, and loads of people turned up.
Yeah.
Nice full room, really good music.
Yeah.
Really good presenting by Liam.
Yeah.
Really good selling of tickets and snacks by me.
Yeah.
So yeah, we well let's backtrack and then we'll tell you about the next one. So the one before that was Nicky Murray and Mary Sutherland. If I just turn off mic here, it's because I'm looking at the wall.
Yeah.
Those blue things you'll see behind me, those small blue flyers. those are reminding me who's been on in the past.
We've had Lady Dempsey and Miwa Nagato Apthorpe as well.
Yeah, who are both absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. We've had Johnny Slater on.
Yes, that's a bit further up. You can't quite see that one from here, but
and Mima Merrill.
Yep.
Actually, Mima Merrill's now got a band called the Merrill Folk.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they'll be launching their debut album.
Yeah, in October.
In the autumn.
In October at Rum Shack,
Yeah, so
actually.
these are all artists. If you don't know any of these names that we're talking about, these are all artists that we really recommend.
Yeah.
They're all folks we know. They're all folks we've gladly welcomed into the deep end to play
If you keep Johnny Slater's name in your head, for later on,
yeah, maybe we can summon him up. Maybe we can. If we all think about him, maybe we can
magically get him
to come into the studio later on. But yeah, these have all been really good concerts. Merrow Folk, Johnny Slater. Oh, somebody's knocking at the door. Come on in. It's Stuart Faulkner.
Yeah. Oh, we've got loads of people coming in today.
Welcome to Glad Radio.
Welcome to Glad Radio.
Our first guests.
Welcome to Glad Radio.
We are live. We should say we are live on YouTube. Hello.
Hello.
You're live yourself on YouTube.
Yeah.
This is the day. We're just putting it out all live. It's all getting recorded as well. Yeah. So these are we were just talking about. Let's just finish what we were saying.
Yeah, but gigs.
The next gig that we have. Well, yeah. You're fine. Don't worry. You're fine. We'll come out and talk to you in just a minute. Yeah. So that's good. We're not alone anymore.
No.
People just walked in.
Yeah.
This is what we wanted. Let's just say they've gone again now.
Yeah.
They were a bit taken aback by
camera shy.
But no, we'll go and persuade them.
Yeah.
To come on. But we were just saying the next gig we've got happening is Sunday, the 30th of this month, August.
Yeah.
Sunday the 30th of August at the Deep End, 3:30 to 6 o'clock. It's a great time to come to a gig.
Yeah.
It means you can get home in the evening, or you can go for dinner, or you can go out, or go home probably. Certainly at my age, go back home.
Oh, I'm just looking at the live chat actually. Richard.
Okay. Should we just finish this thought? Who's playing? Do you want me to tell you who's playing?
Yes, who's playing?
It's not been announced. Who's playing? This coming last Sunday of the month, 30th of August, we have Midnight Painters, a duo.
And Brown
based
Bear.
in Glasgow, and Brown Bear. We're not allowed to mention Brown Bear until after he's played his gig in Airdrie, which may be tonight or tomorrow.
Right.
So, no. As long as you don't tell anybody.
No.
Brown Bear is the other artist.
Yeah.
So if you're near Airdrie, go and see him this weekend. If you're in the south side of Glasgow on the 30th of August, come and see him here. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a live chat on YouTube. There's a message in from somebody called Michael Williams, a good guy, a good friend of mine. He stays down South Wales.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
International broadcasting.
Yeah, he's saying it absolutely brilliant radio show so far. Well done.
That's good.
Well, Michael, we're on till 6 o'clock, so make sure you stay on.
You're allowed to,
listening to us.
You're allowed to take breaks.
Yeah.
We're going to be taking breaks.
Yeah.
And we're going to take in one soon because we've got some guests and we're going to go and
persuade them to stay.
To come in. So what I'm going to do is we'll play. What should we play? Should we play another clip?
Yeah, play another clip just now.
Okay, this is, we're going to play a reading. I think we've had a bit of music, so we'll just have a reading to get us over this next transition. Battlefield Writers Group are a local group of writers who have published, I think, 3 books now. Just folks from the south side who are interested in writing. They've created some really good work. They've also come into Glad Radio over the last few years to record it, and we're going to play. What we're going to play? Let's have a listen to a chap called Sandy McGivern. Okay, this is a story by Sandy McGivern, read by the man himself. He'll introduce it, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Southside Community Sounds.
From Glad Radio.
Hi, my name's Sandy McGivern. I've been writing short stories and attempting to write books, but never really getting too far with them for some time now. I was sort of forced to go along to a book launch by my wife, who said, you should do this. And I went along to a book launch at Langside Library some time ago. Was thoroughly impressed, and I couldn't believe sort of how it opened up to all these writers and poets that previously I wouldn't have been able to find. So I joined a Facebook page, and a short time after that, saw on the Facebook page you're looking for submissions for a new book they were putting out, and I decided to try and put something forward. So I didn't really have anything that fitted the sort of criteria for it, so I wrote another short story. And I think I submitted it just kind of minutes before the deadline, to be fair, kind of very late at night. And at that point, I kind of just forgot about it and didn't really think anything would come of it. Then, lo and behold, I get an email through saying you've been successful and you would like it to be published. So that was quite a kind of hit for me. I was quite sort of overwhelmed. So, and from that, I've got a sort of short story published in Tales from the South Side, which is just great, superb. So I'll read an extract from my only published work so far, from Tales from the South Side. It's called Tom. And Tom is being pursued by two men and a woman for reasons that we're not sure of yet. And he's got to get through Lynn Park and out the other side of the forest to get to Snuffmill Bridge, where he needs to meet his wife and get her to safety for reasons that we still don't know yet either. So we'll take it from there. Tom slowed down as he looked over to his right towards the bridge, its high arch and centre point empty of anyone. Only a subdued roar of the river flowing under it. It always flowed and would never end, just as Meredith would always tease. Tom couldn't wait. He knew they would be close behind him. What should he do? Hide close by for Meredith? Tom stood looking at the river for what seemed like an age. He turned and looked at the cobblestones of the bridge and realised the rain was hitting off them. He touched his trousers, then his hair, and swept it back, soaked. Why hadn't he noticed the rain? Then it dawned on him. Meredith would be in the pub, out of the rain. If it was raining, she would always go on to the pub and wait for him. No time to waste. Tom's bare feet slapped the wet cobblestones as he ran down the other side of the bridge, looking round to check his chasers had not appeared from the woods. He then took a left and followed the road round until the pub was in front of him, a welcome sight where so many good nights had been had with Meredith and friends. Tom pulled the pub door open and felt the warmth of the pub mixed with the sweet smell of beer and the background noise of people engaged in conversation. He stepped in, and as the door closed behind him, he realised that some of the people close by were staring at him, looking him up and down. Could they be some of his enemies as well? The barman's cry snapped him from his thoughts. "Hey Tom, how are you? Come in, mate. The weather's dismal, you okay?" Yeah, said Tom, and instantly felt better for the barman's attention. He looked familiar, however Tom could not remember his name. "Have you seen Meredith?" asked Tom, now leaning against the bar and looking around, trying not to act nervous. The barman would have no idea the situation he was in, the danger Meredith could be in. No, Tom, I haven't, but why don't you have a drink? A wee seat. She might be along soon. What are you having, mate? Whiskey, please. Tom put his hand in his pocket, looking for his wallet, when the barman just nodded and gave a friendly wink. On me, Tom. Tom took the glass and walked over to a small round table. There were two chairs. Sitting on the one nearest the wall, Tom would see Meredith coming in, and anyone else for that matter. Tom sat patiently waiting for Meredith. Looking over at the bar, he noticed the barman looking at him. He looked away quickly when Tom made eye contact. He then watched him go through the back door, although Tom could still see him reflected in an old mirrored whiskey advert hanging to the side of the bar. Tom watched as he picked up a phone and started talking to someone. Tom started to get paranoid. Not a bad thing to keep your wits about you in such situations. After a few minutes, the barman reappeared and looked straight at Tom with what looked like a sympathetic smile. Tom knew something was not right. The barman's eyes shifted to the door, and Tom's followed. The bar door opened and two men from the park walked in. Tom knew what to do. Getting up quickly and with no great rush, he walked calmly further into the pub, where a side door to the right brought you out to the side street. Tom was soon out. Tom then ran. Getting out of the side lane of the pub, Tom made his way back to the park, heading for the bridge. The barman was one of them. Bloody knew it. Trust no one. Tom knew they wouldn't be long before they realised he was no longer in the pub and they would give chase. As Tom came round the corner to see the bridge on his right, he could see a figure on the bridge. As he got closer, his heart rate started to increase. It was Meredith. He knew that silhouette a mile away. She was looking at the river flowing away from her. She was standing slightly side on, so he could not see her face, and she could not see him coming. Tom slowed down as he approached the bridge. Meredith only 20 feet away now. No time for games of surprise now. He had to get her away from here. Meredith, where have you been? We need to go. I'll explain everything. There's people after us. We need to move. Now. At that point, Meredith turned round and smiled. Tom stepped back, shocked. It wasn't Meredith. It was the woman who was chasing him, the woman who was with the two men. She was old, her hair grey, bushy under a hat. She smiled and Tom looked at her teeth, a yellow shade with age. Tom stumbled back. He suddenly felt the cold of the cobblestones on his feet and the rain started to hit him. Even the noise of the rain hitting the bridge, hitting him with rhythmic dull pats. As he stumbled, the old woman moved towards him, her arms outstretched. There was genuine concern in her face. She started to look familiar in some strange way. Tom noticed the woman glance over his shoulder, and Tom turned to see the two young men standing behind him. He was surrounded. There was no escape. Both men smiled, however not maliciously. Again, it seemed like concern. Tom started to feel sick as he knew something was wrong and didn't know the truth. He didn't know why. "Dad, let's go home. You're soaking wet," said one of them. He turned towards the woman who had taken a step closer. "Yeah, Dad, let's go. Get a wee dram in the house to heat you up," said the other man, who appeared to be the younger of the two. He turned again and the woman was closer again. He could feel her breath against his face, and as she smiled with her arms outstretched, he took a step forward and embraced Meredith. He hugged her and felt the warmth of someone he was always in love with, had always been in love with, and always would be. Standing on the bridge where they always met, and now even through the diseased labyrinth of dementia, his love always navigated him back to a safe place, where love would always be there, always flowing, just like the river, just as Meredith had said all those years ago. As they slowly walked off the bridge towards a car, Tom gripped Meredith's arm and smiled at her, then quietly whispered, "When I say run, you run and don't stop. I'll find you. Let me take care of these two." So that's the story of poor old Tom. That's my first published article, and hopefully not the last. I think I'd like to sort of say thanks to the sort of Battlefield Collective and everyone involved in it, because it certainly gave me a boost of confidence to start writing a bit more seriously, and a kick up the backside to sort of get it out there. So thank you, and hopefully you'll find more from me very soon.
هذا المنتج الإذاعي يأتيكم من GLAD Radio.
Чтобы узнать больше и принять участие, посетите сайт glad.radio.
Son éistearí tuideach programming is fáin live, sheer glad.radio.
This was a Glad Radio production.
To listen to more and get involved,
visit glad.radio.
Okay, we're hope you enjoyed that story. That was an excellent short story, part of the Battlefield Writers. It's Andy McGivern, who's one of the Battlefield Writers Collective. We have guests. It's not just me and Liam anymore. I'm going to turn the camera back on in just a moment so you can see. But we're going to hand over to a couple of friends of ours here at on Glad Radio. Well, should we let them introduce themselves, Liam?
Yeah.
We'll hand it over.
Hi there. Hello, guys. My name's Stuart Falconer. First of all, I'd like to thank Glad Radio for inviting us along. Have a wee quick chat with you. I'll let you know a wee bit about myself first, but I run a theatre company called 12 Step Productions. We're touring a play called The Junkie Miracles. It's a true story of 4 recovering addicts. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I've been running here to get here. And we're touring in September. But I'll let you know a wee bit more about that later on as we go through. I've got my good friend here, Billy Mackay. Billy has got an astonishing story to tell. Billy's written a book. It's called Who Turned the Light On? It's a story of crime, addiction, recovery. It's an amazing book. It's out on Amazon. You can get it on there. The name of the book again is Who Turned the Light On by Billy Mackay. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Billy. Hi Billy, welcome along to Glad Radio.
Hi, thank you, Glad Radio.
Billy, can I ask you, first of all, what made you write this book?
I think basically it was divine inspiration. You know, I kind of got a calling to write this particular book to help people to try and navigate life and to stop repeating, you know, the same patterns as I did myself, because I've been able to work through the unfolding of life and all its avenues and pathways of darkness, and come into the light, basically. So I think I owed it to people that's you know, repeating the same path as us or me, and I felt you know, it was a spiritual intervention in relation to passing on the message to help people overcome their own issues and get an understanding of what addiction was and what lies underneath it, and more importantly what you can do about it.
The book's out on Amazon, that's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. All the proceeds for this book, it's a non-profit thing, isn't it? Can you tell us a wee bit more about that?
Excuse me. I think you know, the ethos behind it is spiritual in nature, and you know, based on the calling in relation to the direction of the book, it's aimed at people to help themselves from a spiritual perspective, and you know, I didn't feel obligated to have any financial gain from it, because the main principle behind the book was altruistic in nature, you know, and so I felt obligated to reach out into the community and help people like that's you know, repeating the same pathway as I did. So, you know.
You mentioned there repeating the same pathway as you did. Could you let us know a wee bit more about yourself? Where you came from? What was your life? Without giving too much away, because there's quite a lot in the book. But if you could give us a quick summary about your life and how you came to be where you were and how you got out of it.
Excuse me. I think it's about the unfolding of life and how kind of from a universal perspective, how children are kind of entwined with a inner spirit and are free in nature, and life pops along, and you know, you get inherited behaviours passed down from generation to generation, and you know, as life unfolds, it can become really difficult and hard to navigate in relation to expectations that the system and your parents and, you know, churches and how you navigate the streets when I run about the streets when I was young, and how you get confused with all that, and there's things happen in life that's very traumatic in nature, and parts of me that were affected by different elements of life, like it emphasises like my father not being there for me from a loving or emotional connection, and how my mother was very codependent and a fixer of other people, like how I went to churches and stuff like that and had encounters with different holy men, that the happenings there led me layers of resentment and stuff like that, and being confused as a child, you tend to look at life from your own perspective, a child's perspective, so it then unfolds onto how addiction takes place, and there's 400 million people in the world suffer from addiction, predominantly to drugs and alcohol, but it actually describes what addiction actually is, and it's like probably 5% to do with the actual drugs and the alcohol. So it describes the unfolding and the dynamics of what addiction actually is, and there's multiples of parts to it. I'm only speaking really about small parts at the beginning of the book, and from a family perspective, how families are affected, and how they blame themselves and think it's a moral flaw, shortcoming in relation to how they're trying to parent a child, and it splits up the difference between that pathway of life that the parents are on, or the guiders of people that's affected by addiction, and what addiction actually is itself. So the end result is, if you're open-minded, you can come out with a new perception and narrative, because you can come to believe something else in relation to people having addictions is actually nothing to do with the family unit or the person that's trying to navigate them through a better way of life. So that's basically the start of the book,
Right. You've, to use a word there, had quite a colourful youth, and get into adulthood. Again, without getting into too much detail, how do you think you get into or can you describe a little bit about the things you got up to, and could you explain why you think, and I think you did cover it a bit there with what you do, the way you were explaining things earlier, but how you think you get into that kind of pathway, that way of living.
You think what you think, and it's obviously everybody thinks and perceives differently for different situations that happen in life, and my learned behaviour in relation to underlying issues, like traumatic issues and happenings in life, and how I perceived them, which led me on to addiction, and my learned behaviour around addiction was kind of drove my mother to the end of her tether, and how she perceived life. So my mother had reached a stage where she thought like putting me into a residential home was the best thing for me, but I didn't actually see it from that lens at the time. I seen it from an abandonment lens. The person that I was closest to in the world was abandoning me, but that's not how she seen it. So I'm left with the trauma of that, where her perspective on putting me into a residential home came from a caring, loving perspective. So in our minds we became, we perceived two entirely different things, and you need to match that up to overcome traumatic happenings. But the place that she put me in, a home was 80 miles away from my house when I was really young. And the baggage that I had, the traumatic baggage that I had underlying was, I was put into a home with, maybe 80 other boys, and I was in a cottage with maybe 18 to 20 boys. And the reality is I was put into a cauldron of young boys that had the same types of issues as me, and that's not a good Caucasian to recover in, and the staff who weren't resilient in relation to traumatic issues and how to overcome them and transform those traumatic issues. They had a structure in life where it was a controlling structure. So they kind of dominated and dictated what was happening, like day to day, with a structure in place that got you aligned with an external type life, like getting up in the morning, regimented, doing breakfast, going to school, etc., etc. Like, school was really limited, and so I ran away from that school a few times, probably based on the trauma that was lying underneath, and being homesick and stuff like that. But it was actually quite brutal, because at those particular times I encountered, for the staff, very behaviours that wouldn't be tolerated these days, and some of the extreme behaviours were like being put over an easy chair and having your trousers and boxers taken down, and with a cane I was I was beaten over the backside, like, until I bled and stuff like that. So the punishment was really brutal, and that just like layered more trauma for me. And being in beside other lads that were full of trauma, I kind of you are what you are and you learn what you learn. So I kind of learned about manipulation and how to be part of a pack and how to fight in relation to staying part of that pack and having my and where I was in relation to being part of that pack, like wolves do, and I learned about criminality, so I kind of running away from those homes, I learned, how to navigate the streets better, become a thief, breaking into shops, and people, when you're a young kid, and you learn what you're taught, basically, so I wasn't really taught what my mother had expected when she originally put me in there, which was to better my aims and goals in life by getting an education, and those expectations were never met because of the environment and the lack of skills and teachings. of the staff that were running that particular residential home.
That's great, bro. I mean, that obviously was very, very traumatic. Your mother, ultimately, she just said you're probably at that time. I was suggesting was thinking she was doing the right thing for you. Thinking they put you on a path with, as you said, education. In those days, these type of places existed. Horrible things happened to a lot of kids, including you. But I've no doubt your mother had your best interests at heart, and had she probably known what was going on, it would have horrified her. Now, ultimately, it led you into a life of crime, serious crime, may I say. How long did it take you to develop from petty thieving to get into the really serious, major criminal activities, shall we say? I mean, how long was your apprenticeship before you get in with the, for you say a daft word, for me that's uneducated, a lot of people that don't know about the crime scene get in with the bigger chaps, the bigger names and things like that. So was it a quick turnaround, or did you do like a 5-year apprenticeship kind of thing in it, or what? You know what I mean? How long do you reckon it took you before that kind of happened?
You know, I think you're driven by your education, so it's like, you know, your personality's shaped around what you learn in life, and you know, your characteristics and learned behaviour are driven by what you learn, basically. And I think so, in a sense, my apprenticeship in the crime world, like, was in the streets of Glasgow and in the home, basically. And I think, you know, we've not really touched on addiction, but I think the, you know, the drive was for me was based on the success of grandiosity in relation to money. I was addicted to money. That was my deity, in a sense. And if you're addicted to money and you're quite successful making money, then you start to build an empire to make more money. It's like a tree growing, you know. So, you know, I ended up with a pub in Glasgow city centre, and like 5 houses. I had a parcel delivery service with 6 vans, and was generating a lot of money. But the underlying motive and agenda was based on addiction. And addiction comes in many shapes and forms, but to function and cope in life, I had to take, you know, a drug or a drink, because if I didn't have a drug or a drink to cope and function, then what would happen for me is the mental chatter, the underlying issues would start to affect my mental health. So, you know, there'd been nothing dealt with internally, so that expresses internal battles in your mind. And an addiction ends up like, you end up in a loop or a cycle to combat, you know, what's lying underneath. And it's the ego's way of expressing a way out, which is a temporary, you get a temporary release when you take a drink or a drug. And it suppresses, you know, your emotional well-being in relation to, you know, what's happened in your past. And I developed, you know, a loop and a cycle, and an obsession in the mind in relation to repeating the same patterns over and over and over. but that was coupled by that was the main factor and driver of my life. But and the external factor was to gain more money, to gain more ground, and do that and fund that by ways of committing crimes.
Billy, I know you were married and that, and you do have kids. At what is at any point when your addiction, when you started on the drugs and the drink trail, and I can understand where you're coming through for the grandiose, the money, the power, and wanting more and things like that. But going back to in the addiction side of it, was there any time during? I mean, you were in addiction for quite a period of time. Was there any time during that where you actually realised, I don't think this is the right thing I'm doing here, you know what I mean? Even for all the money, or did you have to wait till the walls all fell down, as they usually do with people in addiction?
Tons of times. I mean, like, I get lots of good times out of taking drugs. I mean, not like...
Yeah, I can understand. I got along with
do you know what I mean? Because it was part of the scene, and normal in life is what you do at the time. You know what I mean? And if I didn't like the effect of drugs, I wouldn't have took them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I think that the most detrimental thing to my mental and emotional health was, it was a combination of, imagine two forces at work. One's dark, one's light in nature. Well, I was actually brought up with, you know, a good moral compass in relation to the polarities of good and bad and right and wrong, etc., etc. So I was conscious at one point of what was right and wrong. But when you start to get, you know, become what you become in relation to addiction, which starts to dominate and dictate, you know, your every living thought in your mind over a period of time, and you start to listen to the mental commentary and the movies in your mind in relation to the fixation that to take a drink or a drug is the best idea that you can have, and that comes in many shapes and forms and in your mind. But the mental conflict comes from the upbringing in relation to, I don't know how people perceive God, you know, on the radio, but for me, you know, God is within you, as a spirit that lives within you, and your pathway in life is complied to that particular spirit in relation to it always wants the best for you in life, you know, so, and it works through your intuition and your small voice within. And so I remember being navigated by that when I was a child, and, you know, in my pathway in life, which, you know, it was predominantly directed through Catholicism. So it was the mental conflict between, you know, want to do the right thing in relation to the greater good, which is, I call God as well, and, you know, those underlying issues and, you know, feelings and emotions in relation to traumatic things that happen, because emotions actually speak to you in your mind. And then on top of that, you've got addiction, which speaks to your mind in many ways to convince you to take another drug, to take another drink. So it was the confrontation between the polarities of, I want to do the right thing, so I would get windows of humility in the sense where I wanted to stop because I knew it was the right thing to stop, but I couldn't stop because, you know, the mental chatter and the darkness in my mind, which I thought that was me, at the time was too strong. You know, it was too powerful, and I always overrode, you know, that small voice within that wanted me to do the right thing. So that caused a lot of mental health issues for me. I don't know if that makes sense, but
well, it does to me because I'm a recovered addict as well, so I can understand it totally. But I think the listeners will understand that. You've explained it really, really well. Now, you can stop me. I'm going to ask you this question. Feel free not to answer it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just for the listeners, especially your book in your life. You done quite a big stretch of time in Berlin, and for at the time, I believe it was quite a unique crime that you got put down for. In fact, I think it was a record of some sort. The time you spent in Berlin on that particular offence, I don't think what you could say was a very, very pleasant one. In fact, I think if I remember rightly, the book it near killed you. Do you think that treatment that you got in there ultimately was your lowest point? I can only try and describe it because I know when my lowest point was when I got myself into recovery properly. You're a very, very qualified man, and I know you've got you've studied really hard in psychology and a lot of different things. But as a layman myself, when it comes to things like that, I don't really understand all the ins and outs of it. But I just know exactly when I said I can't do this anymore. I just can't. Was there any particular moment when you got some people call it the God moment, some people call it the moment of clarity.
Yeah.
Some people call it just I've just had enough. I've just had enough of this. I've got to surrender. Was there any particular time where that actually happened to you, or was that just a kind of gradual thing?
I mean, it certainly never happened to me in prison. You know, because the prison system, I don't know if it's changed, you know, because I'm like 21 years clean and sober, and so I don't know the dynamics of what happens in prison. I think it's sporadically getting into prison is what I'm going to explain. I was put on a particular rule in Berlin, and I was isolated and segregated in a hall. And what actually happened was, after 9 weeks, I was supposed to be on that rule for 6 weeks. And after 9 weeks, I started banging the door because the warder on the landing, I hadn't been, it was the piss pots at the time, and I hadn't been slopped out, so I had like 2 number 2s on my window because I had no way of getting anything out, and my floor was covered in piss. And you know the warders were kind of away overnight, and they leave at 4 o'clock on a Sunday. I remember it was a Sunday, so I banged the door like you know, really hard, trying to capture attention, and I heard lock up, and I know lock up means somebody's getting their door kicked in and getting catted, you know, and catted means that you go to the segregation unit in Berlin, which is called the Wendy House. So my door went in, and about 8 officers come in, and I got brutally beaten. I got my rib cage kicked in, and my eardrums burst. And it was tactically. They knew what they were doing, no, to diffuse any potential situation. And I was taken to the Wendy unit in Berlin, which is kind of notorious for having Jimmy Boyle and all that, and it's really brutal down there. I was put in a silent padded cell for 4 days, and I was and I was beaten by the officers down there with big sticks. They stripped me bare naked and beat me with big sticks, and I stayed in there for a further 4 months. You know, it's really brutal. It's really brutal down there, you know.
Quickly, just a quick interruption in here. The just in case some of the people that might know about Jimmy Boyle, the name Jimmy Boyle, and they know about the special unit in Berlin. That I think that came about because of all the carry on that was going on in Berlin. So it wasn't the special unit; it was the Wendy House. It was a place of isolation. It was for like the kind of hardened criminals. I know it's a wrong word to use, the lunatics. Well, every addict's a lunatic. We've all got to be lunatics to be addicts, Billy. But it wasn't. You weren't getting in there to paint pictures and to do sculptures. This was isolation. This wasn't. This wasn't this. This was the Wendy. This was a segregation unit for who they classed as dangerous and unruly prisoners, I believe. So just wanted to make that point clear to the listeners that part of the Berlin wasn't even invented then when you were in. Is that correct, or was it?
I think the unit was there at the time, you know.
So if the unit was there at the time, and you were in what you call the Wendy House, was this a separate part from
the special unit?
The special unit. It was a separate part. Obviously, because you were getting beaten up with sticks in a padded cell. You weren't in there painting and decorating and things like that. You know what I mean? But just in case people thought you were in there
painting sculptures
and all that, you were severely beaten. Anyway, I digress from what we were on about there. So can we go on to try and get on to a point where you realised this isn't any good for me, this life that I'm living, and just let them.
I mean, like, I think the ultimate instigator is pain, you know, and although I became, you know, quite a hard guy and done a lot of ferocious things in my life, and served, you know, multiples of years behind bars. My ultimate pain threshold was the death of my mother, you know, so it was a grief-based emotional bomb. And you know, there was, you know, many other elements. I was kind of a physically and mobily incapacitated to a certain extent, you know, but the you know, the emotional crippling, the grief when I lost my mother was my ultimate rock bottom. And so the you know, there's, you know, as I mentioned, two forces at work. I was so my mind was so consumed with addiction that the progression of that, you know, those thoughts in my mind was like, when I got up in the morning, the thought was there, and I progressed through the day to use drinking drugs and until, you know, early evening. So the same consciousness that takes you into a problem can't get you out of it. So there's got to be some instigator, and from a mind-body perspective, it was emotional pain, you know. But I believe God stepped in.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I could understand. I know where you're coming from. I had my moment with that as well. I didn't believe it at the time, because I didn't realise it at the time. That's we'll get into that later on about my kind of story. So there's a bit in the book, and it's up to yourself whether you want to give it away, where you actually had a kind of spiritual experience. Would you like to describe that?
I mean, like, I've had many spiritual experiences. You know, I kind of was brought up in Catholicism. So you are what you're brought up in. I've kind of I don't knock Catholicism. I've got a whole different perspective, and I'll attend any church or chapel, or any place that, you know, that I can feel the Spirit of God. You know, I believe God's everywhere and everything. But I was following the Christian route, and I had these limited beliefs within me, and this chattering mind, which I know now is the darkness, disconnecting me from God, telling me that what you're seeing, what you're hearing, he's a fraud. That's not the path you want to take, and etc., etc. So I kind of had to see that for what it is, and you know, you need to be aware of stuff. I had an encounter in Nunraw Abbey when I was like some 20 years ago, and I seen an apparition of the Lord above a kind of a tabernacle, and that internal battle in my mind again, which was, you know, the devil or the darkness, whatever you want to call it, and tried to convince me, telling me, you're paranoid, you're hallucinating, that's no real. But for my senses, you know, I actually listened to that, but I kept looking, and that apparition was there for 2.5 minutes, you know, and I had to actually come to believe that was real myself. I shared it with some monks that I was close to up there, and that was one of many experiences that or encounters that kind of woke me up to the fact, you know, that God was trying to save me, you know, or God, you know, I came to the conclusion and understanding and being in the experience that actually God had never ever left me. It was just the darkness that overtook me, you know what I mean? So you need the transformation of alleviating or, you know, transforming, you know, that darkness into light.
You mentioned hard to describe it, similar to myself, right, when you said there that it's very relevant to my story as well, God never left you, that's very relevant to my story. But when it came to you that being in addiction wasn't a good thing, right? Was that dictated by a God moment? God was always in you. You said God, and the same with me. God was always in me. I just forgot about him. I can only, if I go back to just a wee bit about my story. I had the gift of desperation, and I got into recovery. My recovery through the 12-step program. I had no problem talking about God, with God. But I remember putting my step into this meeting. I said I knew it was going to be okay. I just knew it this time because I tried before. I didn't really know anything about the Holy Spirit or anything like that as in detail. There was a lot of factors made me want to stop what I was doing. That just happened to be one of them, in my mind, right, at that time. When you came to the point where you had to stop doing the drugs, was it a God factor, or was it a mixture of everything like it was with me?
I think it's
kind of hard to explain.
I think it's the same concept. what you're putting to me, in the sense like you walk into a meeting and you hear this internal voice, everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've got to really ask yourself, where does that come from?
Yep, exactly.
You know? So, you know, if the spirit is prevalent in the here and now, and everything, you know, the truth is everything is in the here and now. You know, anything else is just in your mind. So when the darkness comes up and gives you a conceptual idea about something, or as you expressed, you know, the spirit of love in nature comes up and expresses that in your mind, where does that come from?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it comes from a spiritual realm, something that we can't see. Do you know what I mean? I just didn't have the understanding. I had kind of sporadically had that through my dark times and my dark days, and I mentioned the mental conflict of that. But I got a recognition of that, and I observed that and where it came from and who it was. You know, so, you know, God for me only resonates what it is, and God's a power of love. So it can only put on you or resonate that type of energy or that type of spirit. So everything else in relation to the opposite of that, for me, isn't for God. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, in an open mind perspective, I started to listen to that inner voice, and you know, where does that inner voice come from? You know what I mean? God had always been part of my life and always, you know, entered my mind in relation to what He wanted for me and the best in life and what He wanted for me. But I just didn't listen, you know. I just didn't have the understanding. I didn't know what that inner voice was.
Yep.
You know, so kind of a reflecting in relation to what you said. I kind of you know, I put that take on it and I get it.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
totally understand. I mean, I wish the hell I could put it into the kind of words myself, because it's so similar to my own experiences. Your book, can I see your book?
You can, indeed.
You turn it round a wee bit, just bring it over to your head. Right. That's Billy's book there. It's called Who Turned the Light On. It's a brilliant read. I'd urge anybody to go and buy it. As I said, the proceeds are just go back in to buy more books, to get them into prisons, to get them if people can't afford the books, and maybe help their journey on the way. How you'd had quite a career since you got yourself clean and sober, and I hope you don't mind me saying, but you studied a lot of different things. You've been down a lot of different avenues. You've run different charities. You've actually dedicated as far as I can see, dedicated quite a bit of your recovery life into helping other people in one way or another. Did that just come naturally? Was that just a natural progression, or was that kind of planned?
You know, I think you're meant to go on the journey that you're meant to go on, and I went through various fellowships, you know. Be allowed to mention fellowships? It's okay to mention fellowships. Well, you know, AA, NA, CA, and I did the recovery books, you know, and that kind of alleviated, you know, gave me an understanding of what addiction was, and you know where the main problem lay, which was, you know, the you know what was lying inside me, and how I was driven in life and by what I was driven by, and the transformation in relation to amending my past. Took me onto a particular program that helped me live in the day and eventually navigated me to living in the moment and picking up spiritual exercises in relation to how I should live in the moment.
Aye. Billy, we're going to have to stop it there just now. On behalf of myself and I don't think Glad Radio will mind. Thank you very much for coming in and sharing a bit of your story. Remember, people, Billy's book, Who Turned the Light On, it's a great read.
They can get me on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram as well.
And Billy's web pages?
It's Billy Mackay, MCKAY.net.
Right, so you can also get all the information on Billy and Billy's life on there, and no doubt you'll hear a lot more from Billy in the future, because I know he's got more books coming out where I'll get into more detail about exactly what a colourful life he had, and that's been very, very polite about it.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Billy, for coming along.
Thank you. Sweating, man.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Schiffsche e Geestakt bij Radio Glad.
State ascoltando Glad Radio.
أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
خوشی رادیو से Southside Sound Community की आवाज़ है.
Geestjury program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Talk agus Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listen to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio.
That was great, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was powerful.
It was very powerful,
Fascinating
inspiration, and amazing interview, Billy, from Stuart and Billy Mackay. Amazing, well done.
Stuart is not going away. He's going to be back. So we're going to hear more about. You'll see behind me, possibly. I see that we've kind of slightly moved the camera, but you can see behind me. There's a pop up here from the award-winning writer of Singing I Know Billy. He's a Tim. The Junkie Miracles, 12-Step Productions presents. So that's what Stuart Faulkner is working on at the moment. It's a play which is touring around Scotland. So Stuart's going to be back shortly with one of the cast members to tell us more about that. But he's taking a well-deserved break after that interview with Billy Mackay.
Yeah.
So Liam, what should we do now?
We've got a volunteer Ben in just now.
Ben's in. We're not going to throw you onto the mic yet. We might do.
We might
We're not
do.
going to do it just now. So Ben's, like I say, Ben is the guy who got us all set up.
Yeah, thank you very much,
live.
Ben.
I'm just going to try and no, it's okay. Okay. We've got some live music as well coming up very shortly. That's going to be a bit of a surprise for you. I'll say no more.
I might even ask Ben about his university course as well down the line.
Yeah. Shall we play a wee clip just
Yes.
now? Okay, well let's play it. Let's try a video clip.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get adventurous. We're going to try a video clip. This is a Glad Radio show that we make. We've made 3 of them so far. It's a video that we've made of live music performances in Gladrag's Thrift in Shawlands. So we use the thrift shop as the setting for the performance. We get artists to come in. They play about 3 or 4 songs, and for each song, they have to choose some clothes from the racks at Gladrag's. So
that's next door to the Glad Cafe.
That's next door to the Glad Cafe, absolutely. In Shawlands, it's a great shop. But on Tuesday mornings they're not open, so that's when we've recorded these videos. This is one we recorded. It was last year, and it features Little Acres. So I'm going to pull that onto our screen right now. Has that worked? No. Maybe I should open it first. No, there it is. Okay, I'm going to pull that onto our screen, and you may, in any moment now, see the video.
Not there.
See if you click the plus, and then you just add the sources. In the bottom. Yeah. And then there should be one that's media.
Okay.
Should work. It might do it. If it doesn't do it like this, then yeah, locate file, and then if you just do it that way,
Okay, we're just going to bear with us.
Media again, and then just and then just if you go into browse file where it says local.
Ah, okay.
And then if you just find it there, and you can drag it in that way. You press OK once you've got it, I think.
Not going up.
No, once you've selected it. It should.
1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Hi, we're Little Lakers.
Little Lakers.
And this is Kintsugi.
Hang on, bear with us.
She walks towards me, tears on her face, blood on her knees. She said it's broken, damage so deep will never heal. Shattered, shards that puncture through her skin, where the beat down paper thin. I say I'll paint you, gilt your scars and make you whole again. We are the relics and the cracks in the porcelain are the beauty. Let good chaos break cold symmetry. Pick up all your broken pieces, form into something new, something golden, something true. All the things you say, all the things you do, everything you want to be, you are. What we destroy, we rebuild. Trust in the pain, trust you will. Tears on the bottle, tears on the bottle, let you tear open your heart. Show me, baby, fell apart. Pick up all your broken pieces, form them into something new, something golden, something true. All the things you are, all the things you say, all the things you do, everything you want to be, you are. All the things you are, all the things you say, all the things you do are leading to.
Apologies. We've worked it out, we hope. Here it is.
1, 2, 3. Hi, we're Little Lakers. And this is Kintsugi. She walks towards me, tears on her face, blood on her knees. She said it's broken, damage so deep will never heal. Shattered, shards that puncture through her skin, where the beat down paper thin. I say I'll paint you, gilt your scars and make you whole again. We are the relics and the cracks in the porcelain are the beauty. Let good chaos break cold symmetry. Pick up all your broken pieces, form them
This is called Moon Woman.
Who told you you have to assimilate? Let your wildness grow. You are more than sound and fury. Your face is a part of a whole. You're part of a galaxy. You're part of a galaxy. Light reflects down from you with grace and humility. Held in fear, you hide your dark side, afraid of what might reveal. There's glory in you. There's glory in you. She knows me as I know her, the face, my every turn, the reflection of her beauty, keeper of known and
name is Rachel.
I'm Caris.
I'm Emily.
And today we're joined by the amazing Tom Gibbs on piano.
This is the first single from our EP that we released back in January. This is called We Were Told Many Things.
We were told many things. Skin knees while climbing every tree. Bathed in the light of pastel hue. We were told many things. We were pulled out to sea. Growing pains unfamiliar every day.
Hi, we're Little Acres, and this is a cover of a song that we love called Hammond Song by the Roches.
If you go down a Hammond, you'll never come back.
Yeah, that was a nice one. Yeah, that was a nice one.
Beautiful. Lovely.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Escuches a Radio Glad.
Шивше ag éisteacht le
Vous
Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
звуки сообщества с юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى جلاد راديو.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Hi, I've got the next guest in today, and it's Jim Monaghan. Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Jim Monaghan. I'm local, live in Govanhill. I've been involved with the Govanhill Baths and the Govanhill Festival for a number of years, and I'm a local busybody. I'm involved in a lot of things.
Yeah. So what's happening in the Govanhill International Festival and Carnival at the moment?
So there's a lot going on. Today's the Book Festival, just about to start. We had Jeremy Corbyn last night, which is a sold-out, packed-out show in conversation with Josie Long. And today there's a whole series of little book events up at Queen's Park Parish Church. That's the church with the yellow door, as it's known, up in Queen's Drive. And just about to start, we have a guy called Rahul Rao, whose book Statues in the Rubble of the Empire talks about the importance of the historical statues in Glasgow and what they mean. At 2 o'clock today, there's Frances Crawford, who is a woman in her 60s. She wrote her first novel and got a massive publishing deal, and is a very successful crime novel called A Bad, Bad Place, set in Glasgow in the 1970s. And then at 4 o'clock, we finish off the day with three of Scotland's best poets, Anna Lavery, Beth Friedan and Ruth Aylett, who are performing their poetry and talking about political poetry in general. And then next Thursday, the Book Festival has a one-off event Thursday at the Glad Cafe called Equal Pay Every Walk Away, which is a book about the history of the women in Glasgow City Council fighting for equal status and equal pay. So there's a lot going. I mean, at the festival, we started this about, it's 9 years ago now, and it's grown into just such a wonderful, I mean, the programme's incredible, the amount of different things it's on, something for everybody, whether it's, visual art or music or poetry or history and heritage of Govanhill. It's a fantastic festival, but that's what's on today. Tomorrow there's a brilliant screening which is down at, I think it's actually at the Steamy, the old Steamy in Govanhill Baths, called Solidarity Screenings, and there's 4 films on tomorrow in there. 3 of the films I'm in because I'm a local busybody and I get myself in the way of things. So there's United We Will Swim Again, which is about the Govanhill Baths campaign. There's a film by Felipe Bustos, who did Ne Passaran and Everyone to Kenmure Street and those films, called Govanhill, which Govanhill Baths Commission, just talking to people about living in Govanhill and in the area I'm in it. And then there's Everyone to Kenmure Street. I'm not interviewed in that film, but I'm in the background making myself known to the police on the day. And then it finishes with Kieran Hurley's brilliant film Beats, which is about the sort of rave generation. It's a feature film. And although I'm not in that one, I actually helped at the very, very start when they were looking to get it off the ground. I gave Kieran a free room to work on the script at Govanhill Baths, so we helped kind of get that off the ground. And a lot of it was filmed actually in Govanhill Baths. Yeah.
So you've got there's a lot going on at the moment. There's a lot going on. Just remind you also that Glad Radio all day podcasting today. We are here till 6 o'clock. So if you're about and working in the south side of Glasgow and Strathbungo, please come in. We're in the deep end, Nithsdale Street, right till 6 o'clock. Myself and Richard are doing a marathon today.
I'd second that. Glad Radio's a brilliant wee station and have helped out a lot of stuff. I do a podcast occasionally called Beyond the Cringe with Mark McGee, and a very, very helpful, a very, very welcoming place. Drop in and tell your story and tell us about what's going on.
I listen to your podcast, Mark. I listen to your podcast, Jim, and you're amazing.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm on Glad Radio too.
Yeah.
I'm one of the presenters here. So, Jim, I'm going to ask you, could you tell me what's happening regarding to the Glasshouse campaign in Queen's Park?
It's been a brilliant campaign. I mean, they're up there today. They're there every Saturday. The council announced very, very recently that they were going to close the Glasshouse on August 13th. It had been this week. So local people got together, formed a campaign quite quickly. Literally thousands of people involved. We meet every Tuesday at the Roma Cultural Centre, and we meet every Saturday up at the Glasshouse. And we managed to get a petition together and force the council to change their mind. So it's no longer closing in August. So we've got another year stay of execution, but the fight goes on. The council are looking to cut back and close a lot of these places. But the Glasshouse is just such a beautiful place. We don't have enough beauty left in Glasgow, and they're always looking at these places as if they're added extras instead of really important. They're really important places, just to be able to go and sit amongst tropical plants and tropical fish and have a little place of like serenity, a little quiet place to go. It's also got the only disabled toilets in the park, and a very, very important place. So we're trying to force the council to look at it in a way that makes it, to value it the way we value it, the way local people value it. It's not something that's an added extra. We demand these kind of things. We want beautiful things and open, and the council to run them for us. So it's ongoing, but we've got a stay of execution. But there's a public meeting on Tuesday the 11th at 6:30 at the Roma Cultural Centre, which is upstairs from Glad Radio in 21 Nithsdale Street, I think it is. And we're encouraging everyone to get along. We need to keep this fight going. We need to make sure that our voice is heard, and the council recognise that what their job is to look after stuff for us. It's not to shut things down for us. It's to look after stuff on our behalf. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Please go along and support the campaign and get the Glasshouse back up and running.
Okay, thanks, Leo.
Yeah. Anything else you want to say, or?
I just want to thank everyone that's involved in the Govanhill Festival. I get less involved just through age and ill health. I get less involved each year, and it's just become such a. We started this in 2017, Fatima and I, and didn't imagine it could get to this stage. 18 days of just wonderful range of activities, and the amount of people involved in doing that. We do it in a budget of virtually nothing, and the amount of volunteers, the amount of artists that come together to produce what's, I think, the best festival in Scotland, and that's just my personal opinion. But if there is a festival wars, we'll take anybody on. It's an incredible achievement. And it's very, to me, it just highlights what a wonderful community we have in the South Side. So we are very, very good at getting people together to do things.
Yeah,
that's what we do well. You know.
Well, thank you very much, Jim.
Thanks, Liam. Thank you very much for having me.
For your short interview. And we will be getting another guest in shortly.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Xifxe ag éisteacht le Radio Glad.
State ascoltando Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
Kushi Radio se Southside Sound Community Gewas.
Ashwageshuri program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Yežitach agus Arelev. Tom with Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds.
From Glad Radio.
Thanks to Liam, as ever, and thanks to Jim Monaghan there for dropping in and doing, telling us about what's happening at the festival. We've got someone setting up just opposite me, so I'm just filling the space for a little bit. If Ben or whoever can make sure, yeah, that looks fine. That looks good. I think you're good. So, do you want to put headphones on? Just the ones in front of you. Just those ones there. So, I'm happy to introduce to our next guest, who is another one of our. Just get it around the pop shield.
Can you see himself?
Right, we're just going to move. We'll be moving the camera in just a moment. Okay, big reveal coming up now. We have a good friend of ours here at Glad Radio, someone who also does a podcast for us, which is called Running in the Human Race. And this, we haven't opened your mic yet. Hold your horses. There we go. We're using mic 2 for the first time, so apologies for a little bit of noise there as we just sort it out.
Sorry, I should have shut the other microphone.
I think we can hear you, Jim. This is Jim McAteer.
Hello. How you doing?
So tell us, you do a podcast for us here at Glad Radio.
Yeah, I do
What's
indeed.
It called?
I do a podcast called Running in the Human Race, which is what we're all doing, running in this marathon of madness, trying to get from A to B. So yeah, it's just about that, the difficulties of life and the joys and the pleasures, play some music, talk about this crazy race, and talk to some guests, whoever we can convince to come on the show.
And you've had some pretty impressive guests.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I've been so lucky. I've had he's been on twice so far. I've had Michael Palin from Monty Python, of course, and that Michael Palin, not the one that just lives down in Partick, yeah, but Mikey Boy. But no, this is the famous Michael Palin, and we had a few other folk on, Ian Hislop from Have I Got News for You. Even got briefly chatting to Viggo Mortensen, the actor from Rings of Power, or the one before that, Lord of the Rings.
Jim has been responsible for getting some star names
on the show.
Onto the show. Could you maybe just move the pop shield so it's not, so just the arm of it, just twist it around so it's not.
Oh yeah.
So it's not touching his hand. No, I kind of meant move it.
Sorry.
Do you want me to move this?
Take it off.
To the side. Sorry, apologies.
Sorry. It's okay. It's
Sorry,
live radio.
I'm the only one who understands the slightly weird pop shields that we have, so I was just sorting that out. And you'll appreciate why I did it. It's so that Jim doesn't bang his hand into it when he's strumming, which is what's happening. Because as you'll see, Jim's got his guitar and you're strumming. Do you want to do us a song?
I guess so. Sorry.
Are you ready, or we can talk for a bit longer if you want to get your head in?
I'll get started with a song. Yeah. Okay. Well, since we're talking. This is a song about talking to yourself, which I often do. Sometimes if you've got no company, you can just have a little natter with yourself. I think we all do it in the shower, and just talking away as we're getting stuff ready. So this is all about that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. When I'm alone, all on my own, I talk to myself occasionally. You may think I'm mad, but I'm just glad of the company. I talk of the past and how nothing lasts, nothing ever lasts. No need for a future, and what may he be? You may think I'm mad, but I'm just glad of the company. I ponder the fate of mankind in fierce protracted debate. I plumb the depths of my mind with the contents of my dinner plate and the eloquent parlance of bars. No subject too small to explore. Those arguments stack up like cards, they crumble and tumble, they fall to the floor. I talk all night long, and I'm never wrong, never wrong. No need for reason or even rhyme. You may think I'm strange, somewhat deranged, but it's not a crime, it's not a crime. The fate of mankind in fierce protracted debate. I plumb the depths of my mind with the contents of my dinner plate. In the eloquent parlance of bars, no subject too small to explore. Those arguments stack up like cards, they crumble, they tumble, they fall to the floor. When I'm alone, all on my own, I talk to myself occasionally. You may think I'm mad, but I'm just glad of the company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
That was brilliant. That was Jim McAteer talking to himself and broadcasting to you all.
Talking to the airwaves.
At the same time. So,
thank you.
Tell us a bit about yourself, Jim. How did you...
Well, I arrived on this planet in 1975, travelled from a different dimension. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, I grew up in Partick and yeah, always loved radio. So kind of quite when I was quite lucky to get into kind of a training program with Radio Clyde, and that was good. And then blagged my way into the BBC, where I met your good self, Richard, and been able to kind of duck and dive and pretty much get more or less paid work there for the last wee while. So yeah, I always loved radio, so I'm really happy to be involved in Glad Radio. I think it's a fantastic thing, you know. So yeah.
And you are a resident. We're here broadcasting this all-day podcast as part of Govanhill International Festival. You are yourself a resident, and also a man who things happen to. You always have stories to tell. Tell us about Govanhill and how you find living here.
No, I love Govanhill, and yeah, I've been a Southsider now for 10 years now. Yeah, and it's like I think it's a great area, a great neighbourhood, and loads of interesting people. It's such a mix of different cultures and people, and crazy folk like all you guys, and just yeah, always something interesting happening. And you know, I think they've just recently had a whole load of events at Queen's Park. Been some brilliant people playing, and yeah, I think it's a great neighbourhood. I really enjoy being here. Loads of great music and music pals here. So yeah, it's an interesting place to be. You know.
Is there anywhere you'd recommend that we might not, or is there a favourite location, a bar, shop?
I'm quite fond of the Glad Cafe, of course, connected to Glad Radio.
You go to the open mic.
Yeah.
Sammy's open mic once a month.
Is it once a month? Is it just about? Is it this? I think it's the beginning of August, so that's a really good one. Yeah, like I think it's the first Sunday of each month.
Yeah,
it's a really good open stage.
Liam, I'm doing the interview.
Good question, though. Good question. Yeah, no, the open mic.
He can't stop himself. He's meant to be having a break.
Yeah, no, good question. Yeah, there's a good open mic. I think first Sunday of every month. And of course, the Glad Cafe is a really good like community place, and of course, this is where this radio is sort of connected with them. But yeah, there's loads of good venues. The Rum Shack, some good gigs on there, and yeah, like I mean, I think Ryan's does an open mic as well if you're on Alison Street. So there's almost too many good places to mention. You don't have to go far in the postcode to find
upstairs at McNeil's.
Upstairs at McNeil's.
That's a good one where you did a gig.
Of course, yeah, that's right.
A few years ago now.
Yeah, just before COVID, I like literally a week before the shutdown, I did my album launch there, and we did that upstairs, and it was like a lifetime in the making, trying to get that album together, like because I'm so slow, but managed to get that together, thanks to Richard, and basically we did a launch in the upstairs, and then loads of good pals came and played, and then literally like a week later, the whole world shut down because COVID happened. So basically, I couldn't do any touring or gigging for a wee while, but it was great. And McNeil's is a good place, kind of quite a crazy wee bar, but lots of fun, you know.
Speaking of the album, do you want to play? Have you got another song in the same tuning, or have you?
Oh no, yeah, I could. Let me think. Yeah, I'll do this one. Yeah, this is from my album. The album's called "Here Be Dragons," which I always loved that phrase, like on an old-fashioned map. You know, like "Here be dragons," like don't go there, you'll be in trouble. You know, it's like, and I always like the idea of that. So this album's called that, and this song is called "The Everything Thing," where you're trying to do everything at once. Always a bad idea. Oh, I sure do hope that I do not die. Oh me, oh my, well it would be sad to see life without me. Obviously, think of all those little things that I meant to do. Well, like they say, life gets in the way, but that's up to you. Oh, they say that it is true. You regret what you don't do, for no one ever knew you for things that you did not do. Don't you know opportunity won't always stop for you and me? So don't wait just for fate to land on your plate. I want to do the everything thing. There's just so many things to do. I want to walk and talk and dance and sing, but I know that I will suffer too. Oh yes, I guess time does pass fast, and I know that nothing lasts but this time that we have. It's the only thing that is ours. So while here in the here and now, why not dance before you take a bow? Do it now before you're down, pushing up the flowers. Bop ba bum bum, bop ba bum bum, beepo bye, bop beepo bye, bop ba bum bum, beepo bye, bop beepo bye, scooty boo bop boo. I haven't forgotten the lyrics. This is meant to be a trumpet. Yeah. Just imagine a trumpet in your head. Ba-da-bum, bop-beep-bo-ba, scoop-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-da-bum-bum. I want to do the everything thing. There's just so many things to do. I want to walk and talk and dance and sing, but I know that I will suffer too. Oh, I sure do hope that I do not die. Oh me, oh my, well it would be sad to see life without me. Well, obviously, think of all those little things that I meant to do. Like they say, life gets in the way, but that's up to you. Thank you. Cheers.
Amazing.
Thank you very much.
The everything thing.
Trying to do everything at once. which
we all do. It's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, you're doing everything. Impressive.
Put I don't really know why I'm putting my camera back on. You don't need to see me, but
no, always fun.
That's me, and I don't know why I'm so brightly lit when Jim is in the dark.
I'm living in the shadows.
Yeah.
You know.
You look lovely. It should be the other way around. It should be Jim in the bright, and I should be in the
that's so good.
in the dark. But at least you can see us if you want to.
If you care to.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
So. The podcast you do, the running in the human race, as you've described.
Yeah.
Tell us about, as well as the interviews, as well as the music, do you have some other sort of little features?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's just it's meant to be just a kind of kind of fun show. But sometimes sometimes I talk about dreams when you wake up and I love this other world we go to in the middle of the night, and you kind of have these really weird dreams, and sometimes they disappear from your mind really fast if you don't write them down or record them. So I try and do that, and I think it's good to kind of remember this weird netherworld that you sometimes go through. So that's a feature of it, and just talking about like different events in life and what it's about, and just trying to get a grip on this strange human race that we're all running. So. Yeah, it's just an exploration of this.
We were talking about this last night, and you said you record. Sometimes you wake up and record yourself.
Yeah, I try and do that. I haven't got
before you forget it. Yeah, and I'm not asking you.
I haven't got one ready just now, but yeah, that's.
Is the one can you recall one you've had recently? we can ponder.
Yeah,
the workings of your unconscious mind.
Well, I had one quite recently where. In the dream, I went into this wee bookshop in Partick, where I grew up, and it was a wee second-hand bookshop. And when I walked in, it was really dark, and there was couldn't see anyone. It was really mysterious, as if it was closed. And I walked over, and then there was a guy who was obviously the proprietor, who owned the bookshop, and he looked so ancient, he looked like he was from the Victorian era himself. He was he was kind of wearing a blazer and grey hair, and you could hardly hear him, and he was clearly asleep, and then when I woke up, he was kind of annoyed. He woke up and was annoyed to see me, and I asked him if he had a particular book I was looking for, and he just stared at me as if I was insulting him. And then suddenly I realised there was a woman just lying on the floor who was clearly asleep as well, and she basically had to get up and walk over to find this book that I wanted. And it was just I was going back in time into this strange book. And she handed me this book that I hadn't asked for, and it was called The Party Line, The Communist Manifesto. And she was obviously trying to push some political ideal on me, which is fine. I was quite interested. And then when I tried to leave the bookshop, I realised there was about 1,000 cats just leaping about the bookshop, just obviously part of this strange world. And then I was trying to read the book, and then suddenly I woke up. So I never found out what was in the book. But I love dreams like that, where you go into this other world and you don't know where the hell it comes from and what it's all about. But it's a good place to be, And it's always good to record them or write them down, because you'll forget them instantly,
Mm-hmm. I always enjoy it. So it's always a pleasure to read about or hear Jim telling us about his dreams. I don't know why, but it is.
They're always a bit strange, but you've got a dream. But yeah, this is all about running in the human race. That's the idea of the podcast, this marathon of madness. So I try and talk to other people, other fellow runners, and see what they make of this. And the question I always ask the guests at the end, if you weren't running in this human race as a human, what other animal or plant or even mythical creature would you like to be running as? And some of the answers have been very interesting.
Yeah, I think what did Geoffrey Lewis say he wanted to be?
Geoffrey Lewis said, well, if I'm a human being, I'm doing more harm than good, so I'd rather just be a rock on a mountainside. And I said, would you not get a bit bored? And he was like, well, at least I'm not doing any harm. So I thought that was quite a good answer. And Michael Palin's one was really good. He said he'd like to be like something in the African savannah. He wants to be a cheetah, running as fast as you can. So, well, you're going to win the race if you're a cheetah. You can't run any faster than that. And then he told me a story that when he was doing one of his travel programs in Africa, he went to see this kind of animal enclosure, and there was an actual cheetah there. And he said you could go down, and you could pet the animal, and the guy said, "Oh yeah, it's totally fine. He's very tame." And Michael Palin said he went down to pet the animal and immediately took a bite out of his leg, but not deep enough, like a warning bite, and he burst the skin a little bit. I said, well, I love the fact that you were bitten by your spirit animal and you still want to be a cheetah, And he very quick off the wit, he said, well, I was bitten by the spirit of adventure. So that's quite nice. So yeah, it's all about that. What would you like to be running if you weren't a human? But, we're all humans and we'll just run our best anyway. So
excellent. Do you want to do one more song? We've got our next show lined up.
Okay, cool.
Ready to go. So we're going to have one more song from Jim, if that's
of
okay
course,
with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll bring myself down.
Okay, cool.
Take it away.
Okay, cool. Okay, this is a song about how sometimes when you're in love with someone, you feel like there's nothing they could do wrong. You're in love with everything about them. Doesn't always stay that way, but this is a song about that called "In Love with Every Atom." I'll be knocking on your bedroom door sometime after 4:30. Each day I love you more and more. I hope that you do too. I love to see your sleepy features, just like some nocturnal creature. Let's practice what that creature preaches. Sleep the whole day through. I don't know why I love you so. I guess it only goes to show there's nothing in this world we know, only what we need. But we all need what we can't own. We have to take it out on loan, and the interest that we pay has grown beyond all measured mean. Well, I'm in love with every atom, every molecule, it's true. There's nothing that I don't like about you. There's a sparkle in your eye that just can't be denied, no matter how much I might try. Well, I am left bereft without you, standing lonely as a statue, stone cold old and void of virtue, staring at the sky. My feet are rooted to the ground, my lips are sealed, can't make a sound. My eyes are fixed, so I am bound to watch the free birds fly. And yet I don't regret we met. Oh, the good times I will not forget. The best that anyone could get. Maybe more to go. For your atoms I'm a fool. I don't mind your molecules. Each subatomic particle can brighten up my soul. Well, I'm in love with every atom, every molecule, it's true. There's nothing that I don't like about you. There's a sparkle in your eye that just can't be denied, no matter how much I might try. Well, I'm in love with every atom in the whole universe. There's nothing that I don't like about it. You could take it all away, I know you will someday, but it's on my hand today. Take care of your atoms, folks. Thank you.
Well done, Jim.
Thanks very much.
Round of applause in the room. Jim, thanks so much.
Thank you.
One more question for you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to turn the tables. If you were running in this human race, not as a human, what would you run it as?
It's got to be a tiger. I've always loved tigers. You know, I'm a stripy type. I think tigers, they're so gracious and amazing and majestic looking. Nothing like me, so I'd want to be that. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, Richard.
Thank you to Jim. Jim, I think you'll agree after hearing that one of the best voices and lyricists that we have in Glasgow. So
thanks so much. Thank you so much.
Hear you. Good
Thanks
to
for having me.
Cheers.
Long live Glad Radio. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Cheers. Thanks, man.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Shifshe ag éisteacht le Radio Glad.
écoutez une production de
State ascoltando Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
Kushi Radio se Southside Sound Community Gewas.
Ashwageshuri program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Yejitak agus Arelev. Tom with Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listen to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds
from Glad Radio.
Hi, my name is Bill Mackay and I'm here to interview Stuart Falconer, who's representing the Junkie Miracles, and first and foremost, if we could thank Glad Radio for allowing us this platform today. So I'm just going to cut to the chase, Stuart, and ask you if you can introduce yourself and tell us a wee bit about the run-up to how you thought about introducing the Junkie Miracles, if you can tell the audience how that came about.
Hi, My name is Stuart Falconer. I run a theatre company called 12 Step Productions. The company came about, the Drunky Miracles actually came about. It was written by Des Dillon way back 2022. Des, who is well known for his play Singing I'm No a Billy, He's a Tim. Des is also 35 years sober, by the way, and he doesn't mind me saying that. Des went down to the Riverside Community Trust Drop-In Centre, Addiction Services down in there. It's Riverside Church down there. I'd done a creative writing workshop. Out of that, when he was doing the workshop, they all decided that it'd be a good idea to make a play about their life stories. The four people that were there, and they agreed to do that, so they worked together. And Des formulated all their stories, and then they combined their stories into one play. And us as a group of actors went down, and we done a rehearsed reading for them in their group, because the stories are their stories, so they had to approve it before it went out to the public, and they loved it. And we took it to the Gaiety, who took it on board in the Gaiety in Air 2022, and we were going to do that as a rehearsed reading. A rehearsed reading, that for anybody who doesn't know, but theatre is where you've actually got script in hand on the stage. But as we developed it for a 2-week rehearsal period, we decided we'd just go script free. And it was our own success. We sold out. All the royalties from the play go back down to the Riverside Community Trust Drop-In Centre down in there, so that helps them keep going with the creative writing workshops, and helps them with funds to keep the charity going. And the Gaiety, as I said, took it on 2022, and unfortunately it was meant to be being progressed down there, but nothing seemed to happen. And as a recovered addict myself, I asked Des if I could get the rights to it to perform it in theatres, because it's a strong play. It's got a brilliant message. And Des agreed to give me the rights to it. I formed my own production company, 12 Step Productions, which the web page is 12-steps-productions.com. And I started taking it on the road about 3 years ago, around a few theatres in Scotland, and it's starting to take off. We've got a tour coming up in September. We're doing Cumbernauld on the 4th of July, then we're going to Grangemouth Town Hall on the 4th of September, sorry. Then we're going to Grangemouth on the 11th of September, and Centre Stage in Kilmarnock, which is a beautiful theatre down there, on the 12th, and then we go up to Dundee, the Whitehall Theatre in Dundee. That's where we finish this wee tour off. So we've been touring around quite a lot of theatres, and just trying to get a message out that to get rid of the stigma of addiction. And you'll get it's a brilliant play. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll empathise. It's raw. It doesn't cut corners. Addiction's is not a very nice thing, and but it gives hope, and it shows that recovery is possible. But it also shows that sometimes not so nice things happen. But you'll definitely have a great time. You're all welcome. Please come along and see it at any of those venues. So that's how Junkies came. That's how the Junkie Miracles came about. They named the play. It's their play. So I like to say it's a play written by addicts for everybody, because it's for the general public, families of people who maybe have a family member in addiction, or anybody that's especially for anybody that's just trying to get into recovery to come along. They've got an immense amount of identification from it. It'll give them hope, and the public then can come along and see that, hey, addiction's not just somebody walking about with a needle in one arm and a bottle of Buckfast in the other. Addiction knows no discrimination or class, covers everybody, and that's what the play tries to get across. And it's been doing that because of the feedback we've been getting from the thousands of people that's came and seen it already. Has been absolutely amazing, from people that's come up to us and said, I've got my son, my daughters now, went into AA or CA or any or recovery group. It's absolutely amazing, and that's what I say to the audience as well. I said, you're getting a great night's entertainment, and you're also potentially saving a life, which is a great thing. And then hopefully get somebody into recovery, get somebody back in with their family and back in with society, and make them a contribute a wholesome life and back into society. And that's what the play was written for. It's for everybody.
Yeah, there's a whole load of information there. I can only imagine that you know, the actors, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, that are all coming from a lived experience or trajectory in life, and how they've overcame things, and if I can just ask, is the play, does it portray that, or portray an avenue where you can cover all the messages that you just mentioned there?
It does. I'll mention the actors first of all. They're all professional actors. It's a professionally run show. Two of the actors, and myself included, me and another actor called Samantha Dodds. Samantha was in EastEnders and Doctors, and Samantha was it's been 9 years off of heroin. There's 4 main characters in the play. The girl that Samantha plays in it actually was a heroin addict. And by the way, the 4 people whose stories that are being portrayed, every one of them are still sober today, and every one of them are thriving.
Brilliant.
Thriving. The girl that Samantha plays is actually a published author as well now. So from that side of it, we're the only 2 that's in recovery from addiction. The play doesn't just cover addiction side, because addiction's a lot to do with people's mental health as well. I'm not saying that all the cast have all got issues with their mental health, because I think nowadays that everybody in society has got mental health issues. Everybody has some sort of got mental health issues, and it worries me a bit, especially for kids going down that route about their mental health, especially where everything is internet, and it's more of a copy society than they're not living their emotional side the way they should be, and that, I know I'm veering off, but it's just a thing that kind of worries me. I just wonder when kids, when they get to a certain age, they will have to interact with emotionally wise, and a copy to me, a copy culture is looking at a lot of YouTubes and things like that, and not actually getting out and interacting with each other to develop your own emotional maturity. And when they eventually will, and it will happen to them, if they're just copying everything, once they go out in the big wide world and have to hit that, I see a big clash coming there in their mental health. It kind of worries me. So the play does cover mental health issues as well, because you've got to remember, people in addiction they're sick. They're mentally sick, and it affects their families, it affects their friends, it affects their jobs, it affects society in a whole when it comes to it. And that's the message of the place, to try and get that across, but to get it across in a way that's entertaining. When a person goes to a theatre to see any play or any performance or a movie or anything creative, personally myself, I know when I've done a good job as a professional actor and a director and a producer of a company, when I go out into the audience, as I do after every show, and I hear the reactions of them, people talking about the story, how they enjoyed the play, and the message subtly gets in there because it's all wrapped in a big package. But the theatre's about coming along and having a good night at the theatre and having an enjoyable evening at the theatre. But in that story, they're getting that message as well. So if anybody, when people leave that theatre, if they're talking about what they went and seen, that's a great job. That's what theatre's meant to do. If any of you went to see a good film, or you go to a concert, or you go to a theatre, when you walk out, you're usually buzzing. If it's been good, you walk out, you're buzzing. If it's rubbish, you walk out and start talking about it anyway, but you all start talking about it. And the thing about human beings, what we don't do enough is talk. And if we can all start talking to each other again, then you start sharing things, you start sharing everything, you start sharing. It's all about that. That's all about growing your emotional maturity. Get back to my kind of idea about young kids with the internet and all that, and no maturing emotionally. But people start talking and people start interacting, which is a great thing. It can only be a good thing, because the best way to get any kind of message across is word of mouth, as far as I'm concerned. And that's what I hope to achieve. And that's what I am achieving through this play. And as I keep on going, the message will get across. And as the message gets across, the more money we raise to get down to the other side, and then hopefully give into other bigger charities throughout the UK. But as we try to establish the play, get it all throughout the UK. So if there's any big producers from London listening, give us a shout.
Thanks, Stuart. If I can nail you and ask you...
Don't nail me, brother.
And ask you just to mention 2 things that you think that would attract people about the play, or that will magnetise them towards the message that you're trying to carry. What would those 2 things be?
Just to
sell the show.
And 2 things. Quality. The show is a professional, quality produced product with great cast, all professionals, all dedicated. It took me a while to get this team together of actors and technicians and everything else like that. It goes along with making a show. It's just not, a show just doesn't magically go on stage. It takes a lot of work, a lot of beforehand work. And I've got a great team behind me that help me do that. So it's a quality show. It's also truthful. You're not going to get any lies on the stage. These are true stories. They're raw. They'll hurt you at times. You'll laugh at some of the tragedies. And you'll walk away with a totally different attitude to listening to nothing else but the truth, with the quality of acting, and the quality of sound, and the quality of light, and the quality of movement, and this hour and a half of pure emotional roller coaster.
Amazing. So there seems a big picture in relation to everything that you've set up and all the dynamics in that. So I'm kind of I feel as if I should just ask you, Stuart, how can people access or get tickets to these particular types of shows?
All access to the tickets are on the website, which is www.12-steps-productions.com. If you go onto my Facebook page, which is Stuart C. Falconer, or SFDB22 on WhatsApp. I'm also on LinkedIn, and I'll maybe ask the guys if they can put something up for you later on, for your listeners later on. I'm getting a thumbs up for that. That's great. Thank you very much, Liam. And they can get their tickets through there. There is also a discount code for anybody that's in recovery, anybody that works in any recovery organisations like Change, Grow and Live, Recovery Scotland, the Phoenix Futures, CA, AA, anybody that's involved in addiction, any clients of them or anybody that's in the fellowships, they all qualify, which have negotiated with the theatres, and they got a 40% discount on their tickets. I can't give that code for obvious reasons out on live on here, but if you contact me, and if you're a person that's in recovery, if you're a family member of somebody in recovery, especially family members, would like them to come along as well, because it does show the effects of addiction on families, and it shows the good bit. It does show that how sometimes it can be a happy ending, like it happened in my own story. But they can all qualify for a discount. The police service, who I used to hate at one time, and I don't mind saying that, doctors and nurses and all the hospitals in there also qualify for a 40% discount. So if they want to get in touch with me, and I have put them out to the BMA, and I have put out to the nurses organisation, I have put out some police organisations. Didn't realise at the time the police were only trying to help me when I was up to all this stupidness I got up to. But yeah, it's for everybody, as I say. It's a play written by addicts for everyone to come along, have a brilliant night's entertainment. You'll walk away laughing and crying. Bring man-sized tissues, you'll need them. And the actors are absolutely brilliant. They're top quality actors. I've got two actors actually. Samantha herself got in touch with me and says, I'm coming up to do this. I said, Sam, this is not EastEnders, it's not Hollywood. No, I want to do it. And she's been with me for the last two tours that we've done there. So get yourself along, folks. All you've got to do is have a great night's theatre, and you'll just save a life as well.
So that's a summing up of Stuart Falconer and the Junkie Miracles, and you can be part of that as well, that, you know, helping people, as this play helps people. And I want to be part of that, and hopefully if you're listening to this today, you can be part of that by taking the information and buying a ticket and passing it on to the next person, because we all know somebody that's affected by these types of issues. So why not join the gang and pass on the message to the next person? So thank you very much, Stuart.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Glad Radio. It's a brilliant wee place we've got down here.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Vous écoutez une production de
State ascoltando Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
خوشي راديو سي Southside Sound Community के आवाज़ है.
Hashua program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Agus Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listen to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
على الأثير الرقمي وحسب الطلب نحن Glad Radio.
В цифровом формате и по запросу мы Glad Radio.
Questa era una produzione Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast. To listen to more and to get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds
from Glad Radio.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide. Southside Worldwide.
Escuches a Radio Glad.
Шивше ag éisteacht le
Vous
Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
звуки сообщества Юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى جلاد راديو.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Well, we had Stuart Falconer interviewing Billy Mackay earlier, and now we've had they swapped places, and Billy just interviewed Stuart. They've both had incredible life stories, and they're both doing something very positive with their lives now and helping people. That's what they're trying to do. That's what that's what we're hearing in the studio. They're just reaching out to put an arm around folks who are in need, and we really appreciate them coming in. Stuart is going to be back. We haven't heard the last of Stuart. He will be back shortly. Yes. I just asked Ben if he'd sit in the seat for a moment. Ben is one of our volunteers who has done a sterling job in preparing us for this, doing all the technical stuff to get us ready to broadcast today. So I just wanted to get him into the hot seat so I could embarrass him and say thank you very much. Okay, yep. That's our next conversation as well. Just come over whenever you're ready. Just come and join us. So Ben, tell us a bit about what do you do other than sort our live stream?
Well, I'm currently a university student going into my last year at the university, and I can't remember its official name that I'm on the spot.
It's called the University of the West of Scotland.
I get that confused with the college that I went to because it's very, very similar in names. But again, that's went out of my head as well. But I'm doing it's broadcast, production, TV, and radio, and this is my 4th year that I'll be doing. Managed to did the first 2 years at college, and now I'm doing my last 2 at the actual university.
Which part of the kind of range of kind of broadcast media do you think where do you think your specialism lies?
I think it's definitely something to do more with radio than actual TV production. I've never really liked working with cameras, but I've always had more of a fascination with audio, and whether it's music or just generalised sound, I've always kind of preferred that front of things, and it's just kind of came more naturally than working with cameras as well.
Yeah, well, I'm a man after my own heart in that respect. I've always lived in radio and always, shunned the cameras to such an extent that I forget to take photos, and that's what we should have been doing today, by the way, everybody. Everybody is here. Don't forget, we should be taking photos, and we haven't taken any today. We've had all these guests, but we've got the live stream. We've got the live stream. But yeah, I'm like you. I don't remember to take. I don't think visually. I like to think in terms of audio. So what kind of things have you produced while you in your kind of student career or outside your student career?
So I've done a couple of things. Kind of everything I've done so far has mostly been voluntary. So I got some early experience on doing just basic sports kind of photography. That's really where I got my first kind of taste in media in the actual world of work. It was I believe it was St. Cadoc's was the first kind of venture into that I did. And then I shouldn't be saying this out there publicly, but I did actually then go and do, I think it was the rival team right afterwards. But that was all through someone that I knew at the college that I was at the time. That was West College Scotland. That was what it was. I get the two of them muddled up all the time between the uni and the college, but that's what it was. And through there, I was able to meet a contact who used to go to the college as well, and he offered to take me and some others out and actually do sports photography with him. I've also done more projects focused for the actual college itself, where I made a project called what was it called? I can't remember the name of it at the top of my head either. My mind's completely went, but the idea of it was basically telling different generation stories. So it was I started off with my gran, and it was what it was like for her growing up, how she met people, how she met my granddad, what life was like growing up and bringing up a family for her generation. I then done my uncle, one generation on, and then I done my cousin, and I just tried to basically get as wide a scope as possible of all these different generations, and just because all of them had a different view on modern media and what that was like and the goods and the bads of it. So I've done some of that, and then my favourite one that I've made was I made a D&D podcast. It was supposed to carry on, but for a couple of reasons it just kind of all fell through, but we did manage to record the pilot for it. It was about 2 hours long, and it would have been really good to keep going, but I think at the time the DM actually had a baby, so we had to kind of call a break. But that was definitely my favourite project. I got to edit the trailer for that and edit all that.
So what do you think, you're going into your final year at university in the autumn? What do you think your ideal job would be after that?
I'd quite like to do something either like what I'm doing in here the now, some type of production, whether it be sound production or just more kind of just generalised production. I always said that maybe doing something like holding my own kind of like segment on like a radio show would be great, but I've kind of, as times went on and I've studied more and more of the actual course that I'm doing, I've kind of came to realise that that's not the only role. It feels like when you're first looking into it, it feels like that's like the be all end all, but it's the more time that's kind of went on, and the more that I've kind of had the opportunity to learn more, the more that I've learned that there's more things that I think that I'd enjoy more than necessarily being a out and out host.
Yeah. Okay. We're joined now by we've got somebody else who's pulled up a chair. One of our longest serving volunteers.
Hello. I didn't know that.
Could you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Megan Donaldson, and I host Winks Corner, and recently I host a podcast called Glasgow Patter with Paul Quinn.
And Paul will be with us later, we hope.
Hopefully. He's got a record.
Skiving.
Always skiving him.
So Meg's Corner, tell us about Meg's Corner.
So
it's still in its early days. We want to make more of them, but what's the idea behind it?
So the idea of Meg's Corner is I will reach out to people who do good in the community to see what they do, and it's not like celebrities; it's people who are just in general, who work for charities and stuff, where they do different things. I have reached out to somebody who this is not confirmed, but I've reached out to people who work with youth groups. I've reached out to people who do litter picks in parks, and I've also reached out to somebody, this is still in the very early days, but I've reached out to somebody who works in addiction, which is a very special podcast for me, because I mentioned earlier that I actually lost somebody to alcohol addiction, so I think that's going to be very important. Like when I first started this, I wanted to do something on addiction because I wanted to raise awareness that these people are ill, and it's not just somebody carrying about a bottle, having a laugh kind of thing. But I think it's very so that's kind of what Meg's Corner is. It's just about raising up the community and doing things what people do for charities and stuff, because there's so many amazing people out there, but we don't really focus on them.
That's good. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's what we try and do on Glad Radio. So this idea for Meg's Corner is absolutely spot
As I'm sure
on.
You can tell, I was a big fan of Stacey Dooley growing up. So.
Oh, okay. Yes, I can understand that. And like you say, there are so many people doing good work. If you're one of them and you want to talk to Meg, just get in touch with us. But I've got personal email address as well. It's Megan. Well, come to us through the station.
Yeah, come to the radio station.
Come to us through the Glad Radio website, and you'll get us.
You'll find me. You'll find that picture.
It's the easiest way to do it. Is through.
And Meg, you, like Ben, you've done some studying in the area of kind of radio and
I have.
broadcasting.
Yeah, I've got an HNC in both radio and TV. I am particularly it's a bit of both I'm interested in, but I think I want to basically focus on documentary work, and I want to basically focus on raising these voices who are in the infringements of our community. I'm a big fan of a photographer called, I don't know her surname, but Diane somebody, and she used to take pictures of lots of people who who had like she'd done a picture of somebody who had like facial integuments, and like there was quite a few people who are weird and wonderful, and I just was really inspired by her.
Orbis.
Yeah, her. Sorry, I forgot her surname.
That's okay. Good. Okay, I mean, is there anything else you want to talk about, Meg, or do you want to? I just dragged you on, because you'd come in.
No, I'll just listen in and
Good. Good. Well, we've just walked in the door. We have the person who is the mega brain behind Govanhill International Festival and Carnival has just come in. So I'm going to play a quick ident, and then maybe Liam will do a quick interview with Fatima.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Radio Glad. State ascoltando Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
خوشی رادیو से Southside Sound Community की आवाज़ है.
Ashwageshjeri program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Erjidjitach agus Arelev. Tom with Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio!
Could I plug the...
Hi, I've got the next guest in. Her name's Fatima. Welcome along.
Thank you.
And she's inspired the creator of the Govanhill International Festival and Carnival. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself.
My name is Fatima, and I'm delighted to be here, Liam. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Tell us about the festival and tell us about what you do.
Well, firstly, thank you for being part of the festival. It's fantastic to see so many people in this room. Hope we've got loads of listeners. We're big fans of Glad Radio and have been for a very, very long time. The festival it's in its 10th year, so 10 years of a carnival and a festival. This year is our biggest. It's over almost 3 weeks. And we've got so many more activities on. I've got the brochure in front of me, but I don't know if you were at the carnival last Saturday, but it was one of the biggest carnivals we've had.
No, I didn't go.
Well, I hope to see you there next year, though, Liam. But it was a wonderful, wonderful, inspiring carnival. The festival was set up as both an antidote to the horrible racism that was being peddled 10 years ago about our very diverse and wonderful community. But also we wanted to showcase what Govanhill is about, full of all sorts of people who've made their home here and have brought wonderful culture and creativity. So it's both a celebration, but it's also a call to action to say we don't tolerate intolerance and bigotry in our community.
Yeah, thank you very much. Could you also tell me about the Govanhill Community Trust, please?
Yes, well, apart from being the 10th anniversary of our festival, it's also the 25th anniversary of the occupation of Govanhill Baths. So I don't know if you know, Liam, but we're the longest occupation in British history.
Oh, wow.
And by that, I mean we had police 24/7 and security guards trying to get us out of the building during that time. But we are now a very large organisation which also has this wonderful building called the Deep End, which Glad Radio have an office in. And Govanhill Baths Community Trust for 25 years has been fighting to reopen our wonderful and beloved Govanhill Baths. And I think there's still a few more years before we can get the rest of the money to finish the interior. But we do great projects around the community, from upcycling right through to food projects and youth projects. So we're very busy locally. but we're hoping to reopen the baths in the next 2 years.
I remember performing with Theatre Nemo at Govan Hill Baths, and venue. No, I was on stage performing, acting.
Oh wow! Because we had a theatre company.
Yeah.
Was that part of the theatre company?
Yeah.
Oh,
Theatre
fantastic!
Nemo, yeah, that was way back in 2014.
What will you do? Was it a musical?
Yeah, acting.
Just acting. Yeah. Okay. Oh, lovely. Good. Yeah. So you've been in the building then?
Yeah, I liked it.
Nice.
So, anything else you want to tell us about?
Well, if you haven't come to activities that are taking place, please do. We've still got another week. I do want to plug the Street Music Festival next Sunday. So not tomorrow, but the following Sunday. We've got 4 or 5 stages. You'll have a wonderful time. It's just great to see music that often you have to pay for in venues to be out in the street, free and accessible. So whether it's dancing you like or whether it's traditional music, there's something for everyone.
Yeah.
So I hope to see you, Liam, and everyone else at the Street Music Festival next Sunday. But if it's okay, if you give me the liberty, Liam, I'd also like to ask to announce that we're going to have a public meeting to save the Queen's Park Glasshouse, and that's next Tuesday upstairs, that's right, at the Roma Cultural Centre at 6:30. So if anyone can make it, you're more than welcome.
For the music street festival, you'll probably need to provide me with a helicopter to come over.
Why? Are you a local lad?
No, I'm from Mary Hill.
Oh, okay. I can get you a bus pass. How's that?
No.
No? Well, I hope to see you there anyway, and everyone else.
Well, thanks again for coming in, and I hope you have a successful day as well.
Thank you. Thank you. That was short.
Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Escuches Radio Glad.
Шивше ag éisteacht le
Vous
Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
Звуки сообщества с юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى جلاد راديو.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds.
From Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
على الأثير الرقمي وحسب الطلب نحن جلاد راديو.
В цифровом формате и по запросу мы Glad Radio.
Questa era una produzione Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast. To listen to more and to get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide. Southside Worldwide.
Escuches Radio Glad.
Шивше ag éisteacht le
Vous
Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
Звуки сообщества с юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى جلاد راديو.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Hello again, thank you, Glad Radio, for letting me back in for another wee chat with you, lovely people out there. I've brought a friend along with me. She's a brilliant actor. She's one of the actors in The Junkie Miracles. Her name's Elaine Ramage. Elaine's been with us since the beginning of the when we started touring Junkie Miracles. And she's a brilliant actor, and she's got a great story to tell you. So, Elaine.
Hello.
Yeah. Could you tell me, when did you actually get to know about myself and my company?
Well, I was actually introduced to yourself through my lecturer, Dave Bennett, and I studied with Glasgow Kelvin College, doing my degree in drama and performance, and he actually introduced us, and that's how I got to know you, through Dave. which was great because at the time, I hadn't been acting, I hadn't been doing a lot of things creatively, and it really just gave me an outlet that I really desperately needed at that point in my life.
Yeah. Now, at that time, the 12-step Productions wasn't really
No, it wasn't.
At that time. It was just Faulkner Productions.
Yes, it was.
I hadn't actually started 12-step Productions.
Yep.
And the play we did was, could you tell people the name of the play that we did?
Well, it was. I fell in love with a cardboard cutout of Ronan Keating.
Yeah.
Is that a life-size cardboard cutout of Ronan Keating?
It was actually my wife fell in love with a life-size cardboard cutout
right.
of Ronan Keating, which is quite a surreal wee play.
Yes.
When Dave mentioned I was looking for an actor to come on board.
Yep.
I do remember when I got introduced to you,
Mhm.
and there was something that I seen in you at that particular time. You were a wee bit, how can I put it politely? You'd been through the kind of the mill kind of mentally, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you don't mind, it's totally up to yourself. Would you describe that? What was going on in your life then, and why you thought, and what acting and creativity, what it kind of, what was the outcome of coming on board?
So I was actually, which, you know, for a long while I didn't want to tell people. I was probably quite in denial of having mental health issues, and very scared to open up about it. But I was actually diagnosed in 2006 with bipolar disorder. And that was at a time where it was still very taboo, and it wasn't really something, you know, nowadays people are more expressive. They're more expressive online about how they're feeling and things like that, and it really helps. It's very comforting, actually, nowadays. But at that time, it was still quite taboo, I would say. And I really struggled. Went to some really dark places. I was in from mania to very low depressive moods. And it's bipolar disorder is a mood disorder, but it's not just happy sad. It's very, very huge highs to very, very low lows, to the deep blue sea, really. And I struggled greatly with that. Coming back, having the opportunity to do acting again and be on stage has helped me, unbelievably helped me in so many different ways. It's also, I think for me, it was connection. It was making connection with people. For so long I had gone into myself and been too scared to, you know, chat with other people, and, you know, didn't really want to, you know, say that I had problems mentally. You know, who does? You really want to say that they struggle mentally, really? I just, being around creative people, being back in the acting world, just having that connection with people that are probably going through similar situations as I, it really did help me tenfold, big time.
I remember when you came in at first and done a wee audition for the play, and I knew you were a talented actor, but I could see the what I perceived at the time was just a pure lack of confidence. Your confidence seemed that your head was down, and you were finding it hard to look people straight in the eye and things like that. And it was, honest to God, it was a blessing to watch you mature. It really was. It coming out of that shell. Although you might not have noticed it, you might not have felt it, but you did. And you did so as much as to when I did form 12-Step Productions, and when Des kindly gave us the okay to go ahead and do the Junkie Miracles, I had no hesitation in bringing you on board, because I knew right from the very beginning that the talent was there. It was just the confidence that was wrong. And you've taught me a lot about mental health. You have thought I kind of knew bits and pieces, but I don't. I just know about my own mental health kind of thing with addiction, but you've taught me about how other mental health problems can affect people, and it's been an eye opener for me. So I'm blessed for you having shown me that. I know you went through a really hard time, and I don't expect you. I don't want you to say on air what that was, and it was absolutely tragic. And at that point, when that happened to you, and when you actually just shared that, without mentioning exactly what happened, did you find that sharing that with myself and with trusted friends and the company, the theatre company, helps you go over that a lot quicker? Because I did notice a big difference in your performance and everything else after that. I really did. Do you think that made any difference to you?
I think it's about being honest with yourself firstly, you know, that you've had these issues, and understanding that we need connection. We need to talk about things. You know, it's an old saying, but it's okay not to be okay. You know, it really is. And I felt that it wasn't for so long. You know, that I was broken, that there was something really, really badly wrong with me, and I felt so broken. And being in the show, and you know, being with these people, these other actors, these so talented and so gracious and so kind, that, you know, I learned so much from them, like, all the time. And it really just boosted my confidence, that gave me the confidence back that I had been missing since I was younger, you know. And, you know, I think you're right, it was my lack of confidence, because you're beaten down, you beat yourself down, you're not beaten down, you beat yourself down, you know. You feel like you're not worthy. It's, you know, you're worthless, and that was the biggest issue. And when I started, you know, on the Junkie Miracles, and even before that on the last play, people being kind to me really helped, you know, and I felt happy again, you know. Felt really happy.
You felt safe.
Felt safe. Yeah. I felt safe. That's
yeah. Because it's when you share and you share with like-minded people, that brings back, to me, it brings back all your confidence and your kind of trust in life. Because I do know the experience you went through, and it was absolutely horrendous. It was a terrible thing, and to come back from that and to go on and perform, and I mean the Junkies has been touring in some brilliant venues all over Scotland, and you've never faltered. You've been there. Not only have you been there with me at the beginning from 12-Step Productions, you've been a great help and helped me get out and promoting the show, and I'd like to publicly acknowledge that and just tell you how thankful I am.
Thank you
for all your help and everything like that. And I know you're a busy mum as well, with a lovely daughter. It's actually turning your hair going grey, you said to me going in the car earlier on there, but she's a lovely girl, there, Emma. But you've not only have you came on leaps and bounds with Junkie Miracles, and your professionalism and your acting totally shines through, and you're getting recognised for that, and you've been recognised for that. I don't want to make your head bigger or anything like that, but you just finished doing a stint there with the Scottish National Theatre, did you not?
Well, I was actually working with a company. I don't know if I can say what company it was, but we were doing like well, I was actually working with TuneSpeak, and I was basically a kind of support to the young people while they were putting on their production of the Gingerbread Kid.
This was in coordination through the National Theatre.
Yes, it was. It was there, and we did this show, and it was working with the young people there, and it was great fun. It was a great time, and I think, you know, that really helped me as well, because, you know, it's young people and they're thriving, you know, and they've all got their individual support needs as well, you know, and you just think, wow, you know, they don't hold back. They're out there on the stage giving it everything, and, you know, they've got their own you know, additional support needs, and I felt very like, you know, it's okay, you know, it's actually okay, you know. Theatre's such a wonderful place. It's such a wonderful place to grow again and be who you want to be, really.
Was there anybody, I've never asked you this question before, but it just came to me there just now. Was there any kids in there in particular, without naming or anything like that, was there any kids in there that you seen when they came in at the beginning of the process for doing this show? Did you see any kind of particular one that changed and you seen them blossom? But just kind of like your own story, where I've actually seen you develop.
Yes, I think they all did in different ways, and, you know, I wouldn't want to obviously speak about anybody individually personally, but yeah, they all did in different ways, and they flourished, and, you know, it's just such a you know, such a great thing to watch and to be part of, and to, you know, nurture them in a way that, you know, you feel that you've helped them as much as, and I feel like they helped me, you know, a lot, and it was a really, really, really wonderful experience at Toonspeak. It really was.
Yeah. Do you think, I certainly think anyway, that the creative arts doesn't get the as the recognition it deserves in society. Everybody thinks that the creative arts is right. You go and see a show and that's great, come back out. But as I mentioned earlier on in my piece, when people go into a theatre and they come back out and start talking about it, they don't realise what they're doing. They're actually sharing with each other, which is a good thing. People start talking to each other. It doesn't happen as much as what it should, and if people did, in my opinion, start chatting with each other and maybe being more open with their feelings and everything else, it would be a better world. That's what we aim to do at 12 Step Productions. But I think with your in the creative arts in general, what's your opinion on it? Every story to me, whether it be radio, whether it be music, doesn't matter what it is, if it can affect people emotionally, listening to a song, and everybody listens to a song, and you get emotional on a song, and you'll get happy on a song, and you'll get the same from a film, and you'll get the same from a play, or for anything like that. Yeah. What is your opinion on how the creative arts should get the kind of recognition and maybe a wee bit more government awareness and funding to kind of exploit the kind of experience and the positive experience like you've had and like you've seen the kids having? What's your thoughts on that?
I think theatre, you know, as you say, you know, music, things like that, but theatre is the ultimate outlet for helping your confidence and self-esteem foremost, and it has to be recognised in that. I think, you know, when I was smaller, I did amateur dramatics with it was the New Victory Players, and I was in the New Victory Players for most of my childhood. It was an amateur dramatics company, and that was the best outlet for me as a young person, who I'll just be candid. I was actually adopted, so it really helped me change. I suppose find characters that I could play, you know, that I, you know, and find out, you know, another identity with, because as an adoptee you don't really know who you are. You don't have your mirror, you know, you don't have that person or that you don't have the belonging that, you know, people that are not adopted have. And the theatre just gave me a place. It gave me just somewhere that I could go and be whoever I wanted to be from one character to the next. So theatre is hugely important, like hugely important for so many different reasons, and I think people know that really, but it certainly has helped me, and it has, you know, as I say, I was in amateur dramatics when I was younger, and you know, I went away from it for a while and did a bit of studying, but then came back, and it's greatly helped my self-esteem and confidence, definitely.
And another thing that I believe it's good for is it's good for team building. You don't need to have to be on the stage.
No.
You don't need to be on this side of the microphone.
That's right.
There's so many different facets. I mean, what people forget about even production and radio productions and TV productions, and it's got to be a team effort.
Yes.
If one cog in that wheel breaks,
right.
if the technician in here falls out, I mean, I'm sitting looking at a rows of buttons and screens and everything in front of me, then I'm off air. It's as simple as that. If in the theatre, if our team don't work, our backstage team don't work with us, everything falls apart. So I think it's good for team building and everything like that, especially for young kids. And it gets them interactive, which can be a great thing. Now, tell us a wee bit about the roles you play in the Junkie Miracles, because I know you play, but I know what you do, obviously.
So I play multiple roles in the Junkie Miracles. So I am a wife, I am a CPN, which is a community psychiatric nurse. I also play Corey, who's one of the addicts, recovering addicts. So yes, that's what I do.
Right, well, we've just got a wee clip here of the play itself for the viewers to look at. So this is a wee teaser of what to come on the tour that we start. I hope you enjoy it. It runs for about two minutes or so, 2.5 minutes. Just to see if we can maybe get this coming on here. There we go, guys.
There is the name's Boxy Diamond, and I'm a recovering. Me and my pals, we used to use today. We come up here, and my ma's wee attic. We called it my jagging then. She didn't ken.
I thought this might be the thing that takes me out. When the time comes. It's an easy way to die. Who needs friends anyway, Angie? When you've got the hug heroin can give you. You're on it, aren't you?
No, I'm just out dancing.
I ken when you're on it, Andy.
Typical. I'm having a good day and you're at the world.
Wasn't he enough? You always wanted more. It took everything from me. Even my fucking teeth. Thank fuck for Turkey.
Through the needle. It was that size, man. Fuck it!
Deep in the bosom of the gentle night is when I search for the light. Pick up my pen and start to write. I struggle to fight dark forces in the clear moonlight without fear. Song. In my nature, under ceaseless attack, I get no sleep. I can't get no sleep.
Right, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. My apologies for there is a couple of swear words in the play. I should have mentioned that. And the players, for anybody who's going to be over 14 to come and see it. I'd like to thank Glad Radio again for letting us come on and do this, and it's great just to get this message out here, let you know a wee bit about 12-Step Productions, a wee bit about some of one of our actors here. I'd like to thank Elaine. Elaine does an absolute stunning performance in it. She plays so many different characters in it. I don't know how she does it, but she does it perfectly. You wouldn't know who she is half the time when she's on the stage, and that's the sign of a great actor. She can play anything. So Elaine, thank you very much for agreeing to come along here to Glad Radio and tell us a bit about yourself and letting us know about the Junkie Miracles and your amazing career and your transformation from where you were to where you are now.
Thank you, and thank you, Glad Radio, for having me.
So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Vous écoutez une production de Radio
State
Glad.
ascoltando Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
Koshi Radio se Southside Sound Community ke was
Ashwageshjuri program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Erjidjitak agus Arelov. Tom with Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio
You're
Glad.
listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds.
From Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
to listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. This is Ezra Hussein. I use any pronouns, and I'm from You Belong Glasgow, which is a multilingual community platform that features queer, Black and people of color, and disabled creatives. And I'm here with my team member, Thierry.
Hi everyone, I'm Thierry. I use he or him as a pronouns. So I've been involved with Ezra on the You Belong project for quite a long time actually. So
It's been years.
Yeah.
More than 5 years. Is it like 6 years, I think?
Going to 6 years.
Going to 6 years. We would like to share a little bit about how You Belong got established, a little bit about community building with my friend Thierry, and we also like to highlight that we got an event coming up, which will be on the 14th of August, part of Gavin Hill International Festival and Carnival, and it will be at 7 p.m. at Mill Community on Cathcart Road until 9, and it will feature... It's basically highlighting multilingualism, and it will feature artists and creatives based in the south side of Glasgow who are migrants, Black and people of colour, from the diaspora as well. We will have a range of artistic expressions that will go into detail later on. But I would like to tell you a little bit about the story of You Belong. So it was established, the soft launch was back in 2020. It was established through lots of conversations all throughout the year, but it officially started in September in 2020. And at that time, because of it was, of course, COVID and lockdown, so it had to be online and virtual. And 2 months later, we started a collaboration with Glasgow Zine Library in south side of Glasgow, who took care of marketing and ticketing, and they're very supportive with the events. And we stayed like that. We stayed delivering monthly events, highlighting and featuring creatives from these underrepresented communities. And then our first in-person event, believe it or not, it was actually in 2023. And it was the summer of 2023. We got funding available, so we delivered one at Transmission Gallery in the city centre. And I would like to ask my friend Thierry about that, because he was a panelist there. It was delivered in 2 sections, if you remember, Thierry. It was like a panel discussion first, and then we had the performance panel.
Yes.
And you were together with Yvonne from the charity More.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that day was it was quite a rainy day for some reasons, actually. And then we had it was wonderful to see people for the first time face to face. As Ezra was saying, we've had 2.5 years, 3 years, almost virtual. So it was fun to have a full room at the Transmission Gallery, I suppose.
Yeah, it was the ground floor.
The ground floor. So it was quite interesting to have people with us that day. So
I would love to hear more about that, Thierry, because you've been the host and participating in You Belong virtually for years, and then we did this in-person event. Was it scary for you at all?
I had a mix of emotion that day. I think I was happy, first of all, to come across, to see everybody. But also the nerves. It was a bit nervous, like a first time sitting as a panelist in front of a whole crowd. So, and then speaking about my journey through in Glasgow. So it wasn't something very easy at the time, but I think you get better, and then you also with your support that you brought. So it was quite okay at some point to just flow with everything that comes or with all the questions on the day, really. So it was a bit of the nervousness and excitement, I should say.
That's lovely to hear, Thierry. And as part of you being part of You Belong Glasgow, we do a lot to make people feel comfortable, including ourselves. We take care of ourselves. We take care of each other's well-being. And it's a big thing for You Belong, for example, to have events while a well-being officer is there. Yeah. That's when we had you a few times. And also to bring, I remember especially in that event, to bring a community meal. So we had hot meal provided by Yvonne from More, which was like Caribbean. And I'm sure that plantain helped with the nervousness. It was delicious.
So I think you did mention a bit of inclusivity. So it's very important to look into that, because I think the whole idea of You Belong, I think the name says everything. You belong. So when you come to any of the events that we organize, you belong with us. We try as much as possible to include you in everything that we do. So from disability accessibility, from providing a safe space for a one-to-one if someone wants to talk, if someone feels a bit more out of place, I should say. So we try to provide that comfortable space, or that comfy space for that person to speak, which is obviously, as you said, where I come in most of the times. I think I've had too many roles, or a lot of roles actually, as part of the staff at You Belong, as from host to well-being officer. So I think to panelist as well. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. So we try to blend everything together to make sure that everyone that comes feels seen, and it's
I mean, definitely agree with you. And I think touching on that element of accessibility, it's a big thing in our practice. And we've been learning. We never had it perfectly.
No.
Like we never, it's nothing about being perfect. It's mostly about learning and being in progress. And I think that's why, for example, when we got funded by the Civic Scottish Trust, which needed, like, one of the conditions is to do events in protected buildings and heritage buildings. And I think we came across accessibility as an element really strongly, because a lot of these protected buildings, part of the Scottish heritage, didn't have actually proper accessible entrance, for example, for wheelchair users. So we tried our best to still have that element of heritage highlighted while finding these accessible venues. And I mean, my personal favorite was, shout out to the Listen Gallery.
Yes.
That was our favorite. It's the only gallery in Scotland, as far as we know, that is run by a queer woman of colour, Ria, who's been working really hard.
Shout out to Ria.
Shout out to Ria. She's opening the space again, a new space in Glasgow.
Yeah, I mean, part of the job also requires us to check the venue first, and obviously have a meeting beforehand, because I mean, without that meeting, we wouldn't probably make the job make the job as easy as it looks to everybody out there, you know. And accessibility is always something that we come across that doesn't always feel easy to provide.
In addition to, like, accessibility in terms of wheelchair users, we also had the request of accessibility for example, BSL interpretation, which is it's something that takes a huge amount of the budget. It's very, very expensive, and you need to factor it in. And we managed to do it when we had the events online, when we got bigger funding pockets, which was amazing. Yeah. But unfortunately, it's not something that we can afford to in every single event. But we try our best.
We always find ways to improve the service, or also ways to tackle issues, right? So, and this is why, as I mentioned earlier on, preparation comes from. So when we prepared, we try as much as possible. Obviously, it seems like the more we go along, the more the budget is smaller, but we do our best to make sure that whichever difficulties we encounter, we tackle it together. Yeah, we overcome it together. And
I would love to think about an example, Thierry, of that. While I will share a weak example first, and then think of one. I think an example that I can think of, it was a You Belong event online, and we did have accessibility funding, but it was limited. So what we couldn't do, we had the collaboration with Interpreters of Color Network, which is like Black and people of color doing interpretation online. So we had this collaboration with them. We would bring them to our events, but unfortunately for that one event, the funding wasn't enough. So what we did, we tried to be creative with it. So I remember how we tackled that was that me going through the interpretation courses at universities and colleges and finding students who are still studying interpretation and practicing interpretation. They're not 100% perfect, but if you give them enough preparation, as Thierry just mentioned, and documents, they can try to perfect it, and then they will interpret for the person in our event. And also another way of working with that is that instead of having just one interpreter to have all the workload on them, it would be better to have 2 or 3 where they can alternate, and they can bring like 20 minutes and then exchange it for another 20 minutes with somebody else, and that will make sure that nobody feels burnt out. So this is one example that I can think of. What about you, Thierry?
On top of my head, I don't really have any. But if I could point out towards the work that we often do. The second funding that we had with the Scottish Civic Trust, so when we had, I think the second event that we had, I think one of the issue was across visibility.
Yes.
So I remember that room was, I don't know, for some reason it was a bit too dark for anyone to see the performance up there. actually,
I remember which one you're talking about.
So we had to make sure, and obviously through with communication with the person that's the owner of the hall. So we had to do as much as possible to make sure that the room was bright enough, and even the host that day had I think she had an injury, so she couldn't walk around, and the ankle. So we had to create a space. Well, I had to create a space at the front for her to sit, for everyone to see her. So I think we go with the work which it tasks. So I don't think that there are 2 days that are the same. So we just go with what
you need to come with an open mind.
You need to come with an open mind and
with flexibility as well.
Be flexible.
And I think it's important to have that attitude of willingness that we can make it work. We just need to find creative ways of making it work.
Creativity. Exactly. So.
It's amazing. We talked a little bit about You Belong, about our accessibility and practice. And that brings us really nicely to the core topic of today, which is You Belong and multilingualism.
Mm-hmm.
So as a multilingual platform, we're really keen on highlighting people who are bilingual, multilingual, and people, especially from the migrant and asylum-seeking and refugee communities who come with different languages. And it's true that they say that Govan Hill is the richest city or part of Glasgow when it comes to language. I think last time I checked, it was like more than 88 languages spoken in Govan Hill alone, which is fantastic. And that did influence our preparation for this event, applying for the funding at the Govan Hill Festival, and to focus on multilingualism, language, and how we exist in multitudes. And I would like to ask you, Thierry, about that. Me and you, as bilingual speakers and multilingual speakers, how do you see that reflected or represented in You Belong when we think about language?
Well, the first thing is most of the artists, all the artists that we've invited so far, they've always been, I think all of them are always bilingual.
Yes.
Or multilingual. So, and it's such a beauty to see someone who doesn't speak only just one language, but 2, 3, 4 languages.
And sometimes you're surprised because you hear your native language. You're like, who's that? You know? And you never expect it, but it's there. It's spoken at You Belong event. Yeah.
So the idea of multilingual is something very interesting, and it's something beautiful. You know, you see, I mean, walking across Govan Hill, we live in Govan Hill, actually. So I live right on Cathcart Road. So I cannot remember the last time I left my house walking 10 meters without seeing someone that looks either like me or someone that looks different from me. That brings out the beauty of the place itself. So it's just a joy when you walk on the street and then you see someone that speaks either your language or a different language. So, and then when you come into a space, into our space at You Belong, where we have artists that could perform with those in their native languages or a language that they've learned, you appreciate it more, I suppose. So it's just a joy. It's a beauty. I think you get younger every single time when you listen to someone speaking a different language, and you're like, oh yeah, that's very interesting.
I couldn't agree more, especially that as a decolonial platform, and you know, we don't use decolonialism as just like a word or it's a practice that we need to work on, we need to learn and study. And I think it's really important to highlight that non-English native speakers are as intelligent as any other speaker in any other language. I think unfortunately that sometimes people think the English language is a measurement for intelligence, which is absolutely not. It's a skill, just like any other skill, that if you learn and practice, you can master. If you don't, it doesn't hinder or reflect on your level of intelligence. And I think that's something that we try to foster in You Belong, that come and join us in any language that you express yourself in, especially creatively. And that is valid as much as the English language being valid.
Yeah. And to add on to that, we will be very happy to have someone coming to read their poem or coming to perform in their native languages, because that is a beauty. That is what we want. We want to make you visible. We want to make sure that you have a space where you can be who you are, who you want to be. So yeah, please reach out and give us a shout, and then we will put you on the stage for that.
Exactly. You can find us on social media, on Instagram and Facebook at You Belong Glasgow. You, just a letter U, making it a bit jazzy. And you can reach out anytime and share your thoughts and ideas, and we'll try to make it happen. And I think this leads nicely to some poetry reading, perhaps. I would love to do that. And share a little bit of the poetry that I write in different languages. I grew up with Persian and Arabic, and I learned English from the age of 4 or 5. So it's growing up with these 3 languages definitely influenced my writing and the way I navigate the world and the way I eat as well, because absolutely language is connected to culture and eating and all these other practices that you do. And maybe this will take me really nicely to, I have a few pieces to read. The first one is called Reading of Body and Place. And it's also, it might be important to mention that these pieces that I'm reading today are also part of my research. So they're part of the creative writing section chapter in my PhD that I'm supposed to submit next month. I'm very happy to read. Let's go with it. So the first one is Readings of Body and Place. My hands are my sails, my patient leaders, my companions in virtue and extensions that sometimes have a mind of their own. I see them becoming more like themselves, olived color and sometimes tanned, expanding in a parallel, a collective outburst from my atoms. Movements as liberations, as major, as noble, shifting what we do not share in public as minor and non-noble. Duality. Birds flickering their feathers, humming to each other. Besides the wind, cells moving into the bloodstream. Lungs half full, ideas curating in the brain, an artist smiling at the craft. أشوف عدل مثل الألوان، مثل الوطن ما له مثيل. أدري لازم يكون، بس ما أدري شلون يصير. I want to believe that tenderness reflects the fundamental. What I expect to happen next when I float, when I evolve, beyond your territory, brushed by waves, mind is still, held hostage by my own emotions, but the body is non-stagnant. Hold my hand, watch the sky, and love the world with me. So that piece, it's what I offer in my writings. It's not exact translation of the words, but it's more of an interpretation of the words. Only because, of course, verbs and adjectives exist in so many different ways in different languages, but I feel like literal translation doesn't really work or do it justice. So it's better for me to do interpretations of that. The second piece is called A Stranger Here and There on Mapping Belonging, which I'm very excited to share. It was recently published in a literary magazine called Sync. They published recently an anthology of refugee and migrant writing, and they accepted this piece, which is amazing. Thank you for that. And it goes like this. Walking as if they have the right to be, the right to belong to themselves, regardless of location, from Kuwait to Scotland, betwixt and between, living within a flux, holding non-binary, transgender, lesbian and queer, more labels to be counted than explored, an extravagant power to give away. But today, I am indifferent, in a quest to take my agency back home, to where it should be, to thyself. غرباء هني وهناك، نتمشى كنا لنا الحق بالوجود، الحق إننا ننتمي بداخلنا، وبغض النظر عن المكان، من الكويت لاسكتلندا بين البينين، نعيش مع التغيير ونشيل الهوية الجندرية والميول الجنسي، ونشيل أوصاف ما تنعد ولا تخلص، ونتخلى عن القوة. بس اليوم مو إلا نهتم، لازم نسعى ونرد بمكاننا، المكان اللي بداخلنا. And there is also this piece that I would like to read. It's called Off the Beating Track on the wait, I swear I can say it. Inevitability of confronting grief. This one it was done in a workshop at Berlin Book House, which is like a bookshop in Govan Hill. I can't remember the details of that workshop, but I remember it did inspire me to write this piece, and then I edited it further for the PhD chapter to blend in. And it was recently, this year, it was published, it got accepted to be published from Glasgow to Saturn publication, which is a journal, literary publication at the University of Glasgow, in issue 54. So it goes like this. Foam and fuzz, explosions to a flow. The sky is dark with broken ships, imprints in the sand. My frustration gleams and evokes, descending into memories of magic. Waking up, clouded with blues, agents of the past, untamed, sweaty. Looking at the walls to establish a beam of familiarity. And indeed, this is the room. These are my arms. Indeed, she passed away. Fevers of mistrust, a strange defensiveness cascades. We are no longer at Al Khairan beach, awaiting for the sun to sleep. And I would like to end this sharing of poems and prose with a piece that I wrote most recently, and it's actually a reflection on an event that we did together, Thierry, in You Belong. It was the one in May that was funded by the Rite of Spring Festival at the University of Glasgow, which was titled Writing in English, Thinking in Many. Perhaps I can read the reflection and then I will pass it over to Thierry to share his own reflections on the event and what you remember. Does that sound good?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah? Okay, amazing. So it's called Writing in English, Thinking in Many, a Reflection. I often wonder about the interconnectivity of research and community facilitation. As my PhD research tackles both academic research and civic engagement, I find that the two are constantly imbuing one another. In this text, I offer a reflection on the Writing in English, Thinking in Many event that I organized and hosted as part of the Rite of Spring Festival 2026 in May at the University of Glasgow, highlighting the importance of solidarity building within and beyond the academic landscape. Our panelists discussed the challenges and possibilities of writing across languages, and they shared the practical strategies and approaches to both academic and creative writing in the English language, answering questions such as, how do you maintain confidence and a sense of belonging while writing in English as bilingual or multilingual speakers? As decolonial researchers and creatives, how do you navigate writing in English as a colonial language with such a complex and violent history? As the event facilitator and host, I was keen to touch on the impact of being a community while attempting to answer such challenging questions. We were joined by researchers who were also writing in English as an additional language, who felt at ease sharing their opinions and doubts. And as a facilitator, I valued that element of comfort in curating welcoming spaces. To provide extra support, I invited our wellbeing officer, the one and only Thierry, who's with me today, to be present to help us with the delivery of the event and to establish a positive environment. People reached out to him whenever they felt like it. There were also some tasty treats and refreshments that added a sense of warmth to the atmosphere. With these small gestures, the event transcended what a regular academic workshop or event would look like. this space became a community space where we would lean on each other and work together. The world of research and academia can often be a lonesome experience, and having moments of connections make a huge difference. I personally would have loved to attend something like this in the early years of my PhD research, as I would have benefited from being in such company. An important element of this event is that it was delivered not just as a You Belong event, but delivered in collaboration with the university. And this community engagement space is part of the PhD journey, and equally part of my life being built here in Scotland as a migrant. People outside of the universities, such as independent researchers, Glasgow University alumni who are still in the city, and prospective PhD researchers who are starting their degrees in the fall, had the opportunity to access the space and learn new skills. And most importantly, they had the opportunity to experience a glance of the academic world that is about community building. I feel that this additional aspect of organizing highlights the importance of community within and beyond academia and how many possibilities there are. Such acts of solidarity resetify the isolation that often accompanies academic research. There was a lot to learn on the day, and a lot of joy felt against the backdrop of the drenched skies in Glasgow. And through that funding that we secured, we managed to bring a videographer to document the process while capturing the depth and the complexity of the conversation. So that event, to give you a better picture of it, we had 2 panelists, 2 researchers and creative writers who are also bilingual and multilingual. It was Theo and Shruti. And we had Thierry, our wellbeing officer, myself as the host, and our videographer is also a filmmaker. His name is Jabad. And with the support of the Rite of Spring Festival and the university staff, we did deliver this event successfully. I will take it to you, Thierry. Wow, what do you feel about that event? How was it for you?
Well, I mean, before I answer your question, I think when you read your second poem, so it reminded me of one of a beautiful song that I often listen to. It's Far Away. So, I mean, you left your country and then you come to Scotland. From time to time, you think about back home, the food, your family, your friends, the weather, everything. So that nostalgia of being away from home, it often reminds you of how beautiful I suppose life can be, and it keeps you on the ground. It keeps you focused, target-minded. So okay, this is what I'm here to achieve, and while I'm doing that, I am in connections with people that looks like me, or with everyone around me, as I should say. So it's always a good reminder that yes, we are.
That speaks to the element of representation, right?
Yes.
How important it is.
How important representation is. So, as an academic myself, I think one of the first things that I did when I entered the classroom the first time was, "Ooh, who looks like me here?" Like, for some reason, I think my brain just wandered there. So I think you need that sense of identity. You need someone that looks like you to comfort you a little bit, I suppose. So so that was
make you feel less alone in this world. Yeah,
exactly.
And it's a big thing for us being migrants, coming to, like, literally traveling across the continent and coming to a country completely like no connection to, and trying to establish a new life.
No, 100%. So coming back to the event that we had at the University of Glasgow, I remember sitting there saying to myself, how did you end up writing a whole PhD paper? So, I mean, I think the first time I sat down to write the 1,500 words, I was like, mate, am I going to finish this? So, and having a supportive network, having lecturers, having friends, having people around me supporting me to even start writing, giving me ideas on even how to write a piece of work was really, really helpful. So I thought that event was a great success, because at the end, speaking to either the panelists or all the attendees, I was quite amazed to see every single one of them saying, "Oh, you know what? I wish I had this when I started writing any piece of work."
Exactly.
Either academic or non-academic, because it's not always easy to just wake up one morning and then write. No, you need something to trigger that moment. And even though when you had that moment, you need guidelines. How do you make sure that you get structure? Exactly. How do you make sure that you start from A to B to C and D? So, and all of them, no one of them spoke English as the first language. English was the second or third language,
exactly,
or maybe fourth actually. So I think speaking to Theo, so it was like it was the third one. So I was like, okay, mate, how do you? So when you look at that, you see the work that every single body put through writing their work, either a poem or academic writing. This is just amazing.
Definitely it was a wholesome experience, and I think it's something that we try to push in You Belong events. We always highlight that it is a collective, it is a platform, but first it is a multilingual platform.
Yeah.
And that will create that welcoming and friendly environment where you can come in all your languages and express yourself in all of them if you want to. And it doesn't, sometimes it's like listening to a song, even if you don't exactly understand the language that the song is in, but you can feel it and you can relate to it, maybe through the rhythm or the sound or in another way that will move your imagination. But it's about the human connection, regardless of the language.
As a well-being officer, one thing that I've always found fascinating is that when I speak to someone at the start of the event and then they're telling me, "Oh, I'm really anxious, I don't know if I'm going to stay until the end." At the end of the event, you always find them speaking to somebody else.
Exactly.
So because that person either shared the same culture as them, or that person felt also anxious at the start. So it's always interesting to me to sometimes step back and look at everyone and observe everybody in the room and say, "Oh, you know what? At the end of the event, I'm certain that person will be more open." Because it's not easy to, when you come into a room and you see everybody speaking English and you feel like, "Oh, I don't think my English is this good."
Yeah.
But then you find out that, look, you know what? They feeling the same way. They make mistakes.
And we can go through it together.
And we go through it together.
I just remember the first ever You Belong event that was in person, Thierry, the one at the Transmission Gallery.
Yeah.
We had an audience member. It was her first time coming to You Belong, Pilin, who's an artist, and she's actually a well-established artist now in Scotland and Glasgow, and she's based in the South Side. And I remember at the end of our event at Transmission Gallery, she just stood up as part of the audience, and she's like, "I never spoke publicly in an event, and I never shared my work publicly in an event like this, but I would like to say that I am an artist." And she started speaking about her Hakka heritage, her journey of migration, her being also non-native speaker, English speaker. And after that, she came back to You Belong, and she joined us as a host one time. She joined us as an artist, as a singer, as a poet. I mean, she's amazing, like every single other person in the You Belong team that is very creative and talented. And she joined us in all her creative ways, and we welcomed that and we loved it.
That's what we want to see. That's the kind of space we are promoting at You Belong, because we want people to feel comfortable and a bit bold at times to take that first step. Because if you don't, you probably have to go drag your feet a bit more. But most of the times, you always have that one person who will stand up and say, "Oh, you know what? Next time when you have the event, can I be the host, or can I be a panelist? Can I share a poem? Can I share a piece of a song that I've written a couple of years ago? You know,
and we'll try to make it happen.
And we always try to accommodate people like that. So these are the things that makes our job, I wouldn't say easy, but it brings a bit of light in what we
rewarding.
Do. A reward in what we do. Yeah.
Exactly. I think, Thierry, this like brings me to thinking, of course, like we love doing this work and we love like working together and bringing the community together. But I keep thinking like how important it is right now, especially with the hostile environment that we're in. We see this. We don't only say it's a hostile environment. We see it in our community with our friends. We see it, unfortunately, even in Govan Hills sometimes. So it just keeps me wondering, like, I know it is important, but how important it is right now.
I think the moment is ideal to highlight a couple of things or a lot of things happening in our city today.
Yeah.
You know, when I suppose when I first moved to Scotland, Glasgow was not particularly place where I wanted to live. I'll say, oh, you know what, Edinburgh, yeah, or any other city than Glasgow. And then when you come into Glasgow, it's a community type. It's a community kind of city, I suppose, you know. And when you go around, you talk to people, and then you spend some times in the city centre, much more Govan Hill. You're like, oh, this is actually where I want to live. So to wake up one morning and seeing the rise of violence and anything happening out there against ethnic minority queer people, I think you start to say, oh, we should address these things, because because I don't remember seeing a lot of intervention from those that should intervene to make sure that these people are safe.
Like the ones in power or the ones who have the resources.
They should be. We should address these issues. We should make sure that everyone walking on the street should be safe walking on the street on their way home, on their way to work, you know, because all of them, we know a lot of people actually, and all of them do different kind of work. So they are contributing, you know. So you don't want to stay at home. I mean, the day that the protest happened, I decided to stay at home. I mean, I had nowhere to go basically, but I was like, okay, you know what, I'm not.
The recent one in Glasgow, yeah.
So I think we should highlight things like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important for us also to talk about it, because I know it's uncomfortable and it's sad, but we need to mention it. Yes, Glasgow is a city that is friendly and people make Glasgow. It's definitely,
Glasgow,
it's a verb. It's not like just a slogan. But at the same time, it's important for us to have these difficult conversations and address the violence and the hostility that is happening. We personally been through it, and our friends and community and colleagues also are going through it. And I think now more than ever, just like Thierry mentioned right now, we need to do this work, regardless if it's funded or not. This is a labor that is needed for our survival. Mm-hmm. And this reminds me of, just I think 2 days ago, I attended an event about art as activism and times for healing, which is hosted by the Creatives of Colour Festival, by the co-directors Zahra and Kevin. And one of the speakers was actually a You Belong team member, Melini, of course. Yeah, she's an illustrator. And they were talking about that, like what can we do? For example, we're not lawyers, professionals in legal issues, for example, or in court or things like that. We're not, Thierry is a well-being officer, but we're not, for example, professional counselors or, psychotherapists. But what we can do is definitely bring people together in a safe space and highlight our art and creativity. And that in itself is a protest against bigotry and against violence. And it's a statement that we're making, that we are resisting this, and we are resisting it in our own ways of creativity and art and coming together and solidarity building.
It's definitely interesting to see the work or to see what's happening out there, I suppose. But having a space where creatives could come together and know and understand that, look, I am welcome here, right? So I live here. I have a house here. You know,
that this space is different from coming to a space. I always say that, Thierry. That's different when you come to a space and you're like, okay, welcome here. But it's different when you come to a space and you're like, actually, we designed and curated the space with you in mind. So this is for you. You're not just tolerated or welcomed. This is for you, literally. And you can just be your authentic self. And we accept you. And that makes a huge difference, I think, for us being like migrants, for us being queer, for us, you know, coming from ethnic minority backgrounds, that we belong here and we have the right to safety and to flourishing and to existing and to creativity and art.
Yeah, I mean, our space. I think I should mention this before we moved on. So our space is created in co-production. So we co-produce the space, or we co-create the space, I should say, with every single feedback, every single person that we come across, every single person that we speak with or to on the daily basis, really. Because what we don't want is someone to come into the space and then feel like, oh, you know what, I'm not coming back. Look, we've had feedbacks that were not really positive, but we always try as much as possible to accommodate everybody. Yeah. Hence the terms co-production, right? So
exactly.
Yeah, so collaboration. So we co-create something meaningful for every single person that comes in contact with You Belong space.
That's amazing. Yeah. That actually inspired me. I would love to read one more piece before the end of our session, and maybe after the piece we can talk a little bit more about our upcoming events. I would like to introduce the artist and such, and then we can end the session. So this one is inspired by everything we just mentioned. It's the title is "In Writing the End of Fascism," and it was again in a workshop with fellow creatives that we're all going through the same thing, and we're trying to express ourselves through words and create that sense of solidarity. The essentials are not yet to be defeated. Selected hopes and enlarged futures. Longing for resistance. Longing for potential. Parameters of a thought erupted. A sea of cage is unlearned. How not to remember your grievances. How to unshatter your horizons. How to imagine solidarity. One voice observes many for a long time. One voice is critical of some and ruined by others. One voice is defiant and reaches for another. One voice travels into multidimensional and multidirectional molds of offerings. One voice is now more. One voice is community. That's the end of the piece. A little bit more about upcoming event. We talked a lot about our practice and how we approach our events, and I think it's really important for people to also understand and see that this is not just like speaking about it. This is a practice, and it would be amazing for you to come and witness it and be part of it. So in our upcoming event that is funded by the Gavin Hill Festival and Carnival, International Festival Carnival. It's called Beyond Borders, a multilingual creative gathering. And we are celebrating in it the linguistic diversity and the creative voices of migrant, refugee, and diaspora communities in the south side of Glasgow. We will have Thierry, who's right here with me as a host for the event. And we are also joined by Sean Y. Kong, who writes poetry and makes performances often highlighting the communities, places, and foods that he has connection with. His poetry connection, Sigfan, was published in 2021 by Verve Poetry Press, and he has worked with organizations like the National Theatre of Scotland, Buzzcat Festival, and Middle Ground, an online platform for mixed-race creativity. So we'll have some poetry and spoken word from Sean, followed by some film, which is amazing, by Diviji R.M. Jan, who is a writer and filmmaker and a visual artist, recently working in poetry in the Ifable anthology, and produced 2 short films called Thresh and Olding and Sean. So we will see these films. I think there are 2 short films. One of them is 16 minutes and one of them is 20 minutes. That talks about queerness, embodiment of gender, and their experiences of being a racialized individual born and raised in Scotland. So that will be amazing. And then we also have more spoken word and sound. So it will be like sound work and music from Valeria, who is a queer Mexican interdisciplinary artist and researcher. She's interested in the intersections of personal narrative, sound, music, and the art of listening. So she will represent her own. I think it's a sound mix that she made, part of her research as well, but she will be also showing it to the community, which is amazing. And finally, the last performance will be also film/theater by Javad Darai, our friend and You Belong team member, who's an award-winning filmmaker, playwright, and theater director, working on the themes of human rights, war, trauma, and resilience. He began his artistic journey in Iran and worked as an underground filmmaker, creating socially conscious films that highlighted the struggles of marginalized communities, especially the LGBTIQ individuals and people with disability. He came to Scotland as part of the Artist Protection Fund at the University of Edinburgh, where he received vital support to continue developing his artistic voice. And in this event, he would like to highlight video footage from his play Strikers that was part of the Refugee Festival back in June this year.
Yeah.
And then he will reflect on that footage and share a little bit more about his practice as a playwright and a filmmaker. And finally, we have our lovely photographer, Fernanda Welsh-Pina, who will be documenting the event. And she's also a You Belong team member. She's a mixed-race queer photographer who enjoys documenting people and performances on film, and she's part of the Govan Hill photography team with Govan Hill Bath. So this is our rich timeline, a lineup that we have for the event, and it will be in the South Side in person. We would love to see more of you there. Any final words, Thierry?
Well, it's always exciting to have a rich panel of artists that we often invite in most of our event. But I think I also need to mention that we often have a question and answer to the panelists or to the performers or the artists that we invite, to make sure that they're not just there to present, but also to explain to the group or to the attendees what the journey.
That's an important element of our friends.
How they came to be. I mean, So to highlight that journey is also important, because you could watch a short movie or a short clip. You could listen to someone poetry, but knowing the background work, knowing the idea behind that is also important. So, and we often, as much as we can, highlight that through our work with You Belong.
Exactly, through the connection, through the live, impactful dialogue, to allow the audience not just to be passive participants, but to engage actively, exactly, in the events. Thank you so much, Thierry, for all your wise words today and for joining me here. Big thank you to Richard and the Glad Cafe Sorry, the Glad Radio. God, that's how you know I'm hungry. The Glad Radio team for having us today, and many thanks also for the Gavin Hill International Festival and Carnival for funding our events and for supporting us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, see you next Friday on the 14th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Shifshe e għiex le Radio Glad.
Vous écoutez une production de
State
Radio Glad.
ascoltando Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من ساوثسايد من راديو Glad.
Kushi Radio se Southside Sound Community ke was.
Ашуэгейшчери программ Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Jizitach agus Arelив. Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio
You're
Glad.
listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
على الأثير الرقمي وحسب الطلب نحن Glad Radio.
В цифровом формате и по запросу мы Glad Radio.
Questa era una produzione Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast. To listen to more and to get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds.
From Glad Radio.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide. Southside Worldwide.
Escuches a Radio Glad.
Shifshe e għiex le
Vous
Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
Звуки сообщества с юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Thank you very much there, Richard. That's us back again, folks. You were getting used to me, but I've brought along here another guest, a friend of mine who's part of the Junkie Miracles team. Very important part. His name's Mike Higgins. Mike's been doing quite a lot of work helping us get Junkie Miracles out there and getting people to know about it. So I'll just first of all ask Mike to introduce himself. Mike, can you tell us what it is you do or what you did in your career, first of all?
Yeah, I was a journalist in first of all in print and then in broadcasting. So I worked at the likes of Radio Clyde and STV and the BBC, and still do training for the National Union of Journalists, and that's how you and I met.
Correct. We did indeed. What was that course that we?
So it was filming and editing using iDevices.
Yeah.
Because the idea is that journalists these days are asked to do all sorts of things. It used to, when I started in journalism, I started off as a weekly newspaper reporter. I had a notebook and a pencil. You weren't allowed to touch a camera, right? That was what we call it was a Rule 18. And that what would happen with that is that if I touched a camera, everybody would go out and strike, because it was a closed shop as well. So everybody had to be a member of the union. Otherwise, you couldn't work. Anyway, subsequently, that all changed, and technology changed it all and everything, so that everybody now has got a mobile phone. But the idea that the NUJ intervened was so that it was to provide a kind of standard for journalists, so that anybody can take a picture, but not everybody can take a picture properly, if you like. Not everybody can set people down doing an interview properly. So the idea being that the NUJ was providing the standard, not just for filming and editing, but there are also their own courses as well for writing, for playwriting, for all this kind of stuff. So
yeah, are these courses open Is it just for journalists or?
Primarily for journalists, but the way that you got into it is because the NUJ also runs them for other unions such as Equity, and I've done stuff for the EIS as well, the Teachers Union, and various other unions along the way. So
right, so it's a kind of union-driven kind of initiative then, yeah.
Yeah, if you're not a member, if you're a member of the union, you get them for nothing. They're funded by the Scottish Government. They used to be funded by the European Social Fund, I think it was, but obviously we're not in the EU anymore, so that doesn't apply. They're funded via the STUC from the Scottish Government. People on the outside who want to go on them have to pay a certain amount of money, not too much money, but if you're a student as well, I think you can get them in for nothing as well if you're a student.
Yeah. I would recommend them. Anybody who wants to go along to them, or try and find out about them. They do quite a few courses. I still get stuff sent through to me, and I've been looking at other courses as well. It's interesting. It's good to know, especially for old codgers like myself, the new technology and everything that's going about. It keeps you kind of up to date and fresh. Mike, we met through that course, and I mentioned to you about the Junkie Miracles. What kind of interested you? What was it that kind of interested you? Why did you not just go, oh yeah, very good, son, bye-bye?
Just generally, it's a different project going along. I thought, well, I can help out here. It's a subject that that cuts across everybody, and in my career as well, I've come across people in all walks of life who have been affected or are affected by addiction. Not least with colleagues. I know colleagues who have, primarily alcoholism is a huge problem with my colleagues. I know quite a few who have died prematurely through their addiction. Again, drugs and alcohol, it cuts right across. I mean, I know of people in other professions as well who are affected, and I think, well, is there some way that I can be involved here to help to publicise this? That's the bottom line. And you asked me to do the press releases and stuff like that. Yeah.
And we're very, very grateful. We're so grateful for you for coming along and helping us out with that side of the business, which I know very, very little of. Trying to get word out about it, and that's where the aim of Junkies is, the Junkie Miracles is to get word out. And on the creative side of it and the theatrical side of it, you did see the play. What was your opinion from a general public person point of view going to see this play? Was the play enjoyable? Did you enjoy the theatrical performances of it? There's a message in the play, obviously, but what did you think of the performance and the actual the stories in the play, and how the whole play was structured and how it went along?
I thought I did it before the new version came along. That's with the new set and the set and everything like that, and the tidying up of the set and everything that you have had a huge influence on. There's a lot of there's sadness in it. There's a lot of funny bits in it that it's that kind of dark humour as well that's there, that comes across. And it was interesting watching the audience as well. That there were some of the audience, probably parts of the audience that thought that they are not affected by any form of addiction, but their reactions were interesting. Just watching them, I saw it down in Ayr and down at the Gaiety, and I felt that you struck a chord with both, both sections, but you know what I mean, the people who have been affected directly by addiction, and with the people as well from the better off people, better off financially, better off, but that can and the thing that came across to me as well, one of the characters is this high flying, I don't know what his job was, but it was he had a decent job.
It's a high status.
Yeah, and that all fell away as a result. And I'm thinking that should ring a bell with you guys, the high money earners, if you like, in the audience, because it can be any one of you or any one of your kids or whoever, your dad or your mum or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's the amazing thing that I've noticed about the play as well. With that, not only is it's attracting people from all walks of life, and they're getting to see how addiction doesn't discriminate or on status or who you are or what you are. I mean, you only need to look about. You've got Cher, Sir Anthony Hopkins, Brad Pitt, Elton John. There's a host of celebrity that are in recovery and have done it through a 12-step programme or through any other means. One of the best ones singing wise is Eric Clapton, who now runs his own rehabs. Has got them all over, but one of a big, huge one in America. He's got a couple in UK as well. So that just brings to the public that,
I think people, a lot more and more people probably are aware or becoming more aware of the fate of various, rock stars and whoever, that how people get involved, how people become addicted, and when something happens to them, then there's more than this. Just it's a shame. People go, somebody somewhere got that person onto that track, that why did that person get that person? Why was that person involved in making that person in some way or another an addict, right? Somebody on the street somewhere, some pusher somewhere on the street, and it's getting to. And I think the thing about the play is it gets people thinking about how do people get into that state? How can I avoid being getting into that situation? And once you're in that situation, how do you get out of it? And that's the point about the Junkie Miracles. It's getting out of that situation or not.
Yeah, and it's woven in such a way that you do get a good theatrical experience. You've been the public are getting a brilliant theatrical performance with everything in it. That's what I believe we're producing.
Some people have said to me though, it's not my kind of thing. It's no why I would want to go to the theatre for. Well, why would you want to go to the theatre? Why do you want to go? What is your driving thing? And some people just would not be interested in it. But people will watch a whole load of heavy drama stuff on the telly or go to the pictures to be totally depressed. This is a live performance with real people who've gone through the thing, and there are times when people just need educated, if you like.
Yeah. I know that and we talk a lot about the message and all that, but the play is a play, although it's real people's stories, but it is a play. It's there for people to go and experience and have all their senses and everything touched, as you would go and see a TV movie or you would go and see a comedy. That this has got everything in it, and I'd love to emphasise that, so that it's a hard thing to say when we talk about Joe Public, the normals, right? Or I'm a normal. I don't like classing it like that, but to get people who would normally walk past who they would call an addict, maybe somebody lying on the street, and that's all they know about addiction. And I think I mentioned it earlier on, until addiction comes a knocking at your door, whether it affects you personally or affects your family or whatever, then the blinkers seem to come off then. And that's when people realise how destructive addiction is, not just for only the person in addiction, but also for all the family and all society around about them. But to get that, to get that in a play, a live play, be entertained and get that awareness about addiction at the same time is a very, very unique thing on live theatre, I believe anyway. And anybody that's, I'll give you one example. There was a couple came in when we were in the Mike Roberts Centre in Stirling, and I usually come straight out after the plays, the plays finish, and I ask the people for the reactions, microphone and everything on. And this couple come up to us, and they were very, very, very well suited, well dressed couple, and they were very, very polite. And they asked me, could I point them in the direction? I said, they knew somebody. And the way they were talking to me, I didn't question them, I didn't do that. The way they were talking to me, I knew it was someone close to them. I'm guessing it was probably a son or a daughter. I'm just guessing that. So I asked them if they got a programme, because we don't charge for any programmes at the theatres we go to. All the programmes are given out for free. There's a donation there. You can put a donation in, it'll go back. As I said, all the royalties go down to the Riverside Community Trust area. That's where it goes. But if you can't afford that, you don't put nothing in. We want you to take a programme. Primarily because on the back of the programme there is numbers on there for anybody that wants to go and get help. And it tells you about the actors, and it tells you a bit more about the play. I asked them, I said, did you pick a programme up? They said, no. I said, well, stand there a minute, I'll go and get you a programme. And I gave them the programme. I said, well, if you look on the back, all the numbers there. I said, oh yes. I said, well, what I want you to do, I want you to get into this person's house when you go next to see them. And I said, I don't want you to talk to them, I don't want you to just say hello, how are you doing? And I want you to leave that at the coffee table and walk out. And then they come away with it. But we've got to, that's when I realised it definitely is a close relative. But there's that connection. And it's very hard for a close family member to sit and watch somebody get through addiction, but that's where the addiction affects them. And it's hard for them. But it's got to be tough love. I have family members that suffered addiction, and it's and I remember when I was in addiction, I used to say to my mother, God bless her soul, she never seen me sober. Who am I harming? I'm not harming nobody. I'm harming nobody. Well, she was in the living room crying her eyes out. I was in the hall stealing money out of her purse. That's how low I got. This couple, when you're close to somebody in addiction, your natural loving reaction is to try and plead with them and do everything like that to try and get them to stop. Believe it or not, you're doing the wrong thing. An addict will turn around and they just use on that. They'll turn around and say, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, I'm doing that. No wonder I take a drug. They'll use any excuse on this. And addiction is a very, very selfish curse. So that's why I said to put it in the coffee table. I said, why? I said, because their nose will get the better of them. I said, and hopefully they'll pick that up, and they might just look at that back page and they might just see those numbers, and they might just phone that number up and do something about it, or they might come and see this play and get identification for what's going on stage. And I know personally that works with Junkie Miracles because I've got the feedback off it. And people have said to me, my son and my daughter are now in a rehab, or my son and my daughter's now been in recovery for such and such a time because they came along to see that play. That's how strong a message is getting across. And through the likes of being allowed to come on to mediums like radio, I've been on a couple of radio stations, and the feedback I've had from them, when people have got in touch with them after we've been on the show saying that they know somebody that's went and got help, or can you put me in the right place for somebody to go and get help. Now, all the plays in the world and all the applause in the world, and I've been in big stages and everything else like that, means nothing. But see somebody that turns around and says to me, my son and daughters went in to get help.
That you helped somebody, saved a
That's
life possibly.
That's saving a life. You can't buy that, you can't do that on the stage. That's to get out and entertain people and then get a message back like that. My goodness, it's absolutely an amazing feeling.
But it's that initial step though. It's how do you broach the subject? It's just like you were saying, don't approach them directly, put the leaflet on the table. And it's the same with approaching somebody who you think's maybe got a mental health problem as well.
Yeah.
It's how do you do that without flipping them?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah. You'll turn them on. You'll turn them the other way. All the resentments come out then. They'll resent you something rotten. Because I know I done it. I resented everybody for that, for anything like that. It's the mental health and addiction go hand in hand for any mental health thing, and that's what the play is meant to cover, all those aspects. It's great for everybody to come along and see that. Mike, you were a journalist all your life. You're now retired. I just personally want to thank you very much on air for all the stuff that you've been doing for Junkie Miracles. I can't thank you enough. And your wife as well, and your family. Mike does not get paid for anything that he's doing here, folks. He does it just out of the goodness of his heart.
The occasional coffee.
An occasional coffee and a wee cake here and there. And he's been a great stalwart for 12-Step Productions, so I just wanted to mention that on air, so I'll let everybody know. But Mike Higgins, journalist, ex-journalist, BBC journalist, and he used to read the news. Did you read the news on Radio Clyde?
Radio Clyde, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's how I recognised your voice when we went that course. I know that voice from someplace. But anyway, thank you very much for everything you've done for us at 12-Step Productions. And folks, Glad Radio, tune in, a brilliant station, and all the details the play will be get up. Thank you so much. Thanks again. Bye-bye now.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Xifxe e għieġdaqt l-Radio Glad.
Vous écoutez une production de
State ascoltando Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
Chushi Radio se Southside Sound Community Gewas.
Jury program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Jieġitaq agus Arelif. Ta' mwit Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listen to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio! Glad Radio!
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds.
From Glad Radio! Glad Radio!
على الأثير الرقمي وحسب الطلب نحن Glad Radio.
В цифровом формате и по запросу мы Glad Radio.
Questa era una produzione Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast. To listen to more and to get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide. Southside Worldwide.
Escuches a Radio Glad.
Xifxe e għieġdaqt
Vous
l-Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
Звуки сообщества с юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio!
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
visit glad.radio.
Hello. This is I don't know if we're recording. This is Glasgow Patter with Megan Donaldson and Paul Quinn.
And thanks. And
we've got a few special guests.
Two special guests, exactly what I was going to say.
I'm just a biggie hipper and what I don't know.
Special guests called who are they? What are they?
We've got Liam Brown, who the famous Liam Brown, and
Stephen Dunn.
Stephen Dunn.
Both full of the patter.
Yeah.
They better be to keep up
Better
with
be.
Well, that's it.
Think get a word in, Meg. Think get a word in.
I know.
Where will we start? Where will we start? Can I start with the word perfect? Everybody in the English-speaking world is using the word. Have you heard anybody saying perfect?
I have, yeah.
Every day, everybody's perfect. Everybody
Slip
says
it
it. And every shop you go into, and
It's
you.
funny, I texted to you the other day, didn't I?
Did you?
The text perfect, I didn't even say it,
Yeah. Perfect. Everyone's perfect.
Yeah.
I think we have like this human strive to be perfect, and actually, see, to be honest, nobody's going to be perfect. Like, we all have like mental health issues and stuff, and stuff that are struggling. No one's going to be perfect, and we shouldn't be striving to be perfect. So I think that's what causes a lot of problems in the world, is this strive to be a certain type of person.
Perfect, yeah, exactly. So why are we all saying it? I mean, I was on holiday, and I thought, is it just here? But no, they're saying it.
Perfecto.
They're saying it everywhere. You go into the shop, you pay for your thing. Perfect. No, am I the only one that's noticed it?
No,
I know, I have as well. Sorry, we've just got some people from a play called Junkie Miracles who was on earlier leaving. I really think you should see that play if you've got time, because the guys are really good, and they're really nice people. So plug in for Junkie.
You're going then, aye? You better be going.
I'm not. Did I? I lost my to.
Is it still on though? Is it still?
I think so.
Is the run finished?
If I make it a bit personal, I actually lost a family member. Well, I was back when I was a wee girl. I lost my great auntie to alcoholism. So hits home.
So basically, Junkie Miracles is produced by the 12 Steps Productions company, which is run by Stuart Falconer, and are coming up on the 4th of September, Friday the 4th of September, at Cumbernauld Theatre at Lantern House at 7:30. Tickets are £18, concession are £16, and you can go onto the link onto the website, which is www.12-steps-productions, and you'll be able to see the tickets.
And see if you work.
And there's also Centre Stage Kilmarnock on Saturday the 12th of September at either 2:30 or 7:00. So you'll get the tickets.
Kilmarnock as well. Kilmarnock, yeah.
And see if you work in recovery or you're recovering yourself, you can get a 40% discount. I'm not going to reveal what that code is, but I believe it is available on the website if you want to access that.
Yeah, or contact Stuart Falconer directly.
Yeah.
Get the code from him. Or us.
Or drop us a line.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the code, but I'm not going to reveal that on air for reasons you'll surely understand.
Yeah.
Good, yes. So
where are we going with this talk?
A patter. Maybe
Peter Patter.
Peter Patter. Who's he? No, I think how did it start? It started because you, Meg.
I just ran about everything apparently.
You have got a very wide vocabulary, let's say,
do.
and a lot of it is Glaswegian.
Yeah.
Words. Say that again.
I've recently got a new dog, so we can talk about him. He's
Doug.
mental. He's mental.
Is he mental?
He is. He's a puppy, and I've got jammy bottoms because of him.
Is he Radio Rento?
I'm sure he'd be. He's not. He has what we call Mac attack moments. His name's Mackie, spelled like Mackie's ice cream. So he's blooming mental. He's nuts. He's, oh my god.
So is he a real dog?
He is. He's a Bernese cross with a border collie. So he's going to be a big boy.
Well, that's it. Because I heard somebody saying once that somebody said to me, "I'm getting a dog," and it's a real dog.
It's a real dog.
There's no one of these.
No one of the fake dogs.
No one of the wee tiny ones.
When I was growing up,
like him. I don't like him.
Yeah, we had a border collie when I was growing up, and it was like a wolf. And it used to howl. Howled at the moon, and I had to keep it outside. It was nuts. It was really bad. It was high energy, hard work.
Keep your dog out. And is that like a kennel like you used to get in comics?
A garage. Kept in the garage. Had an old mattress.
Did it have a heater?
No, it had a big furry coat.
My dog's not got a heater. He's just got a wee cage. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying cage. I should be saying crate. that goes in and his bed and that, but he's got he's not very well at the minute, so I've had to like wash his stuff because he's got it's from birth actually, that he's got this thing, but he's fine. He's fine.
Good. This patter started because what are you allowed? Are you going to reveal your age? Am I okay asking you your age?
Aye, ask me my age.
You're in your 30s. You're over 20.
I'm 29.
Sorry. Apologies. 29.
30.
And one day we were just chatting away, and Meg used the word "gommy." Gommy. Do you remember that? You used the word "gommy," and I was like, "Wait a minute. I'm like twice 29 at least." And
29 at least. Let's see your son.
See your times table. 2 times 29 equals Liam.
Oh, I don't know. Oh man.
Come on.
58.
All right.
Thanks, Stevie.
Smarty Pants sitting next to me. Aye.
So I'm more than 58. But anyway, I hadn't heard that word "gommy" for like a way back 20, 30 years ago, and I wondered where you got it.
We used to say it in school.
A what? Sorry.
We used to say it in school. I went to Maryland Hill Park and we used to say it there.
Gommy.
Gommy.
It was a regular.
It was like that's gommy, or that's what was it? There was another word we used to say.
You're still not explaining what gommy means. What does it mean?
Minging. Like
minging.
I don't know.
Different. So gommy's the same as minging.
Minging, aye.
Okay. So I think you're referring to your dad had a gommy finger.
Aye. He's still got a gommy finger. Like he's cut he's cut half his finger off with a mandolin.
Oh no.
I'm eating this live in there and you can bloody see me.
I've got a gummy leg.
I've got a gummy leg as well actually. Because I broke it and since then it's just been a bit rubbish. Sorry, I'm being careful. I'm not swearing because
were you skiing? Was it skiing?
I was skiing. We need to be careful in this podcast if we don't swear because we're live and actual people can see us.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Right, I'm forgetting that. So keep
I know.
language.
I'm like that.
Okay. So I've written a few words down here. Okay, I'm going to challenge Meg.
Oh right. Okay.
And you can come in on the buzzer as well.
Yeah.
If you want here. So I'm going to ask you. These are words. These are just words that Stevie, you'll know these, but
Stevie's sitting back.
But number one, ready. Do you know what a ready is?
A ready's like a pure embarrassment. Like we used to say in school, that's a pure ready. Like that's embarrassing or it's cringy or whatever.
Still using that. We're still using a ready.
The kids are still using that.
The kids are still using. This is what I meant.
The youths.
Did some research.
The youths of today.
So the next one, that was an easy start. The next one up is a brass neck.
Oh. That also means embarrassing because people are like, oh, that's a pure brass neck, that's pure embarrassing, that's pure cringy.
And so
what does that actually mean?
Well, I thought brass. If you've got a brass neck, then you've got the courage to go up and always get a brass
you
neck.
don't really get embarrassed as such about things. If you've got a brass neck, then you.
And it's like see if I was to get embarrassed and they were to do it, I'd be like, oh, that's a pure brass neck, that's pure brave of them kind of thing. Aye.
So the embarrassment can come up here to the ready, can start at the neck.
But it doesn't get by the brass.
So if you get a brass neck, the ready cannot get to your.
Like, see if I feel pure doing something bold, I'll do it, and then I'll be like, oh, that was a pure brass neck, man.
Yeah.
Right. But what a brass neck means is actually didn't get ready, and that's what
aye.
Right, okay. I don't think you'll get this one at your age. Now, Liam, I know you're.
I'm 43.
Right, okay.
All right.
I'm not beating about the bush with Liam Brown. Is 43, man. So. You're trying to look at the answers, but the answers aren't there, right? This one, you're not going to get it, but I think you'll definitely get it, Steve. A hudgie.
I've not heard
that. Liam?
I've not heard of that.
No.
I've heard of clodgy, but I've not heard of hudgie.
I know, I've heard of a codger.
Clodgy, right, Steve?
A clodgy?
A hudgie.
A hudgie? No, I don't know a hudgie.
What does that mean?
I cannot believe this.
Don't know.
My family friends shooting.
See, right, if you're on a bike, you can give somebody a backie.
Yeah.
If you're on a hudgie, like how do you? If you're in a car, you can give somebody a hudgie if they jump on. If it have to be a car with a kind of side bit, you can jump on for a hudgie or a bread van. This is how.
So you jump on the back of the milk float.
That's it.
Oh,
yeah, a hudgie.
Yeah.
Yeah, a milk float or
or a sidecar, like
Yeah.
for a side bike, motorbike.
We had a guy when I was brought up, and it was a bread van, and the bread van and it had a wee stair at the back, and he used to jump on the back and get a hudgie for as long as he could.
Oh,
Oh, that was too dangerous.
Used to see people doing it in the back of buses.
I was too feared to do that. I've seen people do it, but I was too feared. I was like, no, I'm not doing it.
Milk runs, milk
I was a
fans.
wee, like, yeah, I'm very, like, I'm too feared for that. I
You've
wouldn't
never
do
done
it.
a hudgie? You never had a hudgie?
No, I wouldn't do it. I'm too feared. Even for the back, I'm too feared.
Okay, what else have I got? Oh, these ones are all dead. These are dead. These are too easy. You need to help me out here. But I've got shut up. Is that what you're doing? Do you do that? Do you shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Everyone says that. Like,
Shut
even
up.
the folk down south.
Everybody's doing it. Do you do that stuff?
Shut up.
Do you?
Yeah,
Shut up.
Shut
It's more of a
up.
shut up like that.
Shut up.
My favourite one's Hodger Wish.
Hold your wish, that's a
That's
good one.
what-
No,
Hold your
I like
wish.
that one.
My
Hold your
granny
wish.
says that.
That's your grand's pattern, Meg. Come
Aye.
on.
Yeah, I like that one as well.
That is Agnes, that is. Agnes
your
is
wish.
part of Goodrest or so.
Is your grand still alive?
One of them is, the other one, my granny Jonathan, she is, she's passed away now.
Did she say hold your wish?
She said Hodger Wish amongst
What does
other
that really
things.
mean? Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Like, be quiet. Like,
Hold your wish.
shut your face.
Shut your face.
Oh, no.
Okay. Segman. That's an old one. Segman.
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 Like, as if, like, what's this? Like,
Segman.
no, I'm not. It's kind of like I'm not doing it kind of thing, because a lot of the people, because I went to Hill Park, which brought in very mixed areas, so a lot of the people, I don't be like pure classes and stuff, but there were people from like poorer areas, and they used to be like, Segman.
Poorer areas.
Like, I used to, Segman, like, what am I doing? I don't want to do this kind of thing.
That was Sonic Bull then. Sonic Bull there.
Sonic Bill, look, Sonic Bill's somewhere in this building.
Are you allowed to call him Sonic? Sonic Bill's that alright?
I just call him Sonic Bill anyway,
Is
I
that
don't
your...
care. He's just sitting there like, aye, it's alright.
Carry on. So cool, isn't it?
Me and Sonic Bill are from the same bit.
He's a... What are you? You're a record... a music... You're a...
Producer.
He's a man.
Sorry. He does that radio show, that Ian Anderson guy as well. Have you seen that? It says Sonic, but that's Sonic. But I was listening to that. And education. You know, like, give us some words. Give us some parts.
Gotta know do that.
Gonna know do that.
I say that a lot, like,
Just gotta know.
yeah.
Gonna know do that.
Aye.
Just gonna know. Meg, come on.
More.
I think of
Sweet,
More.
Meg's trying to.
More
She's,
and
I can't
more.
say that one because that's a swear word. I can't say that one. That's a swear
No.
word. I can't say that. That's a...
a lot of the ones, sadly, are swear words. So I'm trying to think of something I can say that isn't a swear word. What's that? I can't think.
Yeah, you can't think any of that.
Can't mind.
Can't you think?
Could be one I
My
can't
granny
mind.
would say to this is many years ago, but she's been dead since the 70s, but she would say, "Go on, son, put that bin in the bunker." You hear that?
In the bunker.
So that means put that in there, which is the kitchen on the worktop.
My gran,
Bunker
who
was the
was
worktop and bin
my
in the
granny, who's dead now, she's from Canhill. She would say Arabocious.
Oh.
If anyone knows what that means.
That is a belter. Arabocious.
No.
She's like, oh, he's a wee bit Arabocious. I'm like,
What does that mean?
I think I've heard it, but
means they're like a bit much. Means they're a bit up themselves kind of thing. Kind of similar to Gallus in a way.
Gallus is a...
You know what that is?
I know Gallus.
But Arabocious sounds like a mixture of a few different...
I like Lake it as well.
Lake it?
Lake it. I know a few people that are
Like it.
Lake it, cutting about this world.
No, I'm sorry.
Like it.
Don't like it, no.
I love it.
No, it's not on.
No.
Like it.
Like it.
Banned from the show.
No.
Sorry,
Banned
guys.
from the show, yes, it's not.
Banned.
So what was your grand's name, Steve?
Maggie.
Maggie?
Aye.
Maggie Dunn?
She died a long time ago. I was only 6, I think she died.
Mine's was Agnes.
Mine,
Shout out Agnes
mine
Donaldson.
was... I had two grands. Mine
Hopefully you
was
did.
Irene.
Big Irene.
Big
She
Irene.
was small.
Wee Irene.
And Myra.
I had Agnes, and the one that's alive is called Anne. Shout out Anne Blackwood if you're listening to the radio.
And I'll shout out to my mum and dad, Irene Kenny Brown, if you're listening in.
Shout out to my dog Mackie if he's listening.
I'll shout out to my brother Owen and his wife Dawn and My niece Daisy, if you're listening in.
Can we get back to the pattern?
Yeah, we'll get back to the
You
pattern.
do, of course, realise that Agnes, I don't know if you know this, is Senga
Senga
backwards.
backwards.
Like Senga.
Yeah.
Senga backwards.
We used to call her Senga. She's like, just call me Senga. Is that alright, you hen?
Senga.
Agnes. Okay, so what else have I got here? Palermo, Glasgow. I just feel something. Right, I was brought up in the middle of Glasgow. It's a place called the Gorbals, right, which was like the middle. It was just near the River Clyde, near the Brazen Head pub and all that. It was a big.
I know exactly
tenement
where.
and all that. I feel as if I'm like middle of Glasgow, kind. So, but I still feel that.
That's city centre.
What?
In the city centre.
City centre.
Near the city centre.
City centre. But I feel that sometimes when I'm speaking, maybe it's just me, but sometimes when I'm speaking, and I think it's for a lot of people that are brought up in Glasgow, that we talk faster and everything can go into one word.
Yeah.
And I still find that when I'm saying things, even to fellow, Glaswegians, that they go, say that again, because I'll say, I'm going to use one. And stuff like that. I know it's the old Palermo Glasgow from, who did that? Was that Stanley Baxter or something?
Aye. I was going to say Alan Cumming, but it's a bit before his time.
Alan Cumming.
Alan Cumming, he's very Perthshire, isn't he?
Blair Gowrie, I believe, yeah. Blair Gowrie, I believe.
Yeah, he's very famous man.
Yeah, but he doesn't talk like that. Or his accents.
It's a wee bit posher, but that's because he was in that Tiptoe, I think, and he's doing a lot of promotions for like theatres near him, because he's doing like a promotion for that theatre in Pitlochry, I think, as well.
Yes.
I saw that on the social medias, children.
Yes, but then if he's a trained actor, they do a thing called registered pronunciation. When they learn
received pronunciation.
Because I went through acting training, and they were like that when you're performing. Like, you don't like, because I've got a Scottish accent. When I do radio shows, I have to slightly change it, almost so people can like understand me. Obviously, I'm not doing it here because you just can all understand me, but I have to change it sometimes because it's like you need to be like the history of. I'm going to go on. The history, it's like the Scottish accent especially is not being widely accepted, so it's like almost you need to kind of change it slightly.
Very much.
It's
I
just
lived
the
in
history.
England for nearly 20 years.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Whereabouts in England did you stay?
I lived in North London, North West London, and
I was in there.
I had to change my accent a little. Not my accent actually, but the way I spoke, and I had to pronounce words much more. And then I would come home and visit my mum and dad, and my dad would be like, "Well, you've changed. Your accent's changed," and it's because you would. If you didn't pronounce your words a bit clearer, people would just ignore you down there. They was bad at you talking about it. Treat you like that.
I was down in London the other week, and I did think they were very friendly. However, because there's, I don't want it to be pure, like, because there's still that kind of animosity there like that. You do have to speak a bit clearer, and you do have to be like a wee bit more like well spoken is the word that I'm looking for, I believe.
Yeah, more like standard English.
Aye.
Yeah.
Queen's English.
Queen, the king now.
King it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Queen's dead.
Queen's dead. That's a Smith.
Smith's album, yeah. Good one.
Yeah.
Bit of
I'll
music.
get into my personal views.
Think of any more patter words there.
Where are you from originally, Liam?
I'm from the West End. I'm actually from a place called Partick.
Partick? West End, you call it.
Listen, I can't say I'm from your end.
Partick.
Partick, is that West?
Where are you from, Stevie?
I actually come from Belsill, so I'm just outside of Glasgow. Grew up in Lanarkshire.
Lanarkshire?
Yeah.
I was seeing a guy that came from Belsill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, it wasn't really, we didn't meet up, it was just like talking through Tinder and like social media and stuff, but it went very downhill very quickly.
Yeah, it's because he's from Belsill.
Belsill?
I've not been in Belsill for a long time. Many, a few decades maybe, yeah.
You can take the boy out of Belsill, but you can't take Belsill.
Yeah. I live close to here now actually, I live in Govan Hill. Yeah.
Govan Hill's quite nice. Like, there's lots of wee bars and stuff in there.
Great. It's a lovely, one of the better areas of Glasgow.
Because I've been to like that Chibo. There's a restaurant called Chibo in the honestly, it's one of the best Italians I've had.
Great pizza.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
see the
definitely.
pasta. The seafood risotto is beautiful. And they do. And if you're into limoncellos like myself. They do a lovely limoncello spritz.
Yeah, Victoria Road's definitely coming up market.
Yeah.
What restaurant?
Chibo in Victoria Road.
All right.
There's also a few bars on Pollokshaw Road as well. There's a Stag and Thistle, and then there's obviously the Alley Arms, but there's a few nice bars as well. There's Tabax on Nithsdale Road. So there's a few wee bars. If you live here, you come down to the festival, maybe want to go for a wee drink or a meal or whatever.
Buzzing. Somebody said to me recently that area is the most Glaswegian type, character that you'll get.
Yeah.
In the whole of Glasgow. Do you know what I mean? Glasgow's changed so much over the last 20 years.
Where's that, Govan Hill?
Yeah, he was saying that.
You probably is a bit. It's also really diverse. It must be the most diverse part of Scotland. Because it's the most diverse part of Glasgow.
There's still...
It must be for Scotland then,
So you could live in there?
Still certain areas of Govan Hill that are a bit... rough and ready, but in general, it's a lovely area. It's very up and coming. You can tell they're trying to improve it, and I think it's very beautiful, and I think it's very cultural, walking around seeing people of all different identities and races and stuff, because there's people who don't necessarily follow there's a lot of people who are maybe on the infringements of our society, and that's quite nice to see, just this community of I don't want to say weirdos, but just people who don't really fit in.
Aye, I would agree with you. It's
Like
a very
me.
accepting area.
Sorry.
And the people that are no accepting are the people that come in and cause trouble.
Aye.
There's people who come in and cause trouble online, and they say things about Govan Hill that's not true.
It's no people that live there that cause trouble. It's
exactly.
people that come in and think they're pure hard, and they're like, oh, it's because of this and this. And like,
they don't know what
like
they're
it's the wee old ladies that are sitting there going, oh, a person from this. I heard an old lady. It's people who are, for lack of a better word, racist people who are just coming in and saying, oh, he's for this area, he must be like this.
Yes, there is a perception, isn't there, of the area. But you're living there, so you're...
Been 5 years now in Langside Road, yeah.
Langside Road.
Just round the road for the corner for Chibo. So I know.
Cafe Chibo.
Yeah.
It's getting a good...
Shout out Michael.
Aye, shout out
good
Michael's the
nice
owner,
bit,
isn't he?
I know, nice bit of advertising for
I'm from Mary Hill, so...
Mary Hill. Yeah. West End sound. Well, I mean...
I like the West End as well.
Yeah.
Bohemian, but no, I just remember somebody who stayed in Mary Hill, and they told me they were from Highland.
Oh.
And I was like, no, this is Mary Hill. Right? No, this is Highland.
It's quite a big stretch.
In the taxi.
Listen.
And came back to the house, and I said to the taxi driver, oh, right, as we were getting, I said, where are we, mate? And he went, Mary Hill.
Listen, what people don't know won't hurt them.
What?
I'd be doing the same, to be honest.
Just telling people you're
Listen,
from
I've went up to people and given them fake stories about my life on nights out. So listen, I understand. If you want to say you're from Mary Hill, Highland, and you're from Mary Hill, then go for it. Sorry.
Mary Hill.
No. Fake stories. I was doing that in the 80s, before I was married, Claire. By the way, before I was married, when you used to go to the dancing, and then you had to get the chat up. I don't. You still do that? It's chat up lines and that. You'd say, "What do you do for a living?" I would say I was an airline pilot, and then keep a straight face. Like that.
Is that what you told your wife?
No, I didn't. no. I met Claire in a school. So she was a teacher, and I was a teacher. So there was no way I was getting out of.
What school did you meet Claire in? Your wife?
Should I tell? Should I say? It was an Easter house. It was in St Leonard's.
I never went to that
secondary school, which is no longer there. But it was.
My dad went there actually.
St Leonard's.
I think my dad went there. He's making a hill, right? I think my dad went there.
We met in the staff room, and
love is in the air.
Love is in the air, right? And I used to send her notes and all that, and I get the kids to I send notes. And what you
do you want to come with me tonight? My pal fancy shoe.
I'll meet you in the back of the tuck shop.
Aye.
I'll meet you in Tesco's car park.
Do you remember
round to the back of the gym hall?
Do you remember the tuck shop?
Oh
my goodness, that was. But in St Leonard's in the 80s, unfortunately I smoked. Everybody smoked, but the teachers and the pupils at the school disco had a fag together outside. It was quite a forward thinking, it saved people having a fly, and they just said, look, if you need to smoke, go out and have a cigarette. So you get a light, and the pupils would be having cigarette as well, and you could send the kids down for your fags as well. Remember that? At lunchtime, where are you going to the shop at lunchtime? I'm going to get me 20 Lambert Butler while you're down there, son. Being a wee single. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying all that. We're getting off the
off the lavvy.
Off the lavvy here. So Richard's making hand gestures over there, production style hand gestures, like doing that, like.
He's like that.
It's now
Stevie's going to sing us a wee song.
It's now time for school days to come on.
School days.
With Paul and his guest Stevie.
Ooh.
But before that, we will have a jingle.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Vous écoutez une production de Radio Glad.
Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
خوشي راديو سي Southside Sound Community Gewas.
Hashwagesturi program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
agus ar éileh. Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds
From Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Vous écoutez une production de Radio Glad.
أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
خوشي راديو سي Southside Sound Community Gewas.
Hashwagesturi program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
agus ar éileh. Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio.
هذا المنتج الإذاعي يأتيكم من Glad Radio.
Чтобы узнать больше и принять участие, посетите сайт glad.radio.
Son éistúrí tuigeach programming is fáinne live sír glad.radio.
This was a Glad Radio production.
to listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide. Southside Worldwide.
Escuches a Radio Glad.
Шивше ag éisteacht le
Vous
Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
Звуки сообщества с юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Glad Radio.
على الأثير الرقمي وحسب الطلب نحن Glad Radio.
В цифровом формате и по запросу мы Glad Radio.
Questa era una produzione Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast. To listen to more and to get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside
Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide. Southside Worldwide.
Escuches a Radio Glad.
Шивше ag éisteacht le
Vous
Radio
écoutez
Glad.
une production de Radio Glad.
звуки сообщества Юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى جلاد راديو.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
We're live. Okay, we're live. Okay, I'll start off then by introducing the programme before my special guest is just getting ready in the background there, Mr. Dunn, Stephen Dunn. He has a musical instrument, I believe, which we might be hearing throughout. This one's called Tuning Up.
This is the song you hear most often.
Tuning Up. The
so essential though.
While he's tuning up, I'm going to just explain to that sounds all right. That sounds in tune. Sounds good. But so can you?
Can you just put something a bit closer to the church?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I've got a name memoir because he asked me to do things quite last minute.
Yeah. You'll be fine.
Go for it.
Okay.
I'll put a quick one.
Okay. Tell Them From Me is a piece of educational research, which was. Can you tell I'm reading this for you? Which is a piece of educational research done in the 80s and published by Aberdeen University Press. Tell Them From Me is a widely used student engagement and wellness survey system developed by Dr. whatever. And when I studied to be a teacher, this book was published. And basically what it was part of my training. Basically what they did was they took all the people, just a whole group of kids from the 60s in schools, and they asked them, what was your school? How did you get on? What was your school days? How did you get on at school? And they just printed verbatim what the kids said. So you got and this you get people saying, "Oh, we went out at the maths class. It was quite boring. The teacher just put up sums on the board, but there were good bits as well. Obviously, I loved my English class. I preferred this. I preferred that. And basically, the student teachers were given this as a resource to help us, to develop as good practitioners or whatever. And that was the 60s. So what I retired from the teaching profession about 4 years ago, and I still had I'm still getting used to the fact that I'm not getting into that environment, and I miss the whole thing. But anyway, I wanted to try a wee podcast and kind of bring that idea, the idea about asking people what their school days were like, because one of my colleagues had said to me one day, or I said to her actually, I said, let's face it, school was a bit of a drag anyway. And she said, what do you mean? I had a great time at school. And I was like shocked. I thought most people, the majority of the population, didn't like school. And they had a bad experience. I was like, what? And she said, I had a group of pals and we get through school and it was a good fun and I learned a lot. And I was like, whoa. So I'm not necessarily looking for you to tell me how bad your school days were. I'm just looking for like the same kind of feedback from people about what. But I've got a specific interest in what's called barriers to your learning, things that stopped you from doing what's called demonstrating your true ability, which still happens in schools. There's a lot of good things happening in schools, but there are still kids who are not demonstrating their true ability because they have what's it called? A developmental brain. It's never going to change. It could be dyslexia, it could be autism, it could be attention deficit stuff, things that stop them from demonstrating their true ability. So enough of the theory, and we'll get into the practice and the anecdotes and the funny stories, hopefully, Stevie. And I don't know, Stephen, Stevo? Stephen?
You call me all of them.
Stevo.
Change it. So Stephen, Stevo, or Stevie is all good with me.
Stevo, I like. It reminds me of that. Remember that band Devo for the 80s? Devo.
Yeah. There's another person down in Govanhill calls me Steve-O. He's Australian, though.
Australian?
People usually call you Steve-O.
Steve-O?
Yeah.
You do Australian accent, can you? Steve-O?
Steve-O.
Steve-O. Steve-O. Right, so emphasise the... So if you want to introduce yourself, you can say your age, you can say your family, you can say your granny's name, you can say what your job is, you can say, or you don't want to tell us, I know your job, I think you've got an amazing job. But anyway...
So my name's Stephen Dunn. But you can call me Steve-O. See Sanchez listening to this or watching this, Sanchez will be like, your name's Stephen, your name's Stephen. And if my mum's watching it, your name's Stephen. But anyway, I'm actually quite easy that way. I'm a gardener. I've been a gardener since I left school, although it was a wee bit convoluted. I didn't mean to be a gardener. Actually, when I left school, I was supposed to go to Paisley Tech, it was at the time.
Aye.
I actually did go, but I made a mess of it all. But anyway, after that, my dad's said to me, his brother-in-law was in worked for Strathclyde region.
Strathclyde region.
You remember Strathclyde region? You must have worked for them if you were in the schools.
Strathclyde region, okay.
Yeah.
So, aye.
And then he says, Jimmy Reid's waiting for you for an interview. You go on the grass cutting. I was like, what? What do you mean? He's like, away you go, you're not sitting about here doing nothing. And I went up to the office in Bellshill where I lived at the time. And I just got put onto the grass cutting. And that's what I did I ended up just doing that for ages because I fell out of college because I just couldn't do it. I wasn't able to make the transition for school, which was school and when I was at high school in the 80s, school was about learning by rote.
Rote learning, yeah.
It was definitely, if you could remember things and read them and remember them, you could pass it. And I worked out how to do it, and I passed quite a lot of exams. And then I went to Paisley College, and it was all about critical thinking, and I didn't have any.
You didn't have any,
and I couldn't do it, and I failed all the stuff in the first year, and I just never went back. It really did demoralise me. You know, that.
Oh, that's yeah.
For years, it demoralised me. I ended up sticking in at gardening. I went down south and lived for a long time, and I ended up studying down there. Studied horticulture for 7 years, and ended up with a Master of Horticulture.
Wow, that answers the question I was going to ask, because I remember we were talking about gardening, about how, can you study to be a gardener? Is it something that you pick up, and some people have got an aptitude and some people are good at it? Rather, you actually did.
So you can do both. You don't need to have qualifications to be a gardener. You could just learn it on the job and be you could put a better gardener than me probably.
But you are.
But I'm a horticulturalist and a gardener. Horticulture, you can learn all the theory, and it's really good to learn all the theory, and it's good to learn all about the plants and how they work.
Yeah.
And it's good to for one thing, it reassures your customers that you know what you're talking about. That's good. And I work for myself, so I've got my own business, so it's good to reassure your customers. But you could. Yeah, I had something to prove to myself that I could actually end up getting a degree and stuff like that, because I made a mess of it so many times, or so far back in my life,
But I went to Paisley Tech.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, but what were you going to study?
I was going to study biochemistry.
Biochemistry?
Well, my dad told me he says it's going to be the new thing. How did he know? He was a turner in the steelworks.
Aye.
But he had this idea that biochemistry was going to be the big thing. And I had been quite good at biology at school.
Yeah.
But see, when I went there, it was all chemistry and maths.
Right.
And I wasn't very good at that.
Right. Were you ever in the Paisley Tech Students' Union? It was brilliant. It was so far away from the actual campus.
It was miles away.
Campus.
That,
Quite often you didn't make it for the seminar in the afternoon, because the food was brilliant.
It was excellent.
They had the Space Invaders machine.
Yeah.
And then you'd be like, oh, it's only a seminar.
I know. I enjoyed that year I was there, because obviously the student card, and then you could get into the Strathclyde Union at the weekend. So you only had to go into Glasgow, and you could go up to some great bands in it.
Oh.
Do you remember that union at Strathclyde University had up level 8 would have some
8,
amazing bands and all that, and all the Reds. They were amazing. I've seen some great bands.
Stuart Adamson the first time, it blew me really did his beard. And then Shao Paro, I remember Paisley Tech under the union as well. But no, I was in a band at that point, and I remember we were playing maybe quite a lot of gigs, and I remember one of my tutors saying to me, "Son," I was only 19, "Son, you're not doing very well here. What's happening? I said, well, I'm in a band. And he went, like, well, you either
I'm in a band.
you either
Of course I
finish
know
your
they will.
degree, or you stay with the band. So what's it to be? But I get kicked out of the band eventually anyway.
Did you?
It's quite sad.
What, for misbehaving?
No, I think I was too loud.
Too loud on the drums.
I built up I kind of I added extra drums to my
Like
kit and
Cozy Powell or something.
that kind of idea. And but which I mean, it was all right for certain songs, but anyway, so that was my. But
did you finish your studies at Paisley College?
I went on to finish my degree. I never made my my graduation ceremony,
right.
which I'm not that sorry about, to be honest. For what I've seen, with
yeah.
my own kids, when they, it's a bit convoluted. Is the word you use?
I
there,
graduated with the Royal Horticultural Society
Did
down
you?
in London.
Ooh.
Yeah. And when I went there, I brought my mum and dad down to there. You put the robes and the hat and all that on.
Did you have the?
And they sat you at a table.
A scarecrow.
Aye, they sat you at a table with all these like aristocracy people, because it's all they're all rich landowners and all that.
Horticulture.
And my mum and dad are sitting amongst all these people, talking away to them in their wee Glasgow accents, and that was really funny.
That's your memory.
That was the best bit of it, was watching them talking. These people were just astounded with my mum and dad. They couldn't believe people like that existed.
Absolutely
Poor
brilliant.
people,
After film, because that would be a big. So, to get back to the podcast, the podcast, because we're talking
school.
Your school, right? The first question is earliest memory. I can. Some people, I don't know. Some people can go back to like when they were 2 years old and stuff like that, or in the bath, or my first feed. I can't do that. My first memory was in primary school, obviously, in the Gorbals. But what do you have a first memory? Can you take your brain back to your first ever?
So I remember before I went to school. Yep, I remember. I remember watching The Window Cleaner when I was about 3.
You were paying attention then.
I was at the window, in the house, and the window cleaner was up, and he's waving at me, and the next thing he disappeared, he'd fell off the ladder, right? And so I went downstairs, and I went, Mum, the window cleaner's not there anymore. And the guy was at the back, and he was like to my mum, I'm all right, apparently. I don't remember this bit, but apparently he was more worried about his Cuban heel. He'd snapped his Cuban heel on his boots. But I'm thinking, no, why was he up a ladder with?
So that's your first ever memory?
But I remember, I remember that. And they said around about the same time, we had a coal fire, but one of the coal fires had the glass front on it. And I remember being a wee boy, you don't know about heat and fire, and I remember going to touch the glass.
What age were you?
About 3.5, between 3 and 4. Touched the glass and my finger stuck to the glass.
So if you can remember that, you must be able to remember your first year at school, your first day. First day?
First day, aye.
Where were you? Bells Hill?
Yeah, a school called Noble Primary School in Bells Hill.
And how did you feel? Were you champing at the bit, or were you?
I was quite happy about going to school. Yeah.
Were you?
I was all right about it. Yeah.
Seriously?
Quite late. Yeah. I was going out in my shorts and my blazer, and I had a wee leather satchel that he used to give you in the 70s.
And did it live up to your expectations, the school, at the age of what, 4, 5?
Yeah, I liked it. I remember getting a row in the first year at school. I remember I made a mistake. You get writing in pencil, and I tried to rub the pencil. It was still saliva, and it didn't work. It smudged. And I remember the teacher gave me a row. I didn't quite like that, but I remember it well. Primary school. I didn't have a bad time at school. I was all right. I was just a middling pupil, but I wasn't great at that,
A middling pupil.
Middling in terms of academic.
Right.
I was.
Because there's a thing called the theory about the invisible kids. They just go in and they become invisible, and they get through the day, and they get on with the work. So your whole primary school experience was good. Your teachers, can you remember any? Did you have good teachers? Did that make a difference?
Yeah,
Did you have great teachers you loved.
Yeah, I think the teacher I had in primary 7 was really good, Mrs. Sterling.
What made her good?
She just you felt as if she actually cared about you and and tried to prepare you for going to the high school, because that was a big jump.
Yeah,
going from primary school to high school.
Transition piece.
That was different. I felt a bit scared when I went to high school the first year.
Feared. Your heat flushed.
Different feel. Like going to primary school, I remember not having any fear about that and meeting people and really liking it. But then going to high school, I was a bit bigger.
So your P7 teacher, can you remember her name?
Mrs. Sterling.
And she kind of helped you out?
Yeah, I liked her. I can remember liking her.
My P7 teacher, it was at the end of his, I'm not saying his name, but it was at the end of his career, I think. When I look back, I didn't realise that at the time, but he used to go to sleep in the afternoon now and again.
Oh, did he? I was one of them.
Aye, just late.
He wasn't bothered anyway.
Well, no, he obviously, he taught us, he wore a suit and all that, and why does that make you, I don't know, but I remember the suit, and then he would give us it was called dictionary work, I think, and we all had to sit and just do this dictionary work, but he would nod off.
Oh, okay, so maybe he was just getting old, though.
He was,
yeah.
But no, I still blame my. I couldn't do arithmetic. I couldn't do basic arithmetic. I wasn't confident enough, and I still blame him. Probably shouldn't blame him, but so your teachers can impact. I mean, I think you can get good. How long you're in primary school? You're in primary school for like. So you can get it should even itself out. So you managed just to get through, just sail through. Did you be a good football player, for example? I
played in the school team. I played in the primary school team. I wasn't very good. I was all right.
What do you mean? to get into the team, you've got to. Do you have a try on that?
Right back. I used to play right back.
Stop being modest. Yeah. If you're in this football team in primary school,
you must be all right. You must be no bad.
The girls are interested in you for a start, Stevie.
Yeah, well, I was interested. I was interested in the girls.
You were interested in the girls, but that's for what I remember. But being in the football team, that moved you up a level with the lassies.
Maybe that's why it did,
didn't
it?
Aye,
I didn't notice that, but there was a couple of girls I was interested in when I was at primary.
I was. I mean, all I wanted to do at primary school was play football.
Yeah.
Every break, every lunchtime, every whatever, all the time. And then you get to about primary 6, and the lassies all of a sudden they're there. They start annoying you. They start doing kiss. Did you ever do kiss, kick or torture? No, that kind of.
Yeah.
Where they chase you, and they go kiss, kick or torture,
Kiss,
and then
kick,
you're
torture,
like,
I remember. Yeah.
I'm just a wee guy that plays football, and then you would just say torture, and then they would burn do the rope
Chinese burn or something like that. I don't know if you say that anymore, but that's what it was. Yeah, around the wrist.
I was too scared to ask for a kiss. I was never going to ask for a kiss.
I asked for a kiss.
No,
I used to like all the games.
In primary school,
yeah.
So.
Postman's Knock and all that.
Postman's Knock, I remember that one. What was that all about?
Loved it. At birthday parties, loved it.
We did that as well.
To kiss girls.
Right, so what happened? What actually happened in Postman's Knock that you remember?
Two people got picked to go to the other side of a door.
Aye.
And then you had to kiss the girl you were with, or the girl had to kiss you.
Aye.
But I don't know why you went.
Why?
I don't know.
Did that happen?
It was all about getting a kiss.
Aye.
It was all that exploring your sexuality and all that, really, but you don't know that.
Far too young. We were far too young. Yeah. But the girls were always a couple of years ahead of us, weren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
That wasn't fair. So
they still are, aren't they?
No, well,
even at this age.
Yes. I didn't want to admit that, but they are. But so bad teachers, primary school. Any teachers without naming names?
Yeah, so quite weak teachers. There was a teacher.
Did you get belted? Did you get?
Yeah, the belt get
humiliated.
So they've done away with the belt while I was at primary school.
Did they?
I think I was in primary 5 or something like that.
Bells Hill.
And the belt went, but up to then they had a head teacher, Mr. McCormick. He was quite a strict guy and used to shout and used to threaten you with the belt quite a lot.
Aye.
But there was quite a weak teacher I had in the 4th primary. I won't say her name because that would be unfair. But she used to try and she used to go to give you the belt, but she quite clearly didn't want to hit kids. And you'd put your hand out and then she would just drop the belt onto your hand and it would just go, do you know?
Right.
And then you'd be like, I actually expected to get whacked there, and all I got was this little...
Oh.
It was really weird. That was a bit more unsettling than just getting whacked, I think. You know?
Was it?
Yeah.
Right, so it's...
I think so.
The thing I love about the belt, and I was a teacher for 38 years, right, is that I still heard my colleagues saying, not them all, some people saying, bring the belt back, it never did me any harm.
Well, it's that about loads of things.
It never did me. It didn't do you know what I mean? Humiliated in front of...
I know.
Very hard.
Yeah.
So, what have I got here? Smells and sounds of primary school. Can you remember any? Close your eyes.
Yeah. The smell.
Imagine you're in your primary school.
The smell of the dining hall, which doubled up as the PE hall.
That's not a good thing, is it?
Well, at some point, the custard, the horrible custard they used to give you.
Primary school.
Yeah. And then at the beginning of the year, it would just have been the parquet floor would just be new, really varnished, and it'd be different. And then, but as it went on in the year, it got a kind of sickly smell to it, that place, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
We had one of my. How do you remember this smell? I can actually imagine this smell. We were in a Catholic school, so we did prayers in the morning, prayers at the break, prayers at lunchtime, prayers after lunchtime, prayers. So in the afternoon prayers after lunchtime, once a lassie, unfortunately, Margaret Taylor. I shouldn't have said that, Margaret. Your age, would you mind? She was sick.
Oh yeah.
Too much custard, I don't know. But she was sick, and I'm standing there, and we're saying the prayers, and I can still remember the smell, and it was pink.
I was going to say, I bet it was because the custard was pink. With a skin on it.
With a skin on it. But I still remember that smell. So, sounds.
Sounds.
Bells.
Oh, well, the sound of the bell, all the time, innit? Yeah, it's that. It was the grey bells that were on the wall.
Aye.
Sound of them.
Just when you think about it, I still, after being a teacher for so long, you were all, it was almost, you were conditioned by, I was conditioned by bells right up to...
bells. No wonder.
A bell would go and you had to be,
Yeah.
So we might have covered games.
Games,
your, like, did you call it playtime?
Oh, so the one, the British Bulldogs thing.
Oh my!
Do you remember that?
No. Unfortunately, I didn't play that. But that sounds.
That was like bizarre.
Was it all boys or boys and girls?
Boys.
Just boys.
The girls that we were the boys' playground and the girls' playground when I was at primary school. So you didn't really mix too much. There was a little bit of a grey area where it joined up, but
smokers.
No, that was once we got to high school. Smokers was under the assembly
smokers
hall.
In primary school.
There was people that smoked, but they didn't smoke in the school. They would, especially when you're near the end of primary school, they would go outside the grounds to smoke. I didn't smoke then. I started smoking later on, but no, when I was at primary school.
So British Bulldog, what do you do basically?
So you had two lines of people, and then one person. You had to make a run for this line that was people were like an arm in arm,
Aye.
and you had to break, just basically just head first, break through the line, and if you couldn't break through it, you had then joined the other line. That was basically it. You just ran it and just tried to break through.
Wow.
It was just.
Was that a regular thing over a?
I remember that quite a big thing. Yeah.
Be peaceful games like Peaver or.
Nah, and football down the park, even in the winter through the worst mud.
Aye.
Yeah.
So there's a thing called Ready to Learn, right? Which was, for a young person to be ready to learn, they've got to be cared for, and be looked after by people that care about them.
Okay, like the Maslow's hierarchy.
Maslow's hierarchy.
Yeah.
And then you've got to be fed, you've got to be something in your tummy, and then you've got to come in and feel part of the class and stuff like that. So a lot of the kids that I was supporting they weren't ready to learn. And they weren't ready to learn, and for one of those things would be a barrier to their learning. Do you know what I mean? Even if it was just having their breakfast, they would come in, or some of them didn't have it.
Had be hungry.
Quite often I would say the first thing I would say to them is, have you had a good night's sleep? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they weren't ready to learn, but so barriers to your learning. Was there anything that stopped you demonstrating your?
Nothing at home. My mum and dad were really cool. They were just normal working people, but they always made sure we were fed and we were plenty of place to plenty of time to sleep. And
you get into school and you felt good.
Yeah, all right. When I went to high school, the teachers were striking all the time. So the barrier to learning wasn't the teachers striking; it was the Thatcher government. That was the barrier to learning, because they weren't paying the teachers properly, weren't they? No? So there were loads of strikes. So you'd go in the morning and they would take a register, and then they would be like, "Oh, you need to go home now." But you never went home. You would go down to amusements and start playing the puggies and things like that.
Yeah. So part of your memory would be disruption of your education.
Yeah, it was quite big, especially for it went on for about 18 months to 2 years, if I remember. There was loads of striking. But it was that Tory government. I don't want to get too political about it, but that upset loads of Scotland.
Why not?
Loads of that upset everything, and where I come from, about my dad was a steel worker and all that, and the work went, and the schools weren't there, and
I'm proud to say that the EIS was union. They ran a train down to London, and I pounded the streets shouting, "Maggie, Maggie, Maggie!" Remember that?
Yeah.
So, into secondary school.
Yeah.
Where did you go?
Bells Hill Academy.
Bells Hill, was that? Did you sail through Bells Hill Academy as well, or?
Yeah, pretty easy. As I said, I sussed out that you could learn if you could just remember things.
Rote
then
learning.
You could pass exams.
Aye.
I kind of sussed that out, and I thought, well, I remember doing it in a couple. I remember chemistry, O grade. I never really did much because it took 2 years to do the O grade.
Yeah.
You did it through third year, and then you did your exam at the end of
Your
fourth year.
Bunsen burner and all that. Eh?
Yeah, and it was the only class that I really kind of acted the clown a bit in. Poor teacher, Mr. Paulson. And then I had 6 months to go, and I had got a really bad fail in the prelim. And I'd passed all my other prelims, not great, but I'd passed them C's and B's and that kind of thing.
Acted the clown.
And then I thought, I need to sort this out because I really want to. I'm a bit of a people pleaser, and I want to let my mum and dad down. And then I studied the full syllabus in 6 months and got a B for a chemistry O grade.
Chemistry.
But I don't know anything about chemistry. I managed to remember everything you needed to know.
Right.
And that proved to me, I was like, this is not really, you don't need to learn anything, you just need to remember things.
Remember stuff and get the right answers down and get the marks.
Yeah, and a lot of it was like that.
What about school trips? Did you ever get away from? They do a residential trip.
Nah, because we did all the industrial accents, so we didn't even have. There's no sports teams during that because the teachers were working a rule. So when I was in secondary school, there was no sports teams, there was no football teams, there was no swimming team, there was none of the rugby team or anything like that, and there was no school trips because they were just working what they needed to work.
They were massive. I mean, as a teacher, I took a lot of kids away on residential trips as well. I see the stories.
Yeah, it must have been amazing.
Kids, I worked in Ferguson Park as well for 6 years, and we took kids away there as well. And some of the stuff the kids, I mean, you had a magic number in your head with the number of kids that you had in case you lost one. Get on the boat over to Arn, and you're like, what's that thing you fill in? The worst case scenario thing, the risk assessment thing. Yeah. What's the worst thing that could happen? Fall off the boat and drown. Oh no! Like, but no, they were all having a fag and all that. And then it's just some of the. But you learn a lot, and it makes the learning most. You learn about the kids, and the kids probably one of the, well, I get told to F off quite a lot in Ferguson Park, but when you're in the middle of a gorse or a hill or whatever, and they tell you, then you've got to find another strategy, another thing. You can't just say out of my room, out of my. So it proves you as a teacher as well. But the kids loved it. They were like, they just loved it.
Yeah, I would have liked to have done.
So you were deprived of that then.
I was in the boys' brigade at that time when I was in my early teens, and we went on camps to like Torquay. Kind of like a substitute for that.
Aye.
But the school never did it.
Shame.
Yeah.
So what would your best moment ever or inspiration? I'm trying to think what mine. I'm trying to think.
Inspiration at school.
Your best moment, best thing that ever happened to you at school. I think we had a band. We had a punk. I think punk music was, and that was when I started the drums when and they looked up, and we got up the stage and we did some daft punk song, and I kicked the drum kit down and all that, and I remember that. But I suppose I should try and remember.
Their school brought an orchestra, or not a full orchestra. I did music all the time when I was at school.
Did you?
Yeah, I did the higher,
Your
up
niche.
to higher and all that. Yeah, I was really wanting to do music, but my dad was quite keen that that I studied more sciences and all that kind of thing. Because he just wanted me to do better, and he thought music was a dead end. He was probably right, I probably wasn't good enough. But I remember they brought half an orchestra in one time to show us all and I remember they brought a marimba, and I remember being fascinated. Do you know the marimba's like a huge xylophone, but it's got a fan and all that kind of thing that makes the sound travel and stuff. So it was just this amazing thing. I always remember that. I remember that half orchestra, the sound they made. Yeah, I still go to see orchestras sometimes.
You've queued us right up for the music, Stevie.
Ever?
Aye, because you finished the music department.
There you go.
But I don't know. I meant to ask you about music. Your music that was about when you were in school, and you're like, for example, the first one when I made I'm making a wee playlist up with all the tunes of it, and the first one was Neil Sedaka, "Oh Carol." Do you remember that?
Oh Carol, yeah.
Because that was the first song that ever meant anything to me. I was I don't know, 7 years old.
Yeah.
There was a lassie called Carol in the school
that
I fancied.
Yeah.
And that came out. I was like, oh my God, Carol.
And it stuck with you all these years.
music that you remember, and then you've got your ukulele there as well.
Yeah.
Can you play any of the what?
So Adam and the Ants was my first big like obsession. I get obsessed with things and
in school.
My wife, in music, and Adam and the Ants came out, especially when Kings of the Wild Frontier, so Ant music and that was big because they'd had some stuff out before that. It was a bit more kind of punky.
Aye.
But when they went a bit more mainstream and they got in the charts, I just got obsessed with Adam and the Ants.
If you're any younger than actually that's not true.
It was the first person I went to see, Glasgow Apollo.
Glasgow Apollo.
Went to see Adam and the Ants.
I suppose if you're a certain age, you'll know, but that doesn't apply in music because music.
It's always there.
Aye, and kids.
Yeah.
I don't know about Adam and the Ants right enough.
Don't know how many kids will listen to Adam and the Ants these days. Although I seen him, I went to see him last year in Glasgow Royal Concert Hall.
What's his name?
Stuart Goddard.
Is he still alive?
He played this. He doesn't. He moves a bit stiff now, but he's still got. He's two drummers, Paul.
Oh.
He's still got two drummers in the band, and that's the main thing.
Two drummers.
Two drummers playing independently and together at the same time.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah, I love that. So we could have done a whole thing about the strummers as well. We haven't even mentioned the Southside Strummers. The fact that you're one of the. Watch what you're saying here with the Strummers band. What are you the?
I'm the lead. Well, one of the lead dukes.
Are you?
Yeah.
So I'm not offending anybody in the Strummers if I say that.
No, there's me and Ember.
Ember.
Yeah, to kind of sub in and out for lead stuff on the ukes. Yeah.
So
when we play gigs and when we play at the Beechwood as it is now every week. You know.
Aye. And are you going to play a wee bit?
Yeah. So.
I've got a tambourine, but I don't know.
How does that come across all right?
Don't play it that needs a tambourine. Just play something and
just play something.
You don't even need to sing.
Oh, I don't mind singing. You know.
All right, good.
I'll do this one. I think I'll play a good one for you.
Live
Prince was huge when I was at school. I loved Prince.
Prince?
Yeah, I loved Prince. That riff?
No.
There's a song called Raspberry Beret.
He's nodding.
I was working part-time in a 5 and dime. My boss was Mr. McGee. He told me several times that he didn't like my kind, 'cause I was a bit too leisurely. It seems that I was busy doing something close to nothing, but different than the day before. That's when I saw her. Ooh, I saw her. She come in through the outdoor. She wore a raspberry beret, the kind you find in a second-hand store. Raspberry beret. And if it was warm, she wouldn't wear much more. Raspberry beret. I think I love her. Built like she was. Shouldn't have to ask me if I planned to do her any harm. So I put her on the back of my bike and we went driving down to Old Man Johnson's farm. Well, overcast days never turn me on, but something about the clouds and her mixed. She didn't look too bright, but I could tell the way she looked me. She knew how to get a kick. She was a raspberry beret, the kind you find in a second-hand store. Raspberry beret. And if it was warm, she wouldn't wear much more. Raspberry beret. I think I love her. Rain sounds so cool when it hits the barn roof. The horses wonder where you are. Thunder cries out with the lightning cease, and you feel like a movie star. Well, they say the first time ain't the greatest. Well, I tell ya, if I had a chance, I'd do it all again. I wouldn't change a stroke, 'cause baby, I'm the most. The girl as fine as she was then. She wore a raspberry beret, the kind you find in a second-hand store. Raspberry beret. And if it was
swamp, she wouldn't wear much more. Raspberry beret, I think I love her.
Can I applaud?
That was big when I was at high school.
That's a surprise, man.
1985 or something.
I've just seen Richard's note on here. You should...
When? What?
You meant to say it.
Oh, sorry, I'm meant to when though would we do it? Like now, right? Another
time.
Another time.
Oh, another time. Yeah, thanks. See, Richard's just saying there that we should do that again. Some
Yeah,
more
I'm up
music
for it.
another
Yeah.
time. Aye, but thanks very much for that. Was a lovely surprise. Aye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that's
us, I think. Aye.
Magic. That was good. Enjoyed that, mate. Was that nice Saturday?
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Xifxe ag éisteacht le Radio Glad.
State ascoltando Glad Radio.
أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو غلاد.
Cushy Radio से Southside Sound Community के आवाज़ है.
Ашугейшчери программ Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Ježitok agus ar éileh. Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Xifxe ag éisteacht le Radio Glad.
State ascoltando Glad Radio.
أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو غلاد.
Cushy Radio से Southside Sound Community के आवाज़ है.
Ашугейшчери программ Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Ježitok agus ar éileh. Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio
You're
Glad.
listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
to listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Southside Community Sounds
From Glad Radio.
Well, thank you so much to Paul for leading another great episode of School Days, and Patter with Meg before that. That was a good shift. We're joined now by somebody else who has a festival event, and it goes under the banner of Ghost Signs. So could you introduce yourselves and tell me what ghost signs are?
Yeah, so I'm Jan Graham.
I'm Merrin Kerrigan.
And we are the Ghost Signs of Glasgow. So what ghost signs are, I guess, are faded hand-painted signs for businesses and establishments that no longer exist.
Yeah, they're just good markers of previous businesses, and it's quite fun to spot them out, and it gets a lot of people engaged when we're on our tours.
And so the project's been going since 2018. So what we do is we research, document and archive ghost signs around Glasgow. We create walking tours and maps and We've had a touring exhibition and workshops and so on. So we take part in festivals like the Govanhill Festival, just as a way to showcase the research that we do and share the stories that we've uncovered with communities around Glasgow.
Yeah, the nature of the signs, they're popping up and disappearing all the time, so it's important that we're documenting them and researching them. So we encourage everyone to send in any that they see when they're out and about. That's quite a lot of the way, how we find them all.
So we're here in kind of Strathbungo, Pollokshields. We're talking about Govanhill International Festival. What have you found, or what is close by that you could tell us about?
So we're not purists on this project. So on our tour, we often point out little points of interest. So it might be something like the Provost lamps on the side of buildings or on lampposts. So there's quite a few of those around Govanhill, and they traditionally hang outside the home of where civic officials used to live, or how they're known in Scotland was bailies. So they would put this kind of lamppost outside that told citizens where to find the local bailey if they needed them. So we're not purists, we'll point out things like that. Do you have a favourite?
I think my favourite is probably the insist on the citizen sign on Victoria Road. You might have noticed it's bright yellow and red, so you can't really miss it. But I also quite like the little ones that you don't really notice unless you're really looking for them. We always encourage people to look up and see them while we're on the tours. But there was one for grocers, but sadly it's been covered up now. But yeah, there's loads of little ones in doorways as well that are really fun to find and research.
What was the first one you mentioned? The yellow one?
Insist on the Citizen. So it was for the newspaper. It's just on Victoria Road, sort of before Loop and Scoop.
So that would have been a newsagent?
No, it was a newspaper.
But the shop would have been...
That's right, it would have been a newspaper, and Insist on the Citizen was kind of their advertising campaign. Yeah, so one of my favourites is actually one that's really hard to find. So it's just near Queen's Park train station on Nidri Road, and it's actually, over the years that we've been doing the festival, it's actually gradually been covered over by a huge tree, but if you stand really close to the gable end of the tenement that it's on, and sort of look up through the branches of the tree, you'll see this beautiful hand-painted wall mural. So that's for an organisation that was called Janie Shinwell Shirts. No longer there, but they did have their factory in the building where that gable wall is. And it's one of my favourites because actually, ostensibly, it's for a shirt manufacturer that's no longer with us, but it has a kind of quite interesting radical history attached to it. So it was a Polish family who were part of the rag trade in London, and the father had gotten into a bit of trouble. He was seen as a kind of troublemaker. He'd helped organise strikes among the tailors, so they had to kind of up sticks and move to Glasgow, but established quite a successful business here. And quite interestingly, one of the sons was Manny Shinwell, as he came to be known, Manuel Shinwell. And he was sort of one of the leading figures of the Red Clydeside, and went on to become quite a successful Labour politician. So these signs, they're kind of, they're almost like, sort of layered history. Sometimes a shop will change hands, they'll take down the sign and the older sign will be there. So it's just this feeling of layers of history being uncovered.
And it's often history that's never been unearthed before, or not in the way that you're doing it. So if you'll see a name on a shop, so what will you do? How do you then dig into it?
Well, we're a very small team of volunteers, but we often go to the Mitchell Library or the archives. But just listening to people's memories is also a huge part of it. So often on tours we'll get people that have memories with their grandparents or their parents going to these places. So we're like always adding to the tours every time, so they're always slightly different.
Yeah, so these tours, you're not just imparting information, you're gathering it at the same time.
Yeah.
So what's the route of this? The walk that you're doing as part of the Govan Hill Festival. What's don't without giving away any secrets. What route are you taking?
So we'll start here. We'll meet at the deep end, and then we'll sort of weave our way around Strathbungo through Govan Hill. We'll take in places such as the Govan Hill Picture House, and sort of work our way around Cross Hill, and then back onto Victoria Road. And we'll end the tour there.
So tell us the details. What day are you doing the tour?
So our tour's on Saturday, the 15th of August, 2 p.m. till 3:30 p.m. And we're meeting here at the deep end.
That's great. Anything else you want to tell us about it?
Wear comfortable shoes.
There's a brand new sign actually for this tour, so if you come, you can come and see that. We've only found out about it the past few weeks.
People can still sign up.
I think so.
Yeah, just on the website. GovanHillBaths.com/festival.
And you're covering a bit of ground. Just is it a couple of miles?
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half.
Definitely get your steps in.
Yeah.
Good. Well, thank you for coming in and telling us about Ghost Signs.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Vous écoutez une production de State ascoltando Glad Radio.
أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
خوشی رادیو से Southside Sound Community की आवाज़ है.
Ашугейшчери программ Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Erjidjitach agus Arelev. Tom with Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio.
Southside Worldwide.
Southside Worldwide. Southside Worldwide. Southside Worldwide.
Escuches a Radio Glad.
Vous écoutez une production de Radio Glad.
Звуки сообщества с юга Глазго от Glad Radio.
تستمعون الآن إلى Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Well, thank you very much for having the ghost signs in there. Now I've got a fellow old one of our volunteers in called, what's your name?
Yaya.
Yaya. And welcome back to Glad Radio.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to be back here. Yeah.
So where have you been hiding these days?
I've just been working on that, you know what I mean, and just, doing my own thing.
Yeah. And you still presenting on Southern Sounds?
Yes, I'm still presenting on Southern Town Hospital Radio, yes.
Oh, you're enjoying it. What else have you been up to?
Not just been, studying and that, you know what I mean.
What are you studying?
I was studying media, actually.
Media?
Yeah.
At college?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. And I've done about 71 shows on Glad Radio, and I've actually been here since 9:30 this morning or something. So feels like I've been here since yesterday. So
yeah.
Do you want to ask me questions? Yeah.
I mean, I don't really have anything to say, to be honest. But do you want me to ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. How's everything been for you though?
Yeah, everything's doing great. We've been with Glad Radio, and I'm actually in the process of setting up my own radio station.
Really?
Called Radio Southwest. Yeah. One of my colleagues just resigned, but hey ho, I'm getting a new team, new fresh start.
I see.
So we're going to be based at Cadogan Street in the city centre. No, I'm looking forward to it. Once we're up and running, I'll be looking for new volunteers, presenters.
Yeah,
and
I'll be one.
Hopefully be paid presenters as well.
Yes, indeed.
Down the line, yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome to come in.
Yes. So
Yeah.
where's exactly again?
We're going to be down Cadogan Street, but we're in partnership with the number one befriending agency. And they're going to be taking on the lead of doing the finances and the funding applications and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's exciting stuff for me this year and going well. Yeah.
That's good. That's really good, actually.
Yeah.
That from you, Liam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to come back, I mean, do a show or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, just the other day when I was on holiday the last 2 weeks, actually, and I went down to Birmingham to visit some relatives. And on the way down, I was listening to one of my previous episodes of Worldwide, the one that I did with Richard.
Yeah.
When we done the Desert Island Disc sort of version of it. You might remember it as well, Richard, actually, that version. And I was listening to it, and I said to myself, I really enjoyed actually presenting that. You know what I mean? Glad wide. I can.
Why don't you come back?
I mean,
we can talk about collaborating.
Yeah, maybe, but
working together.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe that or something like that. You know what I mean? But anyway, it's nice to talk to you, Leah, and it's nice to be back.
Thank you very much for coming in, and I'm going to put a wee jingle on.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
على الأثير الرقمي وحسب الطلب نحن Glad Radio.
В цифровом формате и по запросу мы Glad Radio.
Questa era una produzione Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast. To listen to more and to get involved,
Visit glad.radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Shifshe e geistecht le Radio Glad.
State ascoltando Glad Radio.
أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو Glad.
Khushi Radio se Southside Sound Community ke was.
Ashwageshjuri program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Erjidgetach agus Arelev. Tom with Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
على الأثير الرقمي وحسب الطلب نحن Glad Radio.
В цифровом формате и по запросу мы Glad Radio.
Questa era una produzione Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast. To listen to more and to get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Do you think? Yeah. Well, I've got my two next guests and final set of me and Richard came by. I came by helicopter and Richard came by limousine this morning. Early. So I've got Johnny Slater and Micah Searchers here.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome along. Yeah, good to have you back. Thought we'd have a wee chit chat and find out what cool things you've been up to recently.
Yeah, sounds good. How's your day been going here? It's been a long one?
A long one. I'll be glad when 6 o'clock comes. Yeah. So, yeah.
Epic.
So, can you tell me, Johnny, right, what was your first ever song you did?
Wow.
Way back.
Well, it's not something that I would want to ever have broadcast on the radio, I can tell you that. But it would have been when I was sort of around maybe like 12 or 13, and I got hold of I started doing piano lessons, and I managed to persuade my parents to give me an old like Yamaha keyboard, but this was the 80s. It was some very, very basic little thing that had a few sort of bleeping sounds and some pretty basic drum beats on it. And I wrote a tune with that and thought that was it. I'm a pop star now. And I kind of went into school and was trying to persuade people let's form a band. And it was terrible. I mean, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, from there, I guess I think you just got to keep going. You just got to keep writing things and playing around, and the joy of music is it's not just all about getting on a big stage and being a guitar hero or something. It's about the joy is just in every step of the way, and the learning and the playing and just seeing where it takes you. So yeah.
Micah, you recently did your gig at Glad Cafe.
Oh yes, with Long Earth.
Yeah, with Long Earth. And how did that go?
It went very well. I was happy so many people came. And you were there?
I wasn't.
No, you weren't.
I wasn't there.
But you are often there. Sorry.
Yeah, it was the same day I was performing at the Citizen Theatre.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, no, it went really well. It was very hot in the Glad Cafe. It was like the second gig they were doing that day, and it was a very hot day, so sweltering on stage. But it went well.
Yeah.
He opened for us.
Good.
So he did a great job. I had to tell some punters to go and be quiet and listen to his set. And I did. Maybe not making myself popular, but that was just respect for the musicians. And, well, with my band, you don't really have to ask that because we're so loud.
So, Micah, see when you create, how do you create and develop a song?
Okay, yeah, there are multiple ways of doing it. When I just write by myself, I like to start with the topic and with what I want to say, and that will dictate how the whole song is supposed to sound, like what kind of chords I might be using. With the band, it's music first, the other way around. So I wrote one of the tracks, but the rest, it was the music started with the guys, so the keyboardist and the guitarist. And then I try out different melodies on top and see what I like. Do that in the studio while we're jamming, but also taking them home. So I have an instrumental recording from the rehearsal room, and I try different things. And once I'm happy, I will stop. Yeah. And then I have to pick out what the song is going to be about based on how it sounds, which is a lot harder than the other way around.
Yeah. So what was the cool thing you did yesterday, Johnny?
Well, so as you know, because you've seen us, I play keyboards in Dope Sick Fly. Ant Thomas is one of his projects. I also play for his solo stuff. And he's been quite busy recently. He's really good at getting into sort of cool sort of festival slots and playing here and there. And yesterday we were at the Fringe by the Sea in North Berwick, and we supported Kool and the Gang.
Oh, wow, amazing.
A big name from so many years. They've so many sort of classic funk and sort of disco type records that they've done back in the day that so many people know, and I think they're probably one of the most sampled artists in like hip hop as well. I think I read that somewhere. So they're a big band, so it was amazing to get the opportunity to open for them. A big crowd in there, biggest crowd I've played to before. I think a couple of thousand people, although I'm not sure they were all there for our set, but it was pretty full. It looked it from where we were anyway, and it went really well. And then it was just it was a real pleasure to kind of be behind the scenes and watch Kool and the Gang do their thing as well, and see this sort of pro touring show up close. They were phenomenal. So it was really good.
So would you like to do a song?
I could do a song. Shall I go first?
Well, you're sitting there with your
I'm
guitar.
Sitting there with a guitar, so that's logical, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Well, so this is a song that I wrote. It's a fairly new one, and I would normally play it on keyboard, but I'm going to try it on guitar today. So fingers crossed this arrangement goes all right. It's a song called Be Like the Lion. Should have seen it coming, should have been 2 steps ahead. Now it's one then another, down to the water till we find what we're looking for. We see how the wind's blowing, though we may not turn the tide. We'll be there at the end when it all slides into the ocean. Follow you to shelter, I will follow you. You keep the truth, remember. Stepped in, drawn the fire, held back the dark till you found what you're looking for. It was all in front of us, right till it wasn't. Something got through and broke without from within. Follow you to shelter, I will follow you. You keep the truth, remember, I will follow you. Follow you to shelter, I will follow you. Follow you to shelter, I will follow you. Follow you to shelter, I will follow you.
I think a clap for Johnny playing that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was an amazing song you did. Micah, what's the coolest thing you're doing?
Oh, actually, well, touring with Long Earth is quite cool.
Yeah.
Last week we played at Cambridge Rock Festival. 3 weeks ago we played at a prog festival, Prog for Peart, in England. Both of these things. So it's cool to be out on the road with a bunch of guys in a van, a bunch of Scottish people. It's quite fun to go to England. So.
Can you tell us about Long Earth, please?
Yeah. So we're a 5-piece melodic prog rock band. Based mostly in Glasgow, but 2 of the guys, one is from Edinburgh and the other one lives in Fife. We just made a new album called Towards the Sky. Some of the songs are about space exploration and astronomy, so you've got like the synthesizers that sound really spacey and a bit 80s, but I love that. And really great guitar solos as well. Yeah, so that's the sound. Oh, and some of the other songs are more about humanity pushing the boundaries. So deforestation, acceptance of people who might not fit society's expectation. We should all be nice to each other.
Have you got a gig coming up at Drygate?
Yes, Drygate. On the 29th of August, it's an all-day prog festival. So Long Earth is playing in the afternoon at 4, but there's loads of other progressive rock bands and artists as well, so it will be a full day and it will be great.
I hope to go along to see that.
Oh, that would be cool.
Day. Yeah. I also saw Micah performing part of the Glasgow Science Festival.
Yes.
And I saw Johnny assisting Micah at what building? Glasgow.
It's called the ARC. The Advanced Research Centre.
Part of Glasgow, University of Glasgow.
Indeed.
So, Micah, tell us about you and what you're involved in the science side.
Yeah, so my part-time day job is at the University of Glasgow, and I do communications around impact, so the research, but also the kinds of stuff the academics are doing that has impact on society. So when they have technologies, what could you actually do with it? What can you make with it? What kind of advice can they give the government? So I tell those stories, but then at the same time, I also write songs about those things.
Also, that's great. Would you also like to do a song?
Yeah. I've got my guitar.
Yeah.
I might not be able to sit on that chair.
Oh yeah, we should swap chairs.
Or I can sit over there. Yeah.
So Micah's going to do a live song just now. What's the song going to be?
It's a bit scary, but I thought I'd do one from the science show.
Scary because you haven't done it for a while, I guess?
Yeah, scary because it's a lot of chords, and I was going to write down what the chords were, but I didn't. Typical. But I should be able to remember. So it's based on quantum computers, which is like a revolutionary new kind of computer, and once they're up and running, they'll be able to decode all current security on the internet, so banks, everything. At the same time, the good news is the academics are working on quantum security as well. But this is basically referring to that as the skeleton key for all the computers. It is winter in my heart. Nothing moves me so close to zero. This is where small wonders start and grow. You hope I'll be your skeleton key. I hold numbers in my thoughts, large as worlds, yet elemental. Beyond binary, I'm both at once. Could I be your skeleton key? You can almost touch the dawn of the age to come. The race is almost over. Build my dreams so I can see all the numbers that humans conceal. Come in first, for you I'll break the code. will be your skeleton key. Yes, I will be your skeleton key. I will be your skeleton key. Thank you. Scariest thing is that I might forget what chord comes next.
Yeah, that was an amazing song, Michael. That was wonderful, brilliantly. Johnny, could you tell us about what you do? What
On a daily basis?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I also work for a university. I work for the University of Edinburgh, actually.
Deadly silence.
But it's all right. I mainly stay over this side of the country. But I'm a project manager for a research project, which as a job in itself isn't, I don't get to do the exciting stuff. I'm not a researcher, but I'm working with some very interesting people who are working on trying to create new diagnostic tools that would help people pick up signs of disease at an earlier stage by looking at pictures of the eye. Which is pretty, could be really exciting stuff if we make it work and bring it actually to a product out in the real world. So so that's what I'm part of, I suppose.
I'm just noticing Sonic Bull's writing down stuff for me as we go along. He's saying so you're both scientists then?
Well, not by background, though, are we? Neither of us. We're.
Well, I did do a research master's.
You did, yes.
In the Netherlands, that was free, so that's easier to do.
Do you have?
But I'm not a scientist. No.
Have you both got a degree in anything?
I had a degree in geography that I've done nothing with since.
And you.
Well, you're gonna guess. Or...
Have you got a degree in music?
Well, I did do a master's in songwriting finally, but first I became a historian, and I don't really do anything with that either. Although it does teach you how to write stuff, which is handy. Although these days AI could just do that as well.
Yeah. So, do you have anything to ask me?
Well, I mean, how was your performance with the Sonic Body?
Oh, it was amazing. It was brilliant, but a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how long was your performance? Quite long? Did you?
No, we had to be there for about 2:00 in the afternoon. Our performance was at 6:00 till 6:30. But we had our sound check at 4:00.
Yeah, there's a lot of preparation, isn't there?
Yeah.
A lot of waiting around. That seems to be the way with musical performances.
Yeah.
People don't know about all the waiting around.
Anything else?
Yeah, you were telling your previous interviewee about your plans with your radio station.
Yeah. So basically, I'm now in partnership with a #1 befriending agency, Radio Southwest it's called, and hopefully we'll be up and running before November, December, January.
Fantastic.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, what is your role? What's your title?
I'm the managing director.
You're the boss.
Yeah,
of course.
Okay.
Yeah. So, have you got another song? You want to do a song together?
Oh, we didn't practice any together.
One each. Do you want to do one each?
Or one. One from Mike.
One from Mike.
My guitar's in a funny tuning, so there's one song I can play.
You can play mine.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, I'm just putting you on the spot there. Okay, I've got a song I wrote together with Becky Wallace about being a woman. So you think that I should get some sun till my abs and bum get get my eyebrows done. Well, I don't. And you think that I should show more skin, maybe join a gym, get a bit more thin. Well, I don't. Should I apply a filter, turn my camera just off kilter, and brush away the years and days? Every line is a reminder you can only get a life when you age. You think I should wear my heels more high, act less like a guy that I don't know DIY. Well, I do. And you think I should contour my face by a razor blade, maybe epilate. Why don't you? Should I take 200 pics, steam my inner bits, buy a photogenic handbag dog? God, I wish I could delete you. It's really hard to know when to hashtag stop. Pa-pa-da-da-da-da-ya. Bum-pa-dum-bum-bum-bum. Pa-pa-da-da-da-da-ya. Dum-da-dum-bum-bum-bum. Should I apply a filter, turn my camera just off kilter, and brush away the years and days? Every line is a reminder you can only get a life when you freaking age. So you think, so you think, so you think, so you think. Well, I don't. Thank you. Normally we would have a nice keyboard solo in the middle by you. Also, that it's a bit. He always plays the keyboard. That's why he doesn't have lots of songs at the ready. Because if he had keys here, he could probably play loads. But, yeah.
Now that was amazing, Micah, and you got applause from the studio.
Thank you.
As well. Yeah. So, have you got any gigs coming up?
I'm trying to think. I don't think I've got anything in the calendar now. We've had quite a busy summer, and now I know there's things that we're trying to get going. So there'll be some more things announced soon, but nothing right now to plug.
Yeah, well, for me, just with Long Earth, really, the gig at Drygate on the 29th.
Yeah.
Full day progressive rock festival.
Please go along and support the Progressive Rock Festival and Long Earth on the 29th of August at Drygate. Where do they get tickets?
Is it called Ticket Scotland?
Ticket Scotland, yeah.
And also, don't let the label prog put you off,
No.
because it's not.
No.
It's really a bit like really nice melodies. That's why I like this band as well.
Yeah.
Already before I joined it, I thought like the guitar solos are really beautiful. So it's not inaccessible.
It's not dud 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 dud.
Yeah.
So yeah. Have you also been to any events with the Govan Hill Festival itself?
Sadly not. I think
Not yet.
no. I mean, the last thing we came to obviously was the Inn at the Deep End very recently that you yourselves organised.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I don't think we really saw anything, unfortunately. But I know there was loads of good stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, still another week. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we should look out.
Yeah.
We should look out if there's anything we can go to.
Well, I'm going to say thank you very much for both of you coming along today. And
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great to drop in.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Cool show.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Shifshe ag éisteacht le Radio Glad.
Vous écoutez une production de
State ascoltando Glad Radio. أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من ساوث سايد من راديو غلاد.
Cushy Radio से Southside Sound Community के आवाज़ है.
Hashwageshuri program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
agus ar éileh. Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio
You're
Glad.
listening to Glad Radio. Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Glad Radio. Glad Radio.
You're listening to a Glad Radio podcast.
To listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
You're listening.
You're listening.
you're listening.
You're listening.
You're listening.
You're listening to
Glad Radio.
Thanks so much to Johnny and Micah for coming in. That was absolutely lovely to be in the room to hear those songs performed live. Well done to Liam, keeping the ship, keeping the whole thing running for so long. We're just going to play a little clip now, just to keep you entertained. This is another reading, Battlefield Writers Collective. This is a fantastic performance poet called Greg Shearer, this is one of my favourite things that we've recorded here at Glad Radio. This is Greg Shearer of the Battlefield Writers Collective.
Southside Community Sounds.
From Glad Radio.
Well, I'm Greg Shearer. I'm a poet and spoken word performer. I'm currently residing in Rutherglen, but I'm originally from Bridgeton. I've been writing poetry in one way or another, I suppose, since I was about 13 years old. I've always been really involved in creative writing. I like writing stories and telling stories and stuff like that. And it wasn't really until I was 16 and I was made homeless, and my school had put me in for something called cognitive behavioural therapy, or CPD, and the person who was talking to me about my situation and stuff like that had said, well, why don't you try writing something? And I was like, well, do you want me to write a story? And I was like, what do you mean? And they were like, well, why don't you try shorter forms and stuff like that? And I'd done that kind of on and off. I wrote songs for my pal's band and stuff like that. And it wasn't until I started trying to become a teacher, and I'd went to uni, and I'd asked the folk at Strathclyde University, how do I get into teaching? And they said, well, you need credits in poetry. And I took myself to the Open University and to get these poetry credits, and one of the units was saying, write a poem and take it to an open mic night. And that was about 8 years ago, and I've consistently sort of been performing in and around Glasgow, up Aberdeen, sometimes down in England and stuff like that. So it's been a journey, and it's been one that's been really good. I've been trying to hone my craft as much as possible over the past few years, and just kind of write poems that aren't necessarily what people might expect to be poems. It's very much a sort of a poem for a working class perspective, and trying to capture people's lives in Glasgow that's maybe don't have much of a voice, So the first poem is about my mother. She was a kidney dialysis patient my entire life, and she fought and battled for many years with various types of illnesses, but she always had this indomitable will to live. So this is a poem about her. It's called Tiny Pincushion Woman. Oh, tiny pincushion woman, patron saint of NHS surgeries, I hold your horn as we cross the street. Time's hands caress you with fingertips of broken glass, leave you like colouring book pages, in hospital waiting rooms. You laugh sometimes saying you ought to be Shelley's Eve, bruised like a peach, cut like a lemon, held together with costume jewellery, tea with 2 sweet eggs, and lust for life. You've never been anything but beautiful, and I've never known anything different or better. Since long afore the creep of age, afore the sickly stream of result letters, afore the cancer and the transplants, afore the surgeries and the suffrage, afore the sainthood and survival, still after, you would never be anything less than whole. Holy, holy mine, my mum. Oh, tiny pincushion woman, I miss like my own milk teeth the days when you held my hand as we crossed the street. This is O Wasted Youth. To seize or bunched up sitting market on the front steps. I mind sitting the same, flung out half my auntie, a big-armed saint to play, no matter the weather, rain, hail, thunder or sleet, eating dinners in the back step, bunched up sitting market, pals all round me, scheme dinners, fit by chappy, dens and chases, magic. Bunched up, sitting down, some park hid, up to sun. Scuddies and bushes, swallowing down spinnies, or puffing hash to chalk white, crawling back buckled shouting, "Smell my breath then!" Forgetting I'd been thieving her fags. Out to street lamps went back half, out running the post for a laugh, sitting in the step waiting for a slap, and don't do that again. I was that worried. I love you, son. Only for us today, the exact same again. Magic, so it was. Bunched up, stoning up, black suited and booted, no knowing where to put my horns. My auntie done my tie for me, said I looked smart. Face red raw, eyes streaming, she says we're too young for this feeling. Mind that time in the red ash, you were there for me, held me, carried me back to my auntie's door, body burnt and wailing the way I am now, and your weight's heavy in my shoulder. Until it's no, and then it's air. Like a flash of that thunder for the backstep dinner days, like the cutlery's a conductor, you the one to be struck. A fork in our paths, and a knife in your heart. You were gone. Like the rumble of the sky, or a flash of light after the storm, the day the magic faded away. Aye, to seize or bunched up sitting market, I could cry out a lament. Oh, wasted youth, how I miss you so very much.
هذا المنتج الإذاعي يأتيكم من Glad Radio.
Чтобы узнать больше и принять участие, посетите сайт glad.radio.
Son éistearí tuigeach programming is fáinne live, siar glad.radio.
This was a Glad Radio production.
To listen to more and get involved,
Visit glad.radio.
Yeah, so we've got one more clip highlight of an interview which I did with Miwa Nagato Apthorpe.
Think it's their own fault and it's their own choice and they're addicted to drugs and all that kind of stuff, but that.
Welcome to my show here at Glad Radio. I am DJ Brown in the house. I am doing an interview today with Miwa Nagato Apthorpe. So I've got a few questions to ask you, Miwa. The first one is, could you please tell me about yourself?
I feel like that's a really big question. Thank you so much for having me. As you say, my name's Miwa Nagato Apthorpe. I am a folk singer-songwriter based in Hawick in the Scottish borders with, I suppose, I have a particular passion for songs which tell like lesser known stories.
Thank you. What inspired you to do what you are doing?
I feel like I come from a family of music appreciators, not necessarily all musicians, but music was a really big part of our family life growing up. And when I moved up to Scotland when I was 7 from down south in England, I feel like I got really into the world of Scottish folk music and sort of started learning about this music, which I suppose kind of comes from the land and really resonates with the land, and that really pushed me on my journey.
Yeah, when I saw you at Glad Cafe performing, you were brilliant.
Well,
and
thank
amazing.
you. Thank you so much.
I've also listened to your songs as well.
Oh, thank you.
And your songs are very unique. They've got a good
That's
style.
good. That's good to know.
Yeah. What is your song creation process, which looks like for you?
I suppose for me, a song kind of often starts with a story. The process of actually writing is often, I'll have a line of sort of words that will go around my head, and then I'll put that to a melody, and then the song kind of unfolds from there. But sometimes it can take a really long time because there's something I want to write about, and I'm sort of writing it in my head for months, and then eventually it all comes pouring out.
Oh, that's exciting. So, see the location where you're from. Could you tell me a wee bit about the location down at the Scottish borders and
in Hawick?
And your family, where your names come from?
Yeah, so Miwa Nagato Apthorpe is not a very common name in Hawick. I think I can say that I'm the only one. Hawick's a really special place. We've lived sort of in and around that area for 21 years. My parents moved up because they're very involved with this place called Chisholm, which is a kind of spiritual school, which is just 7 miles outside of Hawick. And my mum's Japanese. My dad's English. I feel like at this point I would say I'm Scottish-Japanese, really. And Hawick is just sort of where we landed, and I did a couple of years in Edinburgh, but moved back there, and I feel like I've sort of come to love it in a different way as an adult and really enjoy seeking out all of these stories about Hawick that can turn into music.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
So, how things have been going for you? Like your touring and your gigs. You've just recently did a concert at the Royal Concert Hall.
Yes.
With Eddie Reader.
Yeah. That was probably the most people I've ever played to in one go. It was very special. Glasgow, it was just such a lovely, warm crowd and I did I think it was 7 shows on Eddie's Scottish tour. She had me opening for her, which was such a pleasure, and then we finished up in Glasgow, which is like her home concert, and the energy in the room was really special. And aside from that, since then I've done a few Glasgow shows. Was at Knockengorrick. I've been kind of here, there and everywhere and having a lovely time. I was just saying to Richard that every show is different, but every show is special.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So, how do people follow you and also find your music?
I'm on Instagram. The usual Instagram. Bandcamp is probably the best place to find my music. Also Spotify. I have a mailing list, which I'm, to be honest, really rubbish with updating. So I think if you want to know where I am and what I'm doing, Instagram is probably the best place, at Miwa Nagato.
Yeah. So, have you got any questions to ask me?
Any questions for you? That's a big question in and of itself. What has been your happiest moment this week?
Well, should I say for the year or something else? Well, I'm starting up a new radio station in Glasgow.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's amazing.
Called Radio Southwest, Sounds of the Southwest of Scotland.
Brilliant.
And we're going to be launching early 2027.
Okay.
So we've got my business cards. I'm the managing director and founder.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
So are you really busy getting everything ready for that?
Yeah, working with my colleague Connor on that.
Cool. Are you still going to be doing your show over on this show? Yeah, you'll still be doing this show.
Still be involved, yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Richard's not losing me.
Good, that's good. That's good to hear.
I'll be here till I meet you. So, thank you very much for coming in for your interview.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here.
Glad Radio.
So, we've got another guest in the studio now. I'm glad to welcome Lainey Dempsey into the studio.
Hi, Leo.
Hi, Lainey. How are you?
I'm well, thanks.
You recently did a performance in the Deep End here, run by Glad Radio. It was the Thrown In Sessions number 3.
Is that?
Is it 3 or
2?
2. You performed alongside, separately, alongside Miwa Nagato.
Yeah.
So, can you tell me a wee bit about that, how you got on that day?
Well, I got on great that day. It was very lovely to meet Miwa. We got on great, and we did take a bit of a notion thinking we might try and do something together, but it was just a bit too near the wire to get that together. But it was lovely to meet her and hear about how she writes songs, and there was a big crossover in like what interests both of us, and obviously she's just a beautiful singer and talented woman, so it was an absolute pleasure to share the space with her.
Yeah,
Well, we're going to ask Lainey. Richard here. I'm still here. You can't see me.
Hello, Richard.
But I'm here. I've arranged the cameras so you don't have to see me. Tell us what you've been doing for Govan Hill International Festival, and not just in Govan Hill.
No, not just in Govan Hill. I was commissioned to write a song, the story of Govan Hill Baths, because this year we're commemorating the 25th anniversary of the occupation of Govan Hill Baths, and I was delighted to be given the task, but also I was you have to get that right. So I'm happy with the song, but it took a bit of doing. So yesterday there was a production called Dive at Govan Hill Baths, and it started with me singing the song, and that was the first time I'd ever sung it out in public, so it was great to set it free, set it into the wild. We had a fun day and a good turnout, and actually got quite nice weather as well, so that was all good.
How did you develop the song?
A lot of research. I mean, I was around when that was happening, though I didn't live in Glasgow at the time, but I was through at the picket line a few times, and I knew a lot of people involved, so I was aware of the story. And it's actually very much like I write a lot about political protest within Glasgow and Scotland, like the history of that. So it's very much like my wheelhouse. So I think I may have got round to doing it anyway, so don't tell the Baths that. So just research, and then because I come from a background of like traditional balladry, you would do a narrative, you're telling a story. So I took it from the beginning of Glasgow to now, and unlike a very traditional ballad, I decided to include a chorus halfway through, because Alistair Hewlett used to go to the picket line every Wednesday and sing songs with choruses with everybody to keep the mood up and let the people within the baths that were occupying the baths know that they had the support out there. So I thought it was quite important to think of Alistair and to also continue with that chorus type thing. So yeah.
And you sang it, as you said yesterday, 3 times on Calder Street. So how was that experience?
Do you know, It was great, actually. I know it doesn't sound like it would be, but there was so many distractions. There was so much. I was just standing on this plastic box, kind of hollering down a microphone. But like up until COVID, I didn't really sing in public very often, and I used to be very nervous about singing in public. And when I got home after yesterday, because I felt fine and I enjoyed the process, but when I got home yesterday and just sat down, I was like, I just did that. And we had fire engines and ambulances and all sorts of things going by, never mind just a very busy street of people going up and down. No, it felt really good. It felt like a bit of an honour, to be honest with you, to stand on the steps of the baths and sing your own song. It felt lovely. And then today, as I was saying, I was over at Guruk Lido, representing. So there's a few of us went over. It was the Govan Hill Baths Takeover Day over there. So we were showing the film United We Will Swim. And we were playing a whole load of Alistair Hewlett's pool songs. And then I sat up on the springboard with my feet dangling over the edge and sang the Ballad of the Baths, and it was the best venue I've ever sat on.
Oh, I hope you didn't dive into the pool afterwards.
Well, when I finished, because there was people swimming in the pool while I was singing, and a few people went, dive. And I was like, I don't think. Well, the rain came on pretty much as soon as I sat up there as well. So, but it was really, really beautiful. I don't know if you've ever been, but it's stunning because there's the pool, and then you're looking over the sea, and then you're looking over to the mountains that way, and then you're looking down on this beautiful pool of everyone swimming. So it really was gorgeous.
Yeah. So our plan is to bring our all-day podcast here at Glad Radio to a climax with the first broadcast of the Ballad of the Baths. Take your time, Lenny.
Just chewing on a little strap somewhere.
So, in your own time, is there anything else you want to tell us about the song, or will we?
Well, my hope is that the song does the job and tells the story. So,
in your own time.
This city did begin with the people trickling in to toil and bathe and launder on the Clyde. Then Govan Hill upsprang fae a place called No Man's Land, with the coal dust clinging to all them that bide. With the population swelling, the council needed telling, the people wanted somewhere to get clean. A place of social worth that didn't cost the earth, and that's what they got in 1917. The locals all were thrilled with the baths at Govan Hill. It was people over profit for a change. In the steamy woman gathered with her laundry to get lathered, nae mere drooked clays hanging about their hames. The baths of Calder Street were a place for folk to meet, 100 lingos floating near the water. There were swimming clubs galore, and friends made by the score, and wherever you come fae, it didn't matter. Winter 2001, all the swimmers they were stunned when a letter come to say the baths would close, without any consultation about social deprivation. The locals didn't like what was proposed, and within just a few days the alarm was being raised as the folk of Govan Hill got organised. Into the void they roared, and with all appeals ignored, that's how Govan Hill Baths got occupied. And we'll swim against the tide till these doors are open wide, and the pools within these walls again are filled. With your mounted cops and choppers, did you really think you'd stop us? Have you ever met the folk at Govan Hill? They loved the building so that they just refused to go. So the council drained the pools and cut the power. But the people's will was stronger. They resolved to stay for longer, with mere locals flooding round them by the hour. On the street a picket line was in action all the time, wi' a garden and a summer gala day. Whether sunny days or raining, there was singing and campaigning, and for near 5 months the occupiers stayed. And we'll swim against the tide till these doors are open wide, and the pools within these walls again are filled. Wi' your mounted cops and choppers, did you really think you'd stop us? Have you ever met the folk at Govan Hill? But a dark day was to dawn on an August early morn, when the council sent their heavies to the door. Soon the windies they were breaking, and the baths they were fortaken, and the tragic sight had hurt the locals sore. The word soon crossed the town, and nae one was backing down. 1,000 brave protesters filled the street, though the police come on horses and deployed their brutal forces. It took 20 hours to see the crowd retreat. And we'll swim against the tide till these doors are open wide, and the pools within these walls again are filled. Wi' your mounted cops and choppers, did you really think you'd stop us? Have you ever met the folk at Govan Hill? That was 25 years gone, and the baths still carry on, for the people never faltered fae the plan. The protesters formed a trust, raised some coffers for their purse. It took years to get the keys back in their hands. With tenacity and patience they proceed with restorations, while the deep end is a place for folk to meet. To gather, learn and care, to campaign and grow and share, till united we all swim at Calder Street. And we'll swim against the tide till these doors are open wide, and the pools within these walls again are filled. Wi' your mounted cops and choppers, did you really think you'd stop us? Have you ever met the folk at Govan Hill?
I'm just going to turn the camera on now.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for.
Well, thank you for having me.
That is the only fitting way that we could bring our day to a conclusion. I'll come around and hang on. Okay, you lead.
You sort that bit out for me. Technical issues.
Isn't there always?
Yeah. You know, that song was amazing, Lainey. I really enjoyed that, the Ballad of the Bass. Yeah. So, have you got any other events coming up with Govan Hill?
Well, Govan Hill Baths. Well, no. Well, so we had the thing yesterday, and then today, there was talk of something next week. I have a feeling that I'm hoping the song will be getting out and about. I should say that I have recorded it, and I've got a few things to finish on the recording, but then it'll be getting put up and as part of raising some funds. So I'll let you know when that happens, so that you can let other people know that it's available.
I'm going to say a big thank you very much to Lainey and all our guests for coming in today. And
it's been a great day.
Yeah.
We've made it past 5:30, so
Yeah.
I think we've done our job.
Yeah.
Well done. It's been a marathon.
Yeah. And thank you to Richard and myself.
Thank you to you, Liam.
And Glad Radio as well,
Yeah,
everyone.
thank you to all our presenters today,
Yeah.
to Stuart and to Paul, to everybody who's come in.
Yeah. And Billy Mackay and Elaine and everyone. Mike Higgins.
I should have made a list, but I haven't. But we will.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch with everybody, and we will thank you all for making it our first foray into live streaming.
I just seen on the YouTube chat that Leanne said it's sounding great.
Thank you, Leanne.
Yeah, shout out to them.
Okay, we're going to bring things to
a close now.
Close. Thank you, everyone who's tuned in.
And thank you, everyone else.
And it's goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me. Goodbye from Lady.
Goodbye.
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 Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.
Shifshe ag éisteacht le Radio Glad.
Vous écoutez une production de State ascoltando Glad Radio.
أصوات المجتمع تأتيكم من Southside من راديو غلاد.
Chushi Radio se Southside Sound Community Gewas.
Hashua program Glad Radio.
Вы слушаете Glad Radio.
Erjidjitach agus Arelev. Tá muid Radio Glad.
Los sonidos de la comunidad Southside desde Radio Glad.
Listen to Glad Radio.
Southside Community Sounds from Glad Radio.